Hollywood Cinema and American Supremacy by Matthew Alford, first published in 2010, with new introductory material in 2018 and 2023. Introduction to the 2023 edition. This job is like being a minor eunuch in the court of Imperial China. Phil Strubb, Department of Defense Entertainment Liaison Officer. Americans making a movie about what Vietnam did to their soldiers is like a serial killer telling you what stopping suddenly for hitchhikers did to his clutch. Frankie Boyle. In 2010, when Pluto Press published my debut book, Real Power, Hollywood Cinema and American Supremacy, there were two major areas I felt unable to address about the politics of the entertainment industry. A decade on, much has changed. First, since putting in Freedom of Information Act requests, especially since I began to collaborate with journalist Tom Secker, I now know that the state has directly altered a lot of motion pictures and television scripts. And I mean a lot. Until the early 21st century, it seemed that the national security state, pretty much just the Department of Defense, had, since the birth of Hollywood, affected a couple of hundred films. It took us until 2016 to demonstrate that Dr. Lawrence Seward, the only historian who had ever worked on the military Hollywood production process, was lowballing the figures, even for the pre-9/11 period. By 2022, and in collaboration with two co-producers on our documentary Theatres of War, we could account for more than 2,500 films, and TV also ignored by Seward titles. If we tot up individual episodes, it is thousands more. Add to that the role played by other strands of the national security state, such as the White House, CIA, FBI, NASA, NYPD, and LAPD, and we reach well over 10,000, the majority of these in the past quarter century. My problem with Lawrence Seward wasn't just that he was a state-sponsored shill. Roger and Tom recently discovered he was even twice contracted by the Department of Defense Public Affairs Unit on major assignments. Nor did I merely dislike the man because he refused a priori to question the legitimacy of the military's relationship with the film industry, or even that he blithely characterized the Department of Defense's entertainment liaison chief, Phil Strubb, as simply a conduit between the film industry and the armed services. No, what especially was objectionable about Seward was that he spent half his life refusing to share research material in a way that was unusual within academic circles, particularly since he kept that documentation under lock and key in a supposedly public library, Georgetown University, in Washington, D.C., since the 1990s. In an attempt to gain access to Seward's files, I had tried repeatedly asking nicely, asking a friend in America, Tanya, to ask nicely, and even asking nicely from a fake email account called Imodium Cracker Barrel. Okay, well, I keep my real pseudonyms top secret. I told Tom Secker about Imodium, and he revealed he had tried and failed with those exact same tactics, although I think his pseudonym was Bambi McHobbleton. The closest any of us came was our Texan colleague, Tricia Jenkins. Seward offered her limited access to paperwork, specifically on certain Vietnam War films. But when she went there, the material was so sparse she had to abandon her project. How annoying, you might think. And yes, it was a frustrating process at times. Ultimately, though, this was a journalism success story. In 2015, Strubb had palmed me off onto Seward by claiming that the Department of Defense only retained a supposedly incomplete database. This lead was sufficient to accelerate Tom's FOIA requests, and now one of the major documents we have is that database. They nicknamed it DARA, which lays out the overall reach of the DoD office in the entertainment industry. In 2018, the library itself, but not Seward, granted me physical access to his public collection, which comprised 13 boxes, mostly of old scripts and innocuous memos. After all that time, frankly, I was happy to see anything. Then, after Seward's death in 2019, Roger was at last able to see the much larger private collection, 19 boxes, relevant files on every film, which resulted in him heading up our documentary, Theatres of War 2022. In the end then, all these rejections and procedural problems helped us to understand and demonstrate that this story was bigger than just one of state manipulation of screenplays, but also one of failure and censorship within journalism, the entertainment industry, and academia itself. So what has been the impact of state intervention on screen? In sum, it has been colossal. Bear in mind, even small script changes can significantly shift a story's meaning or tone. In 1997, 2 torture training documents, each including chapters on coercive techniques, had been declassified in response to a Freedom of Information Act request filed by the Baltimore Sun. Imagine how much darker Meet the Parents from 2000 would have become if, as in the original script, Robert De Niro's CIA operative had prominently possessed these real specialist torture manuals penned by the Pentagon and CIA for the infamous School of the Americas. Sometimes, though, entire projects are overturned politically. Tricia Jenkins and Tom Secker's Superheroes Movies in the State from 2021 shows how the original script for Iron Man from 2008 had Tony Stark battling against US arms manufacturers, including his own father, who he says was stealing his ideas and twisting them to make truly destructive weaponry. By the time the film went into production, though, the screenplay has Stark happily inherit his father's business and become an emissary of the military-industrial complex, ensuring freedom and protecting America and her interests around the globe. Roger observed that the Stark Industries logo is reminiscent of Lockheed and Northrop Grumman, the leading US arms companies, and indeed the latter is advertised as the real Stark Industries in a Marvel comic released alongside the first film. Such fundamental political reversals on screen can apply to very real conflicts. During negotiations on the Bruce Willis film Tears of the Sun from 2002, the Department of Defense managed to prevent the depiction of the US government as complicit in nasty conspiracies overseas. These nasty conspiracies likely relate to information found in a documentary called Delta Force from 1995, which focuses on the role of Shell Oil in Nigeria, the corporation behind half the wealth of that country's dictatorship, in polluting the land of the country's poorest citizens. When peaceful protests erupted in response, the Nigerian government responded violently and, the documents suggest, used heavy weaponry on some communities and then blamed it on local ethnic infighting. National Geographic's The Long Road Home from 2017 tells of a disastrous US mission during the Battle of Sadr City, Iraq, on what has become known as Black Sunday. In the 2007 account on which the miniseries was based, US command failed to anticipate the uprising and may have provoked it, but the show makes the man in charge of the battalion, Gary Volesky, the unambiguous hero. The series put him where he wasn't, in a Humvee at the front of the rescue convoy, which had been, in reality, occupied by a soldier ditched from the story entirely. Volesky served as the Army's Chief of Public Affairs during the show's production. What a shock. The series also sees fit to denigrate Thomas Young, who, after serving, had become a prominent anti-war activist. At one point, Young is questioned, "What do you know about it? War. Have you ever even been shot at? Well, then do me a favour and shut up." Theatres of War features a lengthy analysis of the miniseries, which includes interviews with 2 veterans who had been in the battle for real and were disgusted by such misrepresentations. As Roger observes, we see Young protesting but come away with the sense that he's just bitter about his injuries. We never get to hear any of his speeches. The army even vetted each of the protest signs' slogans in the series, and naturally, the show entirely ignores Young's suicide. I've always been reluctant to use the term propaganda. It has connotations, nuances, and multiple definitional facets. But exactly what else can we call this crap? We have also been able to compile a list of films that the state was able to ensure were not made, usually just by rejecting cooperation, including Commando Girls from 1984, Delta Force Commandos, 1986 TV, Stealth, 1989, and Desert Storm, the movie, 1991. Other cases include Fields of Fire from 1993, which, despite every key player in the military wanting to have it made, was blocked by the PR office itself because it depicted US war crimes in Vietnam. Beneath the Flesh from 1993 was about a chemical company disturbing the tomb of an ancient American Indian vampire, but we'll never see that film because it cast the US government, Department of Defense, and Special Operations Forces in a bad light. The CIA have adopted sneakier tactics to suppress script. In one case from the 1980s, it reportedly set up a front company to buy a script about the Iran-Contra scandal, outbidding Marlon Brando's company so that it could bury the story. The second thing I hardly discussed in the first edition of the book was the actual effect of entertainment culture on political culture. There is a large specialist literature on media effects, spanning a century, with no real consensus on the extent to which screens influence individuals, let alone political decisions. However, let me now break cover and come out as a pretty firm advocate of the strong effects thesis. Or more specifically, let's say if it weren't for chunks of politically motivated entertainment products, our world would be assuredly different. One well-known example is Birth of a Nation from 1915. President Woodrow Wilson reputedly called this film history written by lightning, and historians agree it played a massive role in recruiting millions of people to form the Second Klan. Just for fun though, let's take a quick look at some more heartening examples. After US President Ronald Reagan watched The Day After 1983, more than a month before its screening, he wrote in his diary that the film was very effective and left me greatly depressed. Although this may have fed into Reagan's determination to stick with his so-called deterrent, it at least helped make nuclear war both an issue and an unacceptable outcome. In 1987, Reagan and his Soviet counterpart, Mikhail Gorbachev, signed legislation to reduce their arsenals. Occasionally, even grassroots films like the documentary Deadly Deception from 1991 have been sufficient to trigger direct reforms. In this case, it prompted the notoriously ruthless CEO Jack Welch to close General Electric's armaments division, according to a book about GE called At Any Cost. However, typically our entertainment media feeds into nationalism, xenophobia and militarism, always with the assumption of US benevolence on the world stage. Tom Cruise called his Top Gun from 1986 a fairy tale of military life and said that it would have been irresponsible to make a sequel, even joking that he was totally responsible for World War III. Whether we take Cruise seriously or not, and I must confess I really never do, the DoD certainly meant business when it asserted that the film completed rehabilitation of the military's image, which had been savaged by the Vietnam War. The Top Gun brand itself quickly hit its own PR problems, though. A Top Gun mentality had contributed to military personnel running amok at the Navy's traditionally sober tailhook convention in 1991, leading to 87 assaults and a damning internal investigation. As a result, plans for a sequel were scrapped. 30 years on, such concerns were forgotten as Top Gun Maverick from 2022 weaved in key talking points from the Pentagon. The enemy country that Cruise needs to bomb in the film is undoubtedly Iran, just days away from nuclear capability, something that has literally been true since 1992, if we are to believe scumbags like Israel's longest-serving Prime Minister. And the fact that it remains technically unnamed, as were the villainous Chinese and North Koreans in the original, indicates how consequential the filmmakers themselves felt that such explicit labels would have been. With Hollywood so infused with militarism, is it any wonder that in a 2015 poll, 30% of Republicans said that they wanted to bomb Agrabah, the fictional city in Aladdin? Is it any wonder that right now our politicians, as though clutching rosary beads, prefigure Russia's war in Ukraine with the word illegal, with zero sense of irony, and unprovoked with zero sense of history? When was the last thing you saw in which Russia wasn't crawling with vodka-chugging thugs or tyrants? Because it certainly wasn't Red Dawn from 1984, Rocky IV from 1985, Rambo 2 and 3 from 85 and 87, GoldenEye from 95, Air Force One from 1997, Salt from 2010, Red Sparrow from 2018, Hunter Killer from 2018, Jack Ryan from 2018 onwards, The Courier from 2020, 24 from 2001 to 2017, Homeland from 2011 to 2020, The Old Man 2022 onwards, Stranger Things from 2016 onwards. Need I continue? Throughout 2022, superstars Ben Stiller, Mila Kunis, Ashton Kutcher, and Jessica Chastain lined up like pilgrims to fawn over President Zelensky. U2's Bono, fresh from writing a terrible poem that labelled Zelensky as St. Patrick and Putin as a psycho, showed up in Kiev to play Sunday Bloody Sunday, somehow neglecting the explicit message of his own song. Sean Penn, supposedly Hollywood's leading anti-war actor, personally loaned the president one of his Oscar statues, accompanied by a very vocal campaign to send more armaments into the war zone. "I don't know if no-fly zones will create a nuclear war," he said. "I do know that we have to invest everything that we have to support the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky. Nice to know he's really thought that through. Things may seem a little gloomy, but modern figures do sometimes emerge, and some have been right on the cusp of ushering in a safer world. Most obviously, US presidential candidate Bernie Sanders and British opposition leader Jeremy Corbyn. Each was neutered by top-level political machinations, and especially in Corbyn's case, mediated campaigns. The world's most successful journalist and publisher, also a voice for peace, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, was similarly neutered, but with the entertainment machine playing a more prominent role. Assange's most significant publications included video footage of the US murdering innocent civilians from atop a helicopter gunship in Iraq, and emails that showed the Democrat Party had conspired to select Hillary Clinton as its 2016 presidential candidate, despite knowing that Sanders was more likely to beat Donald Trump. By 2012, Swedish authorities wanted Assange for questioning over 2 sexual encounters. The accusations, which manifested in a preliminary investigation but never as charges, were eventually abandoned. And, fearing extradition by the US if he travelled back to Stockholm, the besieged publisher took refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. After 7 years inside, derided as a paranoid coward who had abused his cat and wiped shit on the walls, Assange was finally arrested in 2019 under espionage legislation and thrown into Belmarsh prison to await trials in the US and UK, seemingly in perpetuity, exactly as he predicted. As I write this, I'm on a train from London, where we joined hands all the way around Parliament and called for his release. At first, ciphers for the increasingly notorious Assange had appeared everywhere in British popular culture. An episode of the BBC's By Any Means from 2013 heroised security services using any means, i.e. illegal methods, to grab a ruthless property developer who has holed himself up in an embassy. More explicitly, the BBC made Julian and the Assanging Technicolor Download in 2013 a cringe-worthy Christmas Day musical comedy that presented the WikiLeaks founder as an onanistic, self-pitying, self-important computer nerd. With great power came great irresponsibility, the show sneered at Julian, who they say ended up less popular than the Taliban, while Ecuador is represented by a rule-bending Latino stereotype. BBC 4 even screened a 3-part sitcom called Asylum in 2015, the tone of which can be well inferred by its writer's Twitter post. If the police want to regain my trust, they should drag Assange out the embassy, plus shoot him in the back of the head in the middle of Trafalgar Square. Julian Assange also received the Hollywood treatment, being the subject of a major Benedict Cumberbatch movie, The Fifth Estate, in 2013, which brought similar smears to a global audience, alongside a commercially successful documentary, We Steal Secrets, that same year. Julian observed that DreamWorks based its entire production on the 2 most discredited books on the market, lamenting that Cumberbatch will be used as a hired gun to assume the appearance of the truth in order to assassinate it. In response, Cumberbatch politely scoffed, as if I am an easily bought cipher for right-wing propaganda, pointing out that he had worked far less hard for more money on other projects. In tortuous musings about surveillance and citizen journalism, Cumberbatch refused to oppose the 35-year sentence for Chelsea Manning and pontificated, "Isn't it hypocritical to say we should know everything about you as a government, but the government can't know anything about us?" Curiously, while Fifth Estate presents Julian Assange as being motivated by reckless egotism, it is in fact Cumberbatch who thinks there is only personal truth, and he wanted to play this lead because I'm a vain actor. In sum, while Julian Assange explicitly deals in documented, objective reality, Cumberbatch celebrates how he explicitly does not. Rock versus slime. In the end, Cumberbatch became exactly what Julian said he would be, a hired gun, walking away while washing his hands. Still, as is often the case, the state's biggest weapon against Julian Assange has been silence. After the demonisation was complete, little else needed to be said. Press references to Julian slowly declined from 2010 and then plummeted just after his arrest. Very little information emerges from Britain's most high-security prison. Even in court, he was housed in a glass box, eerily akin to his fictional prison buddy Blofeld in the Bond movie No Time to Die from 2021. I have been with some of Julian's friends and family for screenings of an independent documentary film about his legal battle, Ithaca, in 2021, in venues around Britain. It has had a sum total of 8 reviews. My alma mater backed out of hosting it because a solitary academic objected. and it was left to little old me to create the film's Wikipedia page. Ask young people now about the world's most significant publisher and political prisoner, and half the time they haven't even heard of him, though this might be changing due to the Herculean efforts of his family, notably his wife and former lawyer Stella Morris. Where, oh where, are all those right-wing opponents of cancel culture when it originates in the security state? Instructive distinctions can be drawn between those who at least believe free speech matters, Piers Morgan, Jordan Peterson, those who are gleefully hostile, Douglas Murray, Ben Shapiro, and those who aren't interested because Julian's case doesn't offer a launching pad for berating women and minorities. In 1912, as the Titanic sank, the ocean liner's band showcased the dignity of humanity by playing Nearer My God to Thee, the same hymn CNN later teed up to play in the event of Armageddon. Now, as the whole world veers again towards the hardest ice, our entertainers are on the decks playing Wheel of Fortune to the beat of a timpani drum. We need 1,000 lifeboats, please. What can you do? Where are you in your life? Maybe you can work with us, or host screenings of documentaries like ours. Resist war propaganda. Do you really need to spend good money to see the execrable Purple Hearts from 2022, or the millionth Fast and Furious? Celebrate and spread brilliant critical stuff like Vice from 2016, Snowden from 2016, Backstabbing for Beginners from 2018, Dark Water from 2019, The Report from 2019, Official Secrets from 2019, The Day Shall Come from 2019, The Banker from 2020, The Mauritanian from 2021, and Oslo from 2021. More broadly and more importantly, join a trade union, join ICANN, and join CND, and come out with us on the streets. In years to come, when the tattered posters ask, "What did you do in the Great War?" at least you can say you resisted it. Matthew Alford, Winter 2022-23, co-producer, Theatres of War 2022. Preface to the 2018 edition of Real Power. Since Real Power was first published, American political culture has remained overwhelmingly a reflection of the power structures that shape its political culture. During the 2010s, we have seen the continuation of major military-sponsored franchises, more Transformers, more Marvel, and there's more Avatar, Terminator, and Top Gun on the way. Even more brazenly, in 2014, Sony released The Interview, a film which imagined a CIA assassination of Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Such a direct fantasy about killing a foreign leader has not been committed to film since Iraq's Saddam Hussein was squished in the 1993 Charlie Sheen movie Hot Shots, and even then it was achieved with slapstick rather than through a realistic immolation in a helicopter. And, unlike Hot Shots, the US weaponized The Interview, making thousands of copies on USB drives and sending them over the demilitarized zone in the hopes of igniting a revolution among the North Korean people. American Sniper, Wonder Woman, Lone Survivor, Argo, Zero Dark 30 were similarly all jumping hot with regressive political themes sucked up from reality and twisted for our viewing pleasure. MGM even remade 1984's oft-ridiculed Red Dawn, which had depicted a Soviet invasion of the United States, with the script subjected to the guidance of President Reagan's Secretary of State, General Al Haig. In the 2012 version, MGM replaced the Soviets with the Chinese until Beijing, incensed by a leaked copy of the shooting script, complained. At great expense, the studio chopped out the Chinese and replaced them with, of course, the North Koreans. So far, so predictable. More intriguingly, films like Get Out and The Shooter wowed audiences while pointing to the possibilities even in the mainstream. Others, such as Kill the Messenger, The East, and The Ghostwriter, great dramas about what has become known as the Deep State, were buried by their own distributors, as has been routine. At the same time, films like Black Panther, depicting an African independence movement, and American Made, Tom Cruise and US drug running, gave the illusion of critical content, but mangled the historical record, for one reason or another, to mask more disturbing stories, akin to a limited hangout, to use the CIA jargon. However, the really big development in this field of study over the past decade has been how national security cinema, which I had mentioned only in passing in Real Power as a term to characterize the worst product, has become an increasingly appropriate term to characterize the film and TV production process. When I was first looking at the relationship between politics and motion pictures around the turn of the 21st century, as a scholarly community, we all just accepted the consensus opinion that a small office at the Pentagon had assisted the production of around 200 or so films throughout the history of modern media. This was highly misleading. Through working with a non-affiliated researcher, Tom Secker, labelled by bureaucrats in the British state as a vexatious requester due to his extensive FOIA inquiries, I was able to establish that since 1911, over 800 films had received DoD or CIA support. Most surprisingly, there were over 1,000 TV show titles in the list. Simply put, the US government has been quietly reworking thousands of scripts and no one really had any idea except their PR offices. I'm writing this new introduction while on a research trip to Washington, DC. Vast amounts of annotated scripts and DoD Hollywood correspondence has either been taken by or donated to a single historian, Lawrence Seward, from 1976 to 2005, possibly beyond. Seward kept his material in a private archive in a public library in Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., and for many years his apparent unwillingness to share the material represents a substantial and unnecessary loss to the research community. The only person who seems to have had some limited success, and most of that was directly via the Marines rather than anywhere else, was an LA Times journalist called David Robb, who was able to rush out an explosive but unsourced book on the subject in 2004. The library was unable to explain to me how or why the papers arrived or where the rest of it went. The Pentagon can dodge FOIA requests on this by claiming that the material is not in their hands. In 2017, I noticed that Georgetown Library had rearranged their collections, and some of the material attributed to Seward appeared to be available without his consent. Packed into 13 boxes was evidence of yet more government influence over film and TV, including numerous examples that had simply never been mentioned anywhere, although it was clear from both Robb and Seward's work that huge quantities of that material, including the most controversial parts, had been removed. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy this new translation of Real Power and that it helps you navigate the screen entertainment industry to find more joy and reject more lies. Matthew Alford, Washington, D.C., April 2018. Foreword by Michael Parenti. Every year on Oscar night, Hollywood invites the world to join in the illusion that a great industry is serving mankind by creating superb entertainment, bringing us joy and emotional enrichment, romance, sorrow, dazzling action, and hopeful yearnings. Lost in this self-adulatory celebration is the fact that the world of cinema is a rather tightly centralized, profit-driven industry. Like all big corporate industries, less interested in creating an art that nurtures our dreams and more interested in dipping into our pockets. Also easily overlooked is the fact that Hollywood operates within fixed ideological parameters. Along with its endless pursuit of money and fame, the film industry is also a culture industry. The commodities it markets consist of personalities, images, narratives, experiences and ideas of sorts, things that impact directly on public consciousness. So while the prime goal is big profits for the major studios, another goal, whether explicitly acknowledged or not, is ideological control. This latter function is exercised by staying within the boundaries of the dominant belief system, while presenting that belief system as a truthful and natural representation of life. Perhaps then it is more accurate to describe the movie industry as engaged not only in ideological control, but in ideological self-control. Film industry leaders would deny such assertions. They would argue that our society is a cultural democracy whose end product is not ideologically determined, but birthed by the many free choices of a free market. For them, it's Adam Smith's invisible hand reaching from Hollywood and Vine down to Main Street. To make money for its owners, the industry must reach the largest possible markets. That is, it must give the people what they want. Popular culture, therefore, is a product of popular demand, the movie moguls insist. If the cinematic world offers up trashy films, they say, it does so because that's what the public likes. That's what sells. People prefer to be entertained and distracted rather than informed and uplifted. So it is argued, and certainly so it is often true. But is it just a matter of public taste, or is it the power of marketing and distribution that determines the respective audience sizes of various films? Millions of people saw the Rambo sequels, extravagant productions glorifying murderous militaristic heroics. Each of the Rambo films upon release opened in over 2,000 theatres in the United States in the wake of multi-million-dollar publicity campaigns. To give another example, in August 2001, despite appropriately lamentable reviews, Disney unexpectedly decided to extend Pearl Harbor's nationwide release window from the standard 2 to 4 months to a staggering 7 months, meaning that this summer blockbuster would now be screening until December. Enjoying such a massive and saturating distribution, Pearl Harbor could not help but reach large numbers of people. In contrast, only a few thousand people ever saw Salt of the Earth, 1954, a low-budget dramatization of the struggles faced by Mexican-American union workers. This gripping and stirring film, preserved decades later by the Library of Congress and New York's Museum of Modern Art, was subjected to all sorts of coercion in its production and distribution, and managed but a brief run with only 11 small exhibitors. If dissident films like Salt of the Earth fail to reach a mass audience, could it not be because they are kept from mass audiences by the minimal distribution and limited publicity they receive? Lacking huge sums, they must rely on word of mouth and on reviews that are often politically hostile. This is in sharp contrast to the multi-million-dollar publicity campaigns that help create the mass markets for the supposedly more popular movies. If a Rambo film or a film like Pearl Harbor has a natural mass market and is craved by millions of viewers, why is it necessary to spend scores of millions of dollars on publicity hype whose sole purpose is to muster a mass audience? In short, it is not simply a matter of demand creating supply. Often it's the other way around. Supply creates demand. A first and necessary condition for all consumption is availability of the product. Be it movies, television shows, or soft drinks, consumption will depend in large part on distribution and product visibility. A movie that opens in every shopping mall in America wins large audiences not because there is a spontaneous wave of popular demand surging from the base of the social order, but because it is being heavily marketed from the apex. In time, people become conditioned to accepting slick, shallow, mediocre, and politically truncated cinematic presentations. The standardized images and formulaic scenarios become the readily digestible ones. With enough conditioning, consumers will consume even that which does not evoke their great enthusiasm. Hardly ever exposed to anything else, they are all the more inclined to seek diversion in whatever is offered. This argument should not be overstated. The public is not infinitely malleable. Supply does not always create demand. Some Hollywood offerings are dismal flops, despite lavish publicity and energetic distribution. Irrespective of all the talk about giving the public what it wants, industry heads often get it wrong. Audience preferences can be difficult to divine, especially if one's perception of public preferences is itself shaded by one's own socio-political proclivities. Thus, for a period of over 2 decades, spanning the entire 1970s and 1980s, mainstream media pundits and news commentators repeatedly and tirelessly announced that the US public was moving into a conservative mood, the very direction they hoped the public was headed. Network television bosses and the heads of major studios readily took up the cry in what became one of the longest-standing attempts at a self-fulfilling prophecy. Having so decided that the nation was drifting into a conservative mood, they set to work helping to create that drift and that mood. Network brass produced a number of law and order television series like Walking Tall, Strike Force, and Today's FBI around 1981-82. All such offerings were laced with conservative subtext, and all suffered dismal ratings and died early deaths. Something similar happened in the 2000s with series like Threat Matrix in 2003 and 4, She Spies from 2002, and the CIA-sponsored The Agency in 2001. Likewise with the film industry, The Right Stuff from 1983, a film that glorified America's space ventures, was a box office flop. Action films like Cobra from 1986, Rambo 3 from 88, and The Deadpool in 88 did poorly. Given their multi-million-dollar publicity campaigns, these motion pictures had fairly strong opening weekends, but then swiftly flopped after that. Another right-wing war movie, Inchon, from 1982, costing $48 million plus another estimated $10 to $20 million for publicity, had everything the public supposedly craves: a star-studded cast, a spectacular production, a love angle, blood-filled battle scenes, super patriotism, a simplistic rewrite of political history, and an empty-headed plot about murderous communist aggressors who are wiped out by a right-wing war hero. Yet Inchon was a box office disaster. This suggests that even a viewing public conditioned to consuming junk sometimes gets tired of consuming the same old junk. In sum, giving people what they want is too simple an explanation of what the film industry does. The major studios foist upon us what they think we want, often promoting films that we never asked for and do not particularly enjoy. But with enough publicity and distribution, even those flops are designed to reach many more people than the financially starved dissident films that are recorded no distribution or mass market publicity to speak of. The image of Hollywood as a den of leftist shills is tirelessly propagated by conservative commentators and publicists. We are told by various right-wing propagandists that the cultural elites of Hollywood and other places like New York, San Francisco and Washington DC propagate values that are dedicated to undermining patriotism and other such American virtues. Such incantations about an elitist leftist agenda are put to rest by the commanding critique offered by author Matthew Alford in the pages ahead. Alford's dissection of Hollywood war films offers an implicit revelation of the misrepresentations of US imperial policy itself and the dominant political myths that sustain it. This book shows in revealing detail how the agencies of the US empire play an active role in the very scripting and production of films about US politico-military ventures abroad. The muted debate about the hidden and not so hidden politics of empire are played out in movie productions themselves, in what gets downplayed, what gets celebrated, and what ends up on the cutting room floor. After an exploration of just about all the significant films of recent years, Alford concludes that while certainly there are prominent liberals in Hollywood, there is no left-wing establishment pursuing an agenda. He also reminds us that there are numerous right-wing stars, censors, and industry professionals actively operating in the film industry. There are national security agencies and Pentagon representatives breathing down the necks of screenwriters, editors, and producers. And most importantly, there are the industry's wealthy and conservative business leaders and bankers who operate within a rigid corporate system. Through an extensive examination of the actual plots, dialogues, and characters of scores of mainstream films, Alford not only tells us but shows us that mainstream cinema offers no critique of the fundamental assumptions of US benevolence on the world stage. To the extent that critical remarks are allowed in one film or another, they rest only on very narrow grounds. Heroes confine themselves to rectifying operational blunders, unfortunate mishaps, and individual failings. Instances of excessive military power might be criticised, but not US military power per se, it being assumed that US forces have every right to operate militarily in any chosen trouble spot on the planet. Alford describes films that propagate the notion that war is a regrettable tragedy which resulted from the US blundering idealistically into a situation it did not fully understand and was unable to control. In the world of cinema, US military engagements are always well-intentioned undertakings that sometimes go wrong. Nothing is said about the transnational global interests behind such ventures, about who pays and who benefits from what is transpiring. Such questions would bring us right to the heart of how politico-economic power is wielded in the United States and much of the world. In short, filmmakers, with some notable exceptions, go only so far in their criticisms, knowing in the back of their minds, if nowhere else, that they cannot make a truly radical film. They cannot get to the root, exposing the exploitative interests of global empire or the dangerous and undemocratic nature of the national security state. To attempt as much would invite trouble for the film one is trying to produce and distribute. There would come a loss of funding, a scarcity of viewing outlets, and an endless savaging by mainstream movie reviewers who know for whom they work. About this, we only have to ask Oliver Stone, who endured a relentless pummeling for his attempt in JFK in 1991 to venture into forbidden territory regarding the Kennedy assassination. So it can be said that we are being more than entertained. Mainstream filmmakers have a built-in capacity to handle burning issues in ways that mute their impact and reduce their meaning. Oppositional realities are incorporated into the script, but in a pre-digested form. Official injustice and corruption became the doings of a few bad apples or rogue elements. war becomes little more than a tough, bitter experience for the American soldiers involved. As Alford puts it, it is standard practice in Hollywood, as it is among US elites in the real-life political realm, to assume that foreigners don't matter, US enemies are implacably villainous, and US power is by definition selfless and good. In the celluloid world, political leaders face hard choices about integrity and fair play, but rarely take a stand on real economic issues. Resistance to injustice is expressed through gutsy individual defiance. One man and one man alone stood up to the threat of... Through its cinematic alchemy, Hollywood produces films that might appear topical and socially relevant without having to deal with the actual dimensions of social conflict, fighting terrorism without ever getting too close to reality. If all of this is true, if movies are implicitly conservative in their supportive representations of the US national security state and of America's imperial reach and presumed moral superiority, then why do conservatives complain about a leftist liberal bias in Hollywood? It's the same complaint they make of the ever-compromising, ever-timid, right-leaning US news media, and for much the same reasons. Movies repeatedly confine their critical attention to a narrow and superficial sphere and rarely proffer a truly radical critique. But even this limited application is seen as a liberal denigration of the US politico-economic system and its global imperium. Showing a US soldier ruthlessly killing one innocent civilian in what is otherwise presented as a noble military venture against terrorism is more than the right-wing ideologues can countenance. Anything critical, however diluted, incidental, and innocuously decontextualized, will still be found offensive by the uncompromising reactionaries. Furthermore, in certain cultural ways, Hollywood actually has been subversive with its sexually explicit scenes, verbal profanity, tolerance of deviant lifestyles, including homosexuality, and its supposed disregard for family values. For reactionaries, such seemingly decadent proclivities are seized upon as proof that the film industry rests in the hands of America's empires. For reactionaries, such seemingly decadent proclivities are seized upon as proof that the film industry rests in the hands of America's enemies. Depicting Hollywood as ridden with leftists also is a way of continually exerting the kind of pressure that helps shift the centre of political gravity rightward, keeping the industry off balance, obliging it to demonstrate its patriotic bona fides. So the film industry constantly dresses up for the right while never daring to move too decisively to the left on any fundamental issue. Much of the process of ideological control is carried out implicitly. Alford reminds us that people working within power systems are not always fully able to recognise the ideological boundaries set by state and corporate forces within which they work. And if they did raise troublesome views about the dangers of undemocratic and plutocratic power, he adds, this would seriously jeopardise their careers. We might remember that the most repressive forms of social control are not always those we consciously rail against, but those that so insinuate themselves into the fabric of our consciousness as to remain unchallenged, having been embraced as part of the nature of things. There no doubt are liberals and progressives in Hollywood who themselves remain unaware of how their efforts serve the powers that be. Alford ends this book with a plea that we should all heed, a call for a freer, less concentrated system of ownership and production in which filmmakers would create imaginative and compelling narratives and be less afraid to interrogate the corporate roots of US power. In short, to make better films, and therefore Oscar nights, that serve democracy instead of plutocracy. Chapter 1. Hollywood Screened. Conventional wisdom holds that Hollywood has long opposed and undermined US power. From its inception in the early 20th century, the LA-based movie industry was viewed with suspicion by European and American elites who saw it as a degraded Jewish influence, undermining traditional values with minority views. In the 1950s, conservative concerns about communists in Hollywood became so severe that the US embarked on a purge, blacklisting thousands of film workers who were considered un-American. Setting the tone of public debate for the 1990s and beyond, Michael Medved's bestseller Hollywood vs. America argued that since at least the 1960s, Hollywood had presented America, including its military, as the enemy. In fact, as Real Power demonstrates by analysing scores of high-budget contemporary movies that depict the application of US power, such as True Lies, 1994, Independence Day, 1996, and Iron Man, 2008, the film industry routinely promotes the dubious notion that the United States is a benevolent force in world affairs, and that unleashing its military strength overseas has positive results for humanity. US intervention, furthermore, is rendered not preemptive, but rather the only reasonable response to bad guys, and the best way in which the US can gain closure. Absent from these films is much, if any, sense that US authorities serve private interests, although there may be bad apples who are weeded out by the system itself, that US action is irrational or nationalistic, or that there might be more satisfying and effective, peaceful solutions worth pursuing. The most critical position Hollywood adopts on screen is to say that well-meaning forays into other countries may backfire, with Americans, particularly those representatives of powerful institutions, being the significant victims of such innocent lapses, as in Black Hawk Down, 2002, Munich, 2005, and The Siege, 1998. These films are not usually made or rejected through conspiracies, censorship, or other heavy-handed government activity, but rather, as George Orwell put it in regard to literary censorship, unpopular ideas can be silenced and inconvenient facts kept dark without the need for any official ban, not because of direct government intervention, but rather because of a general tacit agreement that it wouldn't do to mention that particular fact. It is the case that there is some public demand for simplistic, unchallenging narratives, and also that it's not always easy within traditional genre constraints to present more interrogative political perspectives. However, there are several less obvious but decisive industrial factors that ensure Hollywood generates considerable sympathy for the status quo and indeed frequently glorifies US institutions and their use of political violence. The cumulative effect of these factors, which are discussed below in detail, is that it is extremely difficult for a film to emerge through the Hollywood system that criticizes US power at a systematic level, while it is relatively easy for an explicitly pro-establishment or status quo film to be made, particularly one which is America-centric and at ease with the spectacle of US high-tech violence against villainous foreigners. Of course, most of the time, any issues of US power politics are simply ignored altogether in favour of other narratives, with a particular emphasis on formulaic, commercially friendly films and franchises that dominate the highest box office lists. So what are these factors and how do they affect the content of Hollywood studio productions? Concentrated corporate ownership. Just 6 theatrical film studios, known collectively as the majors, control the vast majority of the world's movie business, from production to distribution. Disney, Columbia / Sony Pictures Entertainment, Paramount Pictures, 20th Century Fox, Warner Brothers, and Universal. The majors are owned by multinational parent corporations, respectively the Walt Disney Company, Sony, Viacom Inc., News Corp, Time Warner Inc., and, until 2009, General Electric and Vivendi. Smaller but still significant companies include MGM, United Artists, Lionsgate, as well as DreamWorks SKG, which is named after its billionaire founders, Steven Spielberg, Jeff Katzenberg, and David Geffen. These studios are basically distributors, banks, and owners of intellectual copyrights, summarizes Richard Fox, Vice President of Warner Brothers. Claiming that its cultural heritage must not be surrendered to another nation, the US government has jealously protected the US film market, as well as supporting the majors with numerous tax incentives, representation at an international level, and very relaxed media consolidation rules. Some of the majors have overseas owners, News Corp, which is Australian, Vivendi, which is French, and Sony, which is Japanese. But Washington limits foreign ownership to 25%, and control of studio output remains in California and New York. The magazine Canadian Business even dubbed the studios Hollywood's welfare bums. What impact does concentrated corporate ownership have on film content? First of all, it has squeezed out competition from foreign films, which accounted for nearly 10% of the North American market in the 1960s, 7% by the mid-1980s, but just 0.5% by the late 1990s. For the 2006 Oscars, a record 91 countries submitted entries to the foreign language category, but only 7 had American distributors. Variety magazine had already summed up the situation with a pithy headline: Earth to Hollywood, You win. Thus, while of course Hollywood is aware of its international markets, it is liable to make films about and for America and Americans, marginalising the importance of foreigners and foreign perspectives. Secondly, the majors use their main tool, capital, to set the industry standards for bankable stars and high-tech special effects, thereby marginalising lower budget productions. But with the average cost of producing and marketing a movie skyrocketing to $106.6 million in 2007, the last year for which data was actually released, studio executives are under pressure not to squander any opportunity to maximise profits. Films will consequently tend to avoid political narratives that are unfamiliar to American audiences. Producer Robert Evans explains that filmmakers don't do the unexpected. They're too scared and the prices are too high. Evans believes it would no longer be possible to make a movie like The Godfather from 1972, the biting metaphor for capitalism in America that he helped to make in the 1970s, because studios would consider it too risky for the price tag. Former president of Paramount, David Kirkpatrick, agrees. The result is that, quote, you need a homogenized piece of entertainment, something that's not particularly edgy, particularly sophisticated. That much is accurate, although Kirkpatrick's characterization of the resultant output as fluffy is not so appropriate for the scores of distinctly non-fluffy national security-themed films discussed in this book, such as The Kingdom from 2007, Body of Lies from 2008, and Vantage Point from 2008. Commercialization. Product placement and merchandising deals for toys, clothing, novelizations, and soundtracks are attractive to movie makers because even if the movie fails, the manufacturer incurs the loss. This is only fair since the movie is the advertisement. Product placement in motion pictures is valued at $1.2 billion annually, and since the average movie costs $30 million just to market, such deals can be very useful in adding millions to turnover. Indeed, the James Bond movie, Die Another Day, from 2002, made between $120 and $160 million from associated brands for the 20 or so product placements. Nowadays, and particularly since the 1960s, the majority of Fortune 500 companies are involved in product placement, and specialist companies exist to place products as efficiently and as comprehensively as possible. We choose products where we have maximum control, explained one plugster as early as 1990. We break a film down and tell the producers exactly where we want to see our clients' brands. Films like Superman, Man of Steel, and another James Bond film, Skyfall, made similarly huge amounts of money from product placement. The most obvious impact on Hollywood productions is that the value placed on artistic quality is further diminished. Studios are run by MBAs whose entire training and experience is to avoid risk, explained Mark Litwack in an article that pointed to the importance of networking rather than creative talent in Hollywood. Ironically, it's movies that are the most original that become blockbusters. People want variety, even if studios don't, he said. Peter Bart, editor-in-chief of industry magazine Variety, recalls his experiences of making the decision to move a film project to the pre-production phase, known as greenlighting. The greenlight meeting, when I first started at Paramount, would consist of maybe 3 or 4 of us in a room. Perhaps 2 or 3 of us would have read the script under discussion, and people said stupid things like, I kind of like this movie, or I look forward to seeing this movie. Inane things like that. The greenlight decision process today consists of maybe 30 or 40 people. There's one group there to discuss the marketing tie-ins. How much will McDonald's or Burger King put up? There's somebody else there to discuss merchandising, toy companies, and so forth. Someone else is there to discuss what the foreign co-financiers might be willing to put up. So everyone is discussing the business aspects of this film. And it's sometimes unusual for someone actually to circle back round and talk about the script, the cast, the package, whether the whole damn thing makes any sense to begin with. Bart goes on to explain that the movies that are now being made are those which appeal to the marketing and distribution team most of all. They have the heavy vote. In some cases, large chunks of script are generated with the primary aim of selling products, as with James Bond's BMW scene in GoldenEye from 1995, the extensive Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan brand associations in Space Jam from 1998, and the alien in Mac and Me from 1988, who lives on a diet of Coke and Skittles. Just as insidious, though, explains David Lancaster, a fog of fudge and compromise hangs over almost everything, and the order of the day is happy endings, light entertainment, and an absence of disturbing political narratives. The economic penalties for not buying into this system can be serious.
In 1997, Reebok sued TriStar Pictures, claiming it had reneged on its promise to feature its placement prominently in the happy ending scene of Jerry Maguire. The parties settled out of court, purportedly for millions, and the Reebok advert was reinstated for the DVD. In a similar case in 1990, Black & Decker settled a $150,000 lawsuit out of court over a promotion it had developed for a drill that Bruce Willis ended up not using in Die Hard 2. There was also the case of the kids' cartoon movie Iron Giant from 1999, an unusually sensitive Cold War allegory, which was a box office flop despite receiving a spectacular 97% rating on RottenTomatoes.com. A major reason was that the film had been poorly marketed by Warner Brothers. Writer Tim McAnalys explained, "We had toy people and all of that kind of material ready to go, but all of that takes a year. Burger King and the like wanted to be involved. In April, we showed them, Warner Brothers, the movie, and we were on time. They said, 'You'll never be ready on time.' No, we were ready on time. We showed it to them in April, and they said, 'We'll put it out in a couple of months.' That's a major studio. They have 30 movies a year, and they just throw them off the dock and see if they either sink or swim, because they've got the next one in right behind it." After they saw the reviews, Warner Brothers were a little shamefaced. Others took away a more reductive lesson from the experience on Iron Giant. "People always say to me, 'Why don't you make smarter movies?'" said Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, Warner Brothers president of production at the time. "The lesson is, every time you do, you get slaughtered." Jay May, president of a Los Angeles-based product placement agency, sees the logical outcome of Hollywood's commercialization emerging on DVDs, where all of a sudden a barcode is going to pop up letting you know that something in that scene is for sale, and you'll be able to buy it right off the screen. Perhaps such a sales device could include the cigarette brand smoked on screen by the likes of Sylvester Stallone and Timothy 007 Dalton, for which they each pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe Desert Eagle guns used extensively by Arnold Schwarzenegger in pictures like Commando from 1985, Last Action Hero from 1993, and Eraser from 1996 will be available at the press of a button. Or could it be that we will soon simply be able to touch our screens and buy a stake in the aerospace arms giant Boeing that is credited in the Iron Man franchise? Hardly fertile ground for dissenting voices. Hollywood must also sell the film itself, of course. To do so, instant brand recognition has become key. Hollywood output is now highly derivative, characterized by sequels, prequels, adaptations, and remakes, especially among the highest grossing products. It used to be sequels on average earned about 65% of the gross of the original, explains Jeffrey Anwar, Columbia's president of marketing. Now, if you make a good one, you can earn more than the original, sometimes much more. This contributes again to the frequently lamented result that studios are set on fiscally predictable fare rather than on making Oscar-caliber material. To illustrate, Jeremy Pixar, the screenwriter of Warren Beatty's satire on US domestic politics, Bulworth, from 1998, said that Universal producer Tom Gregg told him his pitch for Bulworth was a really good story and it could be a really good movie, but that Craig's studio would never buy it. Craig explained that we don't want to buy things that have to be well made to be successful, and added, but if you say Tom Hanks and a bulldog are partners in a police thing, in reference to Disney's Turner and Hooch from 1989, it could be the worst movie ever made and we won't lose a dime. Turner and Hooch certainly didn't lose a dime. The significant overseas markets mean that filmmakers are liable to internationalize their messages where possible, but this is not necessarily part of an opening for dissenting viewpoints. Indeed, Hollywood's attempts to appeal to foreigners and kids can easily lead to ever more simplified stories and dialogue. For example, conservatives were horrified that the 2009 action film G.I. Joe changed the old GI acronym to mean Global Integrated Joint Operating Entity rather than government issued. This was indeed a sop to the international market, but the G.I. Joe team was still largely comprised of Americans fighting for the West, and the film was labelled by the Atlantic Monthly as the Green Berets of the Iraq War after the 1968 John Wayne Vietnam War propaganda film. Foreign markets, though growing, are not necessarily going to reverse the trends I discuss here in this book. Modern filmmakers also now routinely make use of test screenings, where sample audiences of 300 to 500 people provide feedback. While these can, of course, be useful in determining quality, their political impact is likely overall to encourage conformity. People fill in test cards according to social norms, so they don't necessarily reflect a true reaction to the film, explains Australian director Bruce Berestu. Psychological studies such as the Asch conformity experiments, which showed the effects of peer pressure, support Berestu's observation. This might explain why cinematic villains often score badly, no matter how well they are depicted by the actor. Michael Medavoy, chair of Phoenix Pictures, says there's a kind of homogenization built into the film testing system, and no one at the studios is willing to take chances anymore, anticipating how they'll test. Specifically in terms of foreign policy films, if it weren't for test audiences who balked at John Rambo's suicide depicted at the end of First Blood from 1982, we might never have had one of cinema's most enduring symbols of interventionist foreign policy. Similarly, test audiences' desires for happy endings to Rules of Engagement in 2000 and Basic in 2003 apparently led to studio decisions to heroize state-sanctioned murder by the main characters, despite the original intentions of the filmmakers. Another classic case is the musical Little Shop of Horrors from 1986, where the original ending had the metaphor for American consumerism, a giant man-eating plant taking over the entire world. Test audiences rejected the idea, and we were treated to a happy ending instead. State support and infiltration. Government and corporate bureaucracies such as the Pentagon, the Department of Defense or DoD, have public relations divisions which ensure special access to the media. Filmmakers have made use of military advice and material to save costs and create authentic-looking films since the early 20th century, including the Ku Klux Klan recruitment classic Birth of a Nation from 1915 and the Oscar-winning Wings from 1927, typically in exchange for scripts that are highly favourable to recruitment and public relations drives. This can involve extensive rewrites and screenings for the brass before public release. Major David Georgie, one of the Army's on-set technical advisors, says poetically, "If they don't do what I say, I take my toys and go away." Some films, such as Top Gun, 1986, Pearl Harbor from 2001, and Behind Enemy Lines from 2001, are so dependent on the Department of Defense that it seems unlikely that they could have been made without DoD assistance. Ridley Scott said that he could have made Black Hawk Down, 2002, without the Pentagon, but I'd have had to have called it Huey Down, in reference to the much smaller brand of helicopter. He was joking, of course. The film was completely reliant on the Black Hawks because he was recreating the Battle of Mogadishu in Somalia, where these helicopters were famously shot down. The Pentagon's muscle was similarly demonstrated over the controversial big money script Countermeasures. In 1994, Daily Variety reported that Disney subsidiary Touchstone had revived its zeal for the film following Sigourney Weaver's decision to come aboard. Although producer Gail Ann Hurd had not yet nailed down a director, Peter Osterland and Amy Brooke Baker had written the script with rewrites by Darryl Poniscan. Weaver was to play a Navy psychiatrist who uncovers a murderous crime ring on board a nuclear aircraft carrier during the Persian Gulf War. She also finds out that her patient was part of a White House cover-up to ship jet parts to Iran in a plot that echoes the real-world 1980s Iran-Contra scandal, wherein the Reagan administration secretly sold weapons to its ostensible enemy Iran in order to create a slush fund for the Contra army in Nicaragua. Investigative reporter David Robb found that when the Pentagon read the Countermeasures script, it refused to cooperate, commenting, "There's no need for us to denigrate the White House or remind the public of the Iran-Contra affair." On hearing that the Department of Defense had turned it down, the Spanish Navy followed suit. The filmmakers needed an aircraft carrier, so the Department of Defense's decision effectively terminated the production. The majors were so keen on Pentagon support that when the DoD Hollywood liaison Phil Strubb found his job under threat as part of an overall downsizing of Department of Defense spending, production executives were up in arms, and Jack Valenti wrote to Defense Secretary William Cohen to campaign successfully for Strubb to remain in post. Similarly, the Writers Guild of America, which claims to fight for the creative rights of its members, has never complained about Pentagon interference, and David Robb found that one of its presidents, Charles Holland, was a former Army officer and writer for JAG, who wholeheartedly endorsed Pentagon involvement. Other government agencies such as NASA, Homeland Security and the Secret Service have been able to exert some influence over scripts by offering assistance on products, though none of them have the Pentagon's leverage. Historically, the FBI wielded influence, working on projects like G-Men, 1935, The Untouchables, a series from 1959 to 63, The FBI Story in 1959, and the highly deferential ABC TV series The FBI from 1965 to 1974, which actually thanked J. Edgar Hoover for his cooperation on the credits of every episode. If you follow spyculture.com, you'll find that the FBI has reinvigorated its efforts since publication of this book. Indeed, there is more to be discovered about this whole area of government influence by reading books I've been involved in, The Writer with No Hands, National Security Cinema, and also the 2022 documentary Theatres of War. The CIA's role in Hollywood remains relatively significant, judging by what little information has been made public. The historical context is instructive. Letters discovered in the Eisenhower Presidential Library from the secret agent Luigi G. LaRouche, the paramount executive who worked for the CIA's Psychological Strategy Board, the PSB, revealed just how far the CIA was able to reach into the film industry in the early days of the Cold War. For instance, LaRouche reported that he had secured the agreement of several casting directors to subtly plant well-dressed Negroes into films, including a dignified Negro butler who has lines indicating that he's a free man in Sangari, film from 1953, and another in a fancy golf club scene for the Dean Martin Jerry Lewis vehicle, The Caddy, from 1953. Elsewhere, the CIA arranged the removal of key scenes from the film Arrowhead from 1953, which questioned the US treatment of Apache Indians, including a sequence where a tribe is forcibly shipped and tagged by the US Army. Such changes were specifically enacted to hamper the USSR's ability to exploit its enemy's poor record in race relations. The CIA made other efforts specifically on foreign policy issues. The PSB tried, unsuccessfully, to commission Frank Capra to direct Why We Fight the Cold War and to provide details to filmmakers about conditions in the USSR in the hope that they might use them in their movies. More successfully, in 1950, the CIA, the Office of Policy Coordination, the OPC, and the PSB cooperated to buy the rights and invest in the cartoon of George Orwell's Animal Farm from 1954, which was given an anti-Soviet spin to satisfy its covert investors. The Michael Redgrave feature, 1984, from 1956, overseen by the CIA-supervised American Committee for Cultural Freedom, was altered to associate Big Brother more with communism. Graham Greene's novel, The Quiet American, from 1955, depicted the killing of a CIA protagonist because he has discovered manufacturing plastic explosives for an anti-communist terror campaign in Indochina. For the 1958 film version, the plastic explosives became plastic toys meant to be doled out to Vietnamese children, but the agent is brutally murdered by communists anyway. The change was suggested by CIA operative Edward Lansdale, the man behind the sabotage and assassination operations in Cuba, and the inspiration for Marlon Brando's Ugly American from 1963, when he met producer-director Joseph L. Mankiewicz, scouting for locations in Vietnam. Executive Vice President of Figaro Productions, Robert Lance, met with CIA Director Alan Dulles, who liked the direction the film was taking and offered government assistance. After watching the movie, Graham Greene remarked, "One could almost believe the film was made deliberately to attack the book and the author." It was. Trying to get information from the CIA and their involvement in the entertainment industry is not easy. Daniel Lieb, author of Orwell Subverted from 2007, commented, "The information I requested about Animal Farm might just as well have gone down Orwell's memory hole." In 1995, the CIA began pursuing an ostensibly more open policy, setting up its own Hollywood liaison office and advising on several movies, either as a formal organization or by individual case officers, such as Enemy of the State from 1998, Bad Company from 2002, and, significantly for this book's focus on US foreign policy, Charlie Wilson's War from 2007 and The Good Shepherd from 2006. The CIA advised on the television series 24, Alias and JAG, and was even more intimately involved in The Agency and the 1997 TV movie In the Company of Spies, starring Tom Berenger. Both were filmed at CIA's Langley headquarters with technical advice teams. In 2007, former Associate General Counsel to the CIA, Paul Kelberg, delivered a lecture on the CIA's relationship with Hollywood, at which a local journalist was present. The journalist, who wishes to remain anonymous, wrote a review of the lecture which related Kellberg's discussion of the 2003 thriller The Recruit, starring Al Pacino. The review noted that, according to Kellberg, a CIA agent was on set for the duration of the shoot under the guise of a consultant, but that his real job was to misdirect the filmmakers. Quote, "We didn't want Hollywood getting too close to the truth," the journalist quoted Kellberg as saying. Peculiarly, in a strongly worded email to me, Kellberg emphatically denied having made the public statement and claimed that he remembered very specific discussions with senior CIA management that no one was to ever misrepresent to affect film content, ever. The journalist considers Kellberg's denial weird and told my colleague that after the story came out, Kellberg emailed me and loved it. I think maybe it's just that because the lecture was just in Lynchburg, he was okay with it. You know, like no one in Lynchburg is really going to pay much attention to it. In 1997, the CIA's first entertainment liaison officer, Charles Chase Brandon, was advising on Gary DeVore's The Big Steal, an unusually critical feature film script set during the 1989 US invasion of Panama. A draft contains lines like, "Shit, we're really kicking the crap out of this itty-bitty country to get one man, General Noriega. It's embarrassing," with the reply, "Starting a war you can't lose is good for morale." The story presents a country ravaged by the US military, in which the Pentagon takes advantage of the chaos to steal Noriega's laundered drug money. However, just as the script was completed and the production deal finalized, Gary DeVore disappeared while driving home through California's Aerospace Valley. A year later, his car was found in a shallow aqueduct, with a decomposed corpse dressed in DeVore's clothing sitting in the front seat. Three things were strangely absent: DeVore's gun, his script, and both his hands. The LA County Sheriff's Department decided not to mount a criminal investigation, and the DeVore case was laboriously described as a bizarre accident, although at least one law enforcement professional held private doubts, and some friends and family have raised muted cries of murder. Only the first 51 pages of an early draft of The Big Steal remain, unread by virtually anyone. If you're interested, read my book on this, which came out after this book. It's called The Writer with No Hands. Whatever the precise truth of these tales, the CIA admits to having an impact on scripts during pre-production. When interviewed by Tricia Jenkins, the CIA's 2007 to 2008 Hollywood liaison, Paul Barry, said, "The added value we provide is at a story's inception. We can be a tremendous asset to writers developing characters and storylines." This sentiment was seconded in Jenkins' interview with the CIA's Tony Mendez, who advised on the agency and testified that Brandon was very adept at wielding his influence, especially during a film's early stages. In a recent interview with Spy Game and the agency writer Michael Frost Beckner, he reveals that Brandon often suggested plotlines in order to intimidate terrorists. Quote, "Terrorists watch TV too. Scare them," and to think through assassination scenarios. One wouldn't have thought that the elected White House itself could be so brazen as the CIA. However, in 2000, it was revealed that its drug war officers had spent millions of dollars paying the major US networks to inject war on drugs plots into the scripts of primetime series such as ER, The Practice, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and Chicago Hope. Then, on the 11th of November 2001, the Bush administration spread its post-9/11 message on foreign policy to the entertainment media when at least 40 top Hollywood executives met with Karl Rove, Bush's chief political advisor. Almost all major studios, TV networks and unions were represented, as well as Hollywood's overarching trade association, the Motion Picture Association of America, the MPAA, which has since its early days referred to itself as a little State Department. Rove outlined several themes he wanted Hollywood to publicize. The US campaign in Afghanistan is a war against terrorism, not Islam. People can serve in the war effort in their communities. US troops and families should be supported. 9/11 requires a global response. This is a fight against evil, and government and Hollywood are responsible for reassuring children of their safety. Employing exemplary doublethink, Rove made his request while insisting that, quote, content of films was off the table, and there was supposedly to be, quote, no propaganda. One of those attending, the producer Lionel Chetwynd, commented, "There was a feeling around the table that something is wrong if half the world thinks we're the great Satan, and we want to make that right." Paramount Pictures chief Sherry Lansing said that about 150 people from the creative community who she declined to identify had volunteered their talents. It's hard to say to what extent actual Hollywood products and activities were directly prompted by this meeting and subsequent closed meetings. There was certainly an initial flurry of celebrity activity as USO tours and public service announcements utilised the likes of Jennifer Lopez, Brad Pitt, Robin Williams, George Clooney, Matt Damon, Julia Roberts, and Mariah Carey. Chetwynd went on to make dramas like the White House-supported DC 9/11 Time of Crisis from 2003 and the anti-Michael Moore documentary Celsius 4111 from 2004. A 5-minute short film, Enduring Freedom, from 2002, also emerged, made by Hollywood for the Marines and Navy and distributed by Regal Entertainment Group, the nation's largest theatre chain. The film used the 9/11 Twin Towers attacks to encourage recruitment, in which a Navy man says, "Nobody's going to come over and tell my kids how to run their life or take their freedoms away." Elsewhere, unprecedented short adverts were screened to recruit CIA agents. Again, there's much more about this in the work of people like Tom Secker, Tricia Jenkins, Roger Stahl, and myself, including in the documentary film Theatres of War from 2022. As with merchandising, what the internal record outlined above does not show is the inevitable self-censorship which goes on when any filmmaker anticipates involvement from the national security apparatus. Indeed, the consequences can be severe. All CIA agents sign a lifelong disclosure form, meaning that anything they write must be submitted to a review board to be edited before publication. According to my sources, the penalty for non-adherence is that the CIA can seize their assets, which is one reason why it hardly ever happens, the Book of Syriana being an exception, as the CIA thought it was more prudent to ignore it. Similarly, if the DoD decides that a filmmaker isn't playing ball, it is able to prevent screenings of the movie on all of its properties around the world, a significant market, as happened with the film 13 Days from 2000 about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Retribution by the powerful. The ability to punish films and filmmakers is invariably related to power. Grassroots pressure groups have had some successes too, but not on the same scale as government, military and corporate forces. Such entities are not always successful in their suppressive efforts, but they are at least a disincentive to anyone aspiring to question the foreign policy system in Hollywood. The most famous case is that of Jane Fonda, who campaigned against the Vietnam War. She was most reviled for being photographed behind communist weaponry in 1972, a mistake she regretted, but which left her open to the charge that she opposed US troops. Fonda had in fact worked with Vietnam Veterans Against the War, an organisation that believed individual soldiers should not be made scapegoats for policies designed at the highest levels of government. Also rather less well known, the FBI used false pretences to arrest her and acquire her personal records. Politicians variously said, "I think we should cut her tongue off," and called for her to be tried for treason and executed. The Nixon White House seriously compared their surveillance and overall treatment of Hanoi Jane with that of Soviet Premier Brezhnev. Fonda has remained politically active throughout her life, but has never shaken off the associations constructed by the government in the early 1970s. She was publicly silent about the Persian Gulf War, and according to the tabloids at least, this is because pro-war cable television magnate and husband-to-be Ted Turner insisted, "If you love me, you'll shut up," lest she be dubbed Baghdad Jane. Airport 1970 star Gene Seberg caved in under similar pressure. In 1970, as part of its counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, the FBI decided to neutralize the married and pregnant Seberg because of her financial support for the Black Panthers. Declassified documents show that the Los Angeles Times printed a lie that had been leaked by the FBI, namely that the father of Seberg's unborn child was a prominent Black Panther. Shocked by the story, Seberg immediately collapsed and went into labor. Her baby daughter, revealed to be white after all, died 3 days later. Seberg then attempted to commit suicide on the anniversary of the child's death every year until 1979, until she finally succeeded. Just over a year later, her husband Gary also killed himself. FBI head J. Edgar Hoover had been directly involved in the operation to ruin Seberg's life, just as he had tried unsuccessfully to spread through a gossip columnist the lie that Jane Fonda exhorted a crowd of Black Panthers to chant, "We will kill Richard Nixon and any other motherfucker who stands in our way." There are many other cases of powerful people and organisations causing problems for films and filmmakers. As such, any deviation from standard ideological lines can receive considerable opprobrium, and the right has a particularly well-organised attack machine in operation. On the eve of the Iraq War, the Rupert Murdoch-owned New York Post called for a boycott of products by the likes of Susan Sarandon, Sean Penn, Gian Garofalo, Martin Sheen and Danny Glover, all of whom opposed the war. The following month, Tim Robbins' invitation to attend the 15th anniversary screening of his film Bill Durham, 1988, at the National Baseball Hall of Fame was revoked because the Hall of Fame's president, a former Reagan administration press secretary, felt Robbins' presence might harm US efforts in Iraq. Disney made the release of Michael Moore's Fahrenheit 9/11 from 2004 difficult by telling its subsidiary Miramax not to distribute the film because it feared the political fallout. Disney denied the claims that it ditched the film because Moore was challenging the interests of its parent company, which had links with the Bush and Saudi royal families. Subsequently, CBS, NBC and NBC all refused to advertise the DVD in between their news programming, which stunned the distributor Sony, according to an investigation by LA Weekly. Fox News anchor Bill O'Reilly gave a series of vitriolic straight-to-camera pieces about the vile Brian De Palma film Redacted from 2007, accusing the film of putting US troops in even more danger. At the same time, a Republican-ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, Duncan Hunter, also complained to the chairman of the MPAA that the film portrays American service personnel in Iraq as uncontrollable misfits and criminals. The film was screened in just 15 theaters throughout the US. Anyone intimating that Zionist organizations, lobbyists, or Israel itself might not be striving for all things holy is equally liable to receive a particularly swift lashing. For instance, the Zionist Organization of America, the ZOA, called for a boycott against Steven Spielberg's Munich, 2005, which had dared to raise the concern that by adopting a necessarily brutal secret assassination program, we might make ourselves emotionally upset. There are other historical precedents too. The US Justice Department can prohibit unwelcome film imports by invoking the 1938 Foreign Agents Registration Act. It did so successfully in the 1980s, leading to a ban on Canadian documentaries about nuclear war and acid rain, which it had labelled political propaganda. Gulf and Western, then the parent company of Paramount, quietly tried to thwart the release of Haskell Wexler's classic anti-war documentary Medium Cool in 1969, apparently due to its economic ties to the Democratic Party, which was criticised in the film. Wexler explains, "Paramount called me and said I needed release forms from all the protesters in the park, which was impossible to provide. Although Paramount was obliged to release the film, they successfully pushed for an X rating, advertised it feebly, and forbade Wexler from taking it to film festivals." In summary then, all publicity is not necessarily good publicity when filmmakers come up against the strict limits of dissent in the US political system. In this context, it is worth noting that the motion picture industry itself is not exactly renowned for its day-to-day human decency. Producer John Avnet opined that working hard, doing good work, being loyal, and paying your dues count for nothing in Hollywood. You will find people willing to compromise their souls to work in Hollywood. It breeds a kind of person who is invested completely in power and money, and human considerations and concerns are secondary. In an extensive series of anonymised interviews with industry figures, the magazine Fade In documented the inner business workings of the studios, including widespread allegations of brutish behaviour by numerous executives, often naming names. One screenwriter claims, "Paramount is a mess. I've worked on a number of movies at Paramount, and I believe it comes from the top." The parent company, Viacom Chief Executive Officer Sumner Redstone, likes instability in his executive branch. He doesn't want anyone to feel too secure in their position. A producer claims that Fox hate filmmakers, they hate producers, and they hate directors after the movie is shot. It's common knowledge that Chief Executive Officer Tom Rothman hates producers. He's very vocal about it, but they're unbelievable marketers. A director claims, "Everyone there is operating out of fear. Everyone is scared of the iron fist, whether it's Rupert Murdoch or Peter Chernin or Tom Rothman, so the atmosphere is a negative atmosphere." Fade-In's revelations include eye-watering claims of racism and sexism, indicating that the open-minded liberalism of Obama's America does not hold true when it comes to hiring minorities and women to write, direct, and produce projects. Similarly, the National Association of the Advancement of Coloured People, NCAP, claimed that racial and ethnic minorities still face employment and promotion opportunities which are directly tied to highly subjective practices, resulting in a serious shortage of minorities, particularly in television. Neil Gabler, author of An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood, prefers to call this the result of a set of traditions, misconceptions, fears, and prevarications, which have the unfortunate effect of racism without its motive. The entertainment industry has been especially resistant to Muslim and Arab presences, partly because they have little in terms of an organised pressure group.
There are numerous instances reported where Arabs, having been typecast as terrorists, have anglicised their names and even changed their ethnic appearance in attempts to further their careers. Other explanations. What about the apparently benign explanation for the lack of critical content in Hollywood cinema? One common assumption is that generic conventions, particularly in action-adventure films, are not conducive to generating oppositional narratives. It is true that the easiest film to write would be a US soldier going behind enemy lines and killing a stereotypical enemy, but films throughout Hollywood history have broken the mould, and all films can find ways, even if just by making small and simple cuts and adaptations, to reduce their slavishness to, or glorification of, established power systems. Another argument is that audiences actually demand simplistic escapism, and so cinema will always produce stereotypical fodder. Yet if simplicity is all that is required, films would be able to promote slogans expressing solidarity against government and corporate repression like freedom to the workers and no blood for oil, but this is not the case, so political factors appear to be decisive. Nor should filmmakers in a truly free political system feel bound by what they think audiences expect. The renowned creative writing instructor Robert McGee draws the distinction between a stereotype and an archetype. The former is narrow, stale, and culture-specific, while the latter is so true to humankind that it journeys from culture to culture. Good stories, McGee informs us, should be archetypal. He explains that we watch movies to live in a fictional reality that illuminates our daily reality. We do not wish to escape life, but to find life, to use our minds in fresh, experimental ways, to flex our emotions, to enjoy, to learn, to add depth to our days. In other words, audiences enjoy being challenged rather than patronised. McGee is presumably not a fan of Not Without My Daughter from 1991, which shows repressive Iranian families, or In the Army Now from 1994, which shows filthy Arabs, or Collateral Damage from 2002, which shows murderous Colombians. But any tendency towards social responsibility and political free thought are feeble at best in Hollywood, and in such an atmosphere, the movie industry is liable to fall into reinforcing ideologies that are promoted by official and unofficial mouthpieces of the state. Most notably, influential commentators frequently promote foreign policy narratives that polarize good and evil, with the West as the good guy, or at least the lesser evil. This is translated well into cinema, hence communists have provided convenient enemies in countless moving pictures, from The Red Menace in 1949 and Invasion USA in 1952 to Rambo 3, 1988 and The Hunt for Red October in 1990. This does not mean that the films will necessarily present simplistic villains or heroes. For instance, in The Siege from 1998, a film about countering international Islamic terrorism on US soil, the villains are Muslims from all strata of American life. But the movie also questions the well-meaning but heavy-handed military tactics of Bruce Willis's military, which imposes martial law. Therefore, as Canadian-based broadcaster Jayan Gomeshi puts it, The Siege cloaks its offensive typecasting and hawkish ideas in the veneer of a well-meaning liberal sensibility. He adds that making a jingoistic action film that has the US military triumphing over a well-known enemy, comprised of racist caricatures, is not as easy as it once was. Not when you want credulity, not when you want to be taken seriously, and not in a racially and sexually correct era. Quite right, and this is a key stylistic factor behind films like Spy Game from 2001, Crimson Tide from 1995, and G.I. Jane from 1997, which use touchy-feely characters, the guilt-ridden assassin, the conscientious black serviceman, the female struggling in a male workplace, to promote stories that are otherwise thoroughly at ease with nationalistic violence. The notion that we are good is in fact widely assumed and propagated by policymakers and commentators on both liberal and conservative sides of the debate. Senior Fellow and Director of Europe Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, Charles A. Kupchan, endorsed Clinton's notion that the US is the indispensable nation, arguing that the US serves as a critical extra-regional balancer in Europe and East Asia, is the catalyst behind multilateral efforts to combat aggression and peacefully resolve long-standing disputes, and is the engine behind the liberalisation of the world economy. Similarly, Robert Kagan, a founding member of the neoconservative Project for the New American Century that spearheads the campaign to maintain and extend US hegemony through military strength, explained that the benevolent hegemony exercised by the United States is good for a vast proportion of the world's population. The United States and its people are guided by the kind of enlightened self-interest that, in practice, comes dangerously close to resembling generosity. Likewise, Eton Professor of Science and Government and
director of the Olin Institute of Strategic Studies at Harvard, Samuel Huntington, said that the US is the only major power whose national identity is defined by a set of universal political and economic values, namely liberty, democracy, equality, private property, and markets. Even former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, who vehemently criticized his own decisions and US war policy in Vietnam, and also more broadly, never asserted that it was driven by dominant US economic, political, and military interests to the detriment of the people of Southeast Asia. Rather, McNamara's mea culpa was predicated on the statement that we made an error not of values and intentions, but of judgment and capabilities, and puts emphasis on America's suffering while marginalizing the Vietnamese. The concept of a benevolent US foreign policy emerges from the widespread historic belief in American exceptionalism, which describes the belief that the US is an extraordinary nation with a special role to play in human history. That is, America is not only unique, but also superior among nations. The French political thinker and historian Alexis de Tocqueville was the first major figure to use the term exceptional in the mid-19th century to describe the US and the American people in his classic work, Democracy in America. But the idea of America as an exceptional entity can be traced back to the earliest colonial times. Two main strands of exceptionist thought have been commonly used to describe US foreign policy. One is that of the US as an exemplar nation, as reflected in ideas such as the city upon the hill, non-entangling alliances, anti-imperialism, isolationism, and fortress America. The other, often more dominant strand is that of the missionary nation, as represented by the ideas of manifest destiny, internationalism, the leader of the free world, and the New World Order. While both strands have been important and distinct aspects of US history and self-image, they are both similar in that they tend to assume that the US acts upon its decent values over and above the interests of its constituent domestic concentrations of power. As former President George W. Bush, who was himself on the board of Silver Screen Management from 1983 to 1993, put it in response to the 9/11 attacks, "I'm amazed that people would hate us, because I know how good we are." Hollywood liberals disliked Bush, just as they disliked his movie star predecessor Ronald Reagan, but the Reagan-Bush mentality has long underpinned Hollywood output on foreign affairs. If you believe Reagan and Bush, real power will no doubt mystify you. If you have doubts about the professed benevolence of our leaders, I hope this book will help you make sense of how films are key components of this deceptive myth. Chapter 2. Hollywood Deactivated. Regardless of all the high-level structural influences discussed in Chapter 1, what about the effects of the stars and directors themselves who are actually hands-on in the studios? Aren't we now in a fresh era of celebrity power, far removed from the cliché of the scheming, cigar-chomping moguls that dominated the mid-20th century? Tell that to Tom Cruise, the world's most powerful celebrity at the time, according to Forbes magazine, who lost his contract with Paramount in 2006 following a spate of manic public activity, including declaring his love for Katie Holmes while bouncing up and down on Oprah, the chat show, not the woman. The man who delivered the knockout blow was none other than Viacom's notoriously irascible CEO Sumner Redstone, who remarked to the Wall Street Journal, "We don't think that someone who effectuates creative suicide and costs the company revenue should be on the lot. Cruise's recent conduct has not been acceptable to Paramount." Power lists drawn up by leading publications like Forbes magazine, The Hollywood Reporter, and Vanity Fair over the past decade or so have consistently placed the likes of Redstone, News Corp's Rupert Murdoch, and a few other CEOs jockeying for the top spots. These people are the supreme rulers, the way they were in the old days when studio bosses virtually owned stars, explained Hollywood marketer Tony Angelotti. Yes, they have partners, and they have to divide up their fiefdoms, but they have unbelievable power. Director Don Simpson pointed out that the people who are at the very top of the conglomerates, by those I mean the chairman of the boards, unfortunately, sometimes, oftentimes, if not all the time, they also say yes and no to what movies get made. At the other end of the spectrum is the average screenwriter, who is basically a very well-paid typist, according to dramatist Terry George. They all get treated like shit and they are raped right and left, noted agent Bobby Thompson. One screenwriter picks out Fox for comment, saying Fox is the quintessential example of what Tim Robbins is talking about in The Player from 1992. If we can just get rid of these pesky writers and directors, we'd really have something. They feel they are making the movie, and you're there to copy down their ideas and maybe provide some snappy dialogue. I refuse to work for them because I'm not interested in being hired to be the world's most expensive typist. It's a Tim Rothman thing. It's a News Corps and Chief Operating Officer Peter Chernin thing. It's a Rupert Murdoch thing. It's the corporate culture at Fox. The whole company is run with this incredibly arrogant attitude of everything we say goes. Are these corporate leaders politically disinterested? Do they support the leftist agenda supposedly followed by the stars we know and love? Some are Democrats, to be sure, although lifelong Democrat Redstone, for instance, voted for Bush in 2004 because he thought it was a better deal for Viacom. Most importantly, virtually no one could be labelled a radical, with the odd exceptions such as the billionaire eBay founder Jeff Skoll, who set up Participant Media in 2004 with a socially emancipatory platform and made relatively challenging films like Syriana. On the other hand, many high-profile business leaders comprise what we might call a rogues gallery. Jack Welch, CEO from 1981 to 2001 of Universal's parent company General Electric, is a major Republican contributor, openly declares disdain for protocol diplomacy regulators. He employed Republican Bob Wright as the long-term boss of NBC and used to boast openly about helping turn former Liberals, NBC news anchor Chris Matthews and former NBC senior vice president Tim Russert, into neocons. Welch wore his epithet Neutron Jack as a badge of honour around the Reagan White House, though he received the name because he was known for destroying people while leaving businesses intact. He was even accused by California Congressman Henry Waxman, at the request of Al Gore, of pressuring his NBC network to declare Bush the winner prematurely in the 2000 stolen election, when he turned up unannounced in the newsroom during the poll count. NBC refused a congressional request to turn over the surveillance tapes to prove it one way or another. Welch's successor at General Electric is the Republican Jeff Immelt, who identifies Fox as the leading news outlet and is reportedly as right-wing as they come. Similarly, Jack Valenti had Washington credentials by the dozen, having been special assistant to President Lyndon Johnson before becoming head of the MPAA in 1966. Valenti was so loyal to Johnson while the president ramped up the war in Vietnam that a common phrase emerged. If LBJ dropped the H-bomb, Valenti would call it an urban renewal project. He called Oliver Stone's conspiracy classic JFK a smear and a monstrous charade, and compared it to Leni Riefenstahl's Nazi documentary Triumph of the Will from 1935, which he said was equally a propaganda masterpiece and equally a hoax. In contrast, he praised Forrest Gump, 1994, as one of his favourite films. Following the Hollywood Rove 9/11 meetings, Valenti said that Hollywood should tell Muslims that America has clothed and fed and sheltered millions and millions around the world without asking anything in return. We've educated hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world in our universities. This message from Hollywood's leading official could have sounded like a presidential speech had his rhetoric not then become quite so graphic. Americans are going to have to screw their courage to the sticking place. It's going to get brutal. Anybody captured will surely be tortured, their arms and legs torn off by these malignant zealots. Valenti apparently saw no need to caution the US about overstepping its rights domestically and or internationally, and instead explained the need to avenge the 9/11 deaths, adding that benevolence is a word that must be struck from our vocabulary in this war. In 2007, he expressed tactical opposition to the Iraq War, reluctantly, since he was aware of President Bush's personal agony in committing troops, because no matter how benign the occupiers' motives, and no matter that US troops only kill civilians by accident, the price was too high, because natives tend to resist invasions. Consider Rupert Murdoch, named several times as Hollywood's most powerful living figure, who is, quote, extraordinarily aware of the power of movies, close quote, even though he doesn't like them or the people who make them. According to Andrew Neil's full disclosure, Murdoch claims to be a man of the common people, but is much more right-wing than is generally thought, because he adapts his views for commercial gain. Neil, who worked closely with Murdoch as editor of the Sunday Times, revealed that his former boss's favourite presidential candidate in 1988 was the far-right religious fanatic Pat Robertson, that Murdoch wanted the hard-right Norman Tebbit to be British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's successor, and that he thought Oliver North, the National Security Council member who illegally sold arms to Iran, deserved the Congressional Medal of Honor. Apparently, during negotiations with China over the future of Hong Kong in the 1980s, Murdoch expressed his view that the British should make no concessions and should tell the Chinese that there's a Trident submarine off their coast. If the Red Army moves into Hong Kong, they should be left in no doubt that we'll nuke Beijing. Neil says Murdoch then thought about this for a moment before adding, though I suppose we could fire a warning nuke into a desert first. I've never found these comments duplicated online or in print, and Murdoch, who now has vast economic interests in China, presumably wants it to stay this way. In 2003, Murdoch described British Prime Minister Tony Blair as extraordinarily courageous over Iraq and predicted that the greatest thing, once the war was completed, was that the whole world will benefit from cheaper oil, hopefully $20 a barrel, which will be a bigger stimulus than anything else. Oil prices did indeed drop precipitously after 5 years of war and prompted by the worst recession since the 1930s. Congratulations, Rupert. Some Hollywood figures and companies even have a clear financial interest in actively promoting the image of a hostile world and a heroic America. For instance, Johnny Bryson simultaneously sits on the boards of the Walt Disney Company and the Boeing Company. Each board consists of only a dozen people, which makes this a particularly jarring link between the world's leading family entertainment brand and one of the world's largest arms contractors. The same is true of Lewis Coleman, who is simultaneously president and chief financial officer of Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks Animation, while also working as a non-executive chairman of the scandal-ridden arms company Northrop Grumman. General Electric is one of the wealthiest corporations in the world and invests heavily in manufacturing crucial components for high-tech warplanes, advanced surveillance technology, and essential hardware for the global oil and gas industries. 3 of GE's biggest clients are Israel, the Department of Defense, and post-Saddam Iraq. GE has been involved in numerous scandals, including admitting to bribery and fraud involving the Pentagon and Israeli Air Force, dumping pollution into the Hudson River, and testing radioactive materials on the genitals of volunteers in the 1960s. Through its ownership of 80% of Universal Studios, GE also became one of the world's major storytellers. In 2009, Comcast began the process of acquiring a controlling stake in NBC/Universal, while GE's share declined to 49%, but hopes for a better corporate culture should be tempered by various stains on Comcast's reputation, including reports that it has, quote, repeatedly given work to prominent public officials, their relatives or their friends. Even without the presence of such crazies and external interests, Hollywood would still produce similar material as a rule. Hollywood is controlled by a corporate mentality, and the upper echelons are more liable to discourage critical, investigative, or responsible films rather than directly encourage the opposite. Still, while the image of Hollywood being run by bean counters is relatively comforting, as we can see, this is not always the case, and indeed there are some suspicious cases of apparent direct interference in studio products from higher up the corporate food chain. For instance, producers of GE/NBC's miniseries Asteroid from 1997 altered the script to show off the US Air Force's jet-mounted airborne laser, a controversial and then obscure weapons technology that was being developed by a consortium which included GE. Jack Welch was certainly conscious of the importance of film. He had been infuriated by the Oscar-winning guerrilla documentary Deadly Deception, General Electric Nuclear Weapons and Our Environment from 1991, which, with a budget of just $65,000, exposed GE's disastrous involvement in nuclear weaponry. The film, which also won more than a dozen other awards and recognitions, was rejected for broadcast by the Public Broadcasting Service, PBS, supposedly because it breached network guidelines by being funded by a small activist organisation. Despite calls by Oliver Stone and Robin Williams to end the censorship, PBS refused to budge, leading to suspicions of GE's nefarious influence, but it nevertheless ultimately contributed to Welch's decision to sell off GE's arms manufacturing division in 1993. Similarly, former Reagan-era official General Alexander M. Haig Jr. worked with Frank Yablans, CEO of MGM/United Artists, to transform a script about the brutalization of the innocent and the futility of war to being a flag-waving, jingoistic movie with a backstory about America's political bankruptcy and the permissiveness of its enemies, according to Peter Bart. The film was Red Dawn from 1984, about a Soviet invasion of the United States and the subsequent uncompromising rebellion by a gang of teenagers. Bart said Haig was a stiff, unapproachable man with a total disinterest in show business, who recognised the propaganda value of the piece. Haig sat on the board of MGM for 3 decades until his death in 2010, as well as being former president of and then high-level advisor to the arms manufacturer United Technologies. The film was released as a remake in 2012. The ultimate arbiter of who can watch what is the MPAA Classification Board. Head of the board since 1988 is registered Republican Joan Graves. The identities of the rest of the members are kept secret, apparently to prevent them being subject to lobbying. The result is an unaccountable organisation making arbitrary decisions that can seriously restrict audiences for films. It is known that 2 permanent members of the appeals board are clergymen, further adding to the sense that the MPAA is a bastion of traditional morality. Violent images are apparently less likely to attract the attention of the censors than are scenes of a sexual, particularly homosexual, nature, again helping immunise from censure depictions of violence, including the variety that is bloodless and cartoonish. Such happy violence, as one study archly dubbed it, is a common facet of state representations of US-led shoot-'em/beat-'em-ups in family products like True Lies from 1994, Air Force One from 1997, The Peacemaker from 1997, and the G.I. Joe from 2009 franchise. In Apocalypse Now from 1979, Marlon Brando's Colonel Kurtz famously remarked, "We train young men to drop fire on people in Vietnam, but their commanders won't allow them to write fuck on their airplanes because it is obscene." Kurtz's comment seems appropriate in the light of the MPAA's attempt to give an R rating to Gunner Palace from 2004 because it portrayed bad language and drug use, hardly avoidable since it was a fly-on-the-wall documentary about frontline US troops in Iraq. The director, Michael Tucker, appealed the decision. A petition was started and, surprisingly, the MPAA's ruling was overturned. Tucker later drew a stark lesson from history. Quote, "When the Americans liberated the Nazi concentration camp Buchenwald, and they saw these images of people, is that PG? Is that PG-13? Is that R?" He concluded, "You can't rate reality." The MPAA nevertheless continues to try, thereby providing yet another obstacle to critical political cinema. Politics at the grassroots. What about at the level of celebrity power, though? Surely there exists what is widely described as a progressive Hollywood, characterised by figures that have embarked on what Ben Dickinson calls a tumultuous path to social justice. Such trends have been highly exaggerated. Indeed, the creative talent that has made the power lists over the past 2 decades has usually been placed a long way from pole position, and tends to be the same tiny group of familiar names, almost exclusively the actor Tom Cruise and the filmmakers Steven Spielberg, who did Saving Private Ryan and Munich, and Jerry Bruckheimer, Armageddon, Black Hawk Down, other figures like Will Smith, Independence Day, Arnold Schwarzenegger, True Lies, Collateral Damage, Brad Pitt, who made Mr. and Mrs. Smith in 2005, and George Clooney, who made The Peacemaker, have made some appearances. Strikingly, Spielberg has been keenly glad-handed by the powers that be with awards like the Defense Department's Medal for Distinguished Public Service. In the build-up to the Iraq War, Spielberg said, "If Bush, as I believe, has reliable information on the fact that Saddam Hussein is making weapons of mass destruction, I cannot not support Bush's policies," which he later insisted, in his triple negative, was not an endorsement of the war policy. At the same press conference, Tom Cruise told reporters that Bush's policies are solid and rooted in reality. Sketchy newspaper reports indicated that a year later, Cruise met Dick Cheney's chief of staff and soon-to-be convicted perjurer Scooter Libby for unspecified reasons, and that Cruise had met CIA officials to discuss ways to present the agency in as positive a light as possible for Mission Impossible 3. Meanwhile, Bruckheimer contributed financially to both George W. Bush and John McCain, and has maintained a close relationship with the Pentagon ever since Top Gun from 1986. After 9/11, Bruckheimer made a documentary television series with the Department of Defense called Profiles from the Front Line in 2003 about US troops in Afghanistan. When Bruckheimer was asked if he would screen a mammoth military cock-up or human rights violation if he came across it, he actually replied, "As long as it's not something that they, the Pentagon, would consider sensitive." In fact, even the lower stratum of celebrities in Hollywood have generally been unconcerned by America's actions beyond its borders. For example, on the eve of the Persian Gulf War in 1991, 100 Hollywood celebrities, including Tommy Lee Jones, James Woods, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Meryl Streep, Richard Gere, William Shatner, Michelle Pfeiffer, Whoopi Goldberg, Bette Midler, Kurt Russell, and Kevin Costner, recorded a charity record, Voices That Care, which assiduously avoided commenting on the legitimacy of Operation Desert Shield / Desert Storm, while endorsing whatever it was the American troops were doing out there. The song was intended to be the more overtly flag-waving Voices for Freedom, but the nationalist associations were toned down to ensure the support of such principled activists as Mike Tyson. Lyrics for the final version included the following: "Right or wrong, we're all praying you remain strong. That's why we're all here and singing along." Surely more toxic than anything Saddam Hussein dared to produce since the early 1990s at least. When US troops returned home in April 1991, Hollywood's Welcome Home Desert Storm parade deliberately excluded peace messages collated by a body of social activists. Then, as the US again dropped bombs on Iraq in 1998, following a congressional vote for regime change in that country, megastars Jack Nicholson, Barbra Streisand and Alec Baldwin showed up at a rally of 1,000 people in LA, not to protest the attacks, but to oppose Clinton's impeachment over the Monica Lewinsky sex scandal. A few months later, in the midst of NATO's bombing campaign against Serbia and the Kosovo crisis of April 1999, an extensive interview with leading dissenting Hollywood stars appeared on the pages of The Nation. None of them even mentioned foreign policy, except for a brief and pertinent comment from actor Tim Robbins, who alluded to Iraq. "You talk about the Hollywood left. Where the hell are they? The same people who will be absolutely crazy about animals being sacrificed in the name of medical research will not raise a voice about human beings who are killed in the name of oil." Meanwhile, leading liberal activist and MASH star Mike Farrell actually did speak up about Kosovo, declaring he was in favour of the war. Even with regard to the exceptionally controversial 2003 Iraq war, Hollywood celebrities were unwilling to do anything more than make the odd anti-Bush quip. Many more stayed tight-lipped. Many others like Ben Stein, who made America, Robert Duvall, who made Deep Impact, and Ron Silver, in The Company of Spies, Fahrenheit 9/11, were sympathetic to Bush's actions. James Woods declared to Jay Leno, "I love George Bush, and I always have," and became a leading voice against the fraud Michael Moore, who had used his Oscar acceptance speech to criticize the president. In 2008, Naked Gun producer David Zucker enlisted the support of stars like James Woods, Jon Voight from Mission Impossible and Pearl Harbor and Transformers and 24, Leslie Nielsen from Spy Hard, and Kelsey Grammer, swing vote, to make An American Carol, aka Big Fat Important Movie, lambasting leftist documentary maker Michael Moore and promoting a conservative view in which American liberalism results in Islamic fundamentalists taking over, you've guessed it, Hollywood. Zucker had already made a series of outrageous adverts for the Republican Party which depicted Clinton's Secretary of State Madeleine Albright giving North Korean dictator Kim Jong-il a basketball, painting the walls of bin Laden's cave, and changing a tyre for a Middle Eastern dictator's limousine. The GOP declined the ads. Soon-to-be Republican Governor of California Arnold Schwarzenegger repeatedly dodged questions about the legitimacy of the Iraq War, once reportedly when he experienced a shockingly sudden movement at one Oscar party, forcing him into the toilet and away from journalists probing his opinion on the conflict in Iraq. However, he seemed to be broadly in favour of the use of US force, as he allied himself closely with George W. Bush and had already flown to Saddam Hussein's former summer holiday palace to tell US troops on the 4th of July 2003, "Congratulations for saying hasta la vista, baby, to Saddam Hussein." When visiting Ramstein Air Base in Germany the following year to accompanying whoops and hollers, Schwarzenegger asked, "Do you know how they translate Ramstein in the English language? It means, we're gonna kick some ass." He long ago expressed the view that my relationship to power and authority is that I'm all for it. People need somebody to watch over them. 95% of the people in the world need to be told what to do and how to behave. Jack Valenti argued, "This is not an easy one, the Iraq War. That's why you don't see people clamouring on the rooftops with a megaphone." If anything, this was an understatement. In late 2002, the New York Times reported that while 104 Hollywood figures had signed a message from Artists United to Win Without War, which urged the continuance of UN weapons inspections, there was little other activity. If there is a nascent anti-war movement in America, it is not being led, at least not yet, by Hollywood, commented the New York Times, massively understating the case. By this measure, more MPs in the British House of Commons registered their disapproval of the war than all the celebrities in Hollywood combined. Lara Berchtold, former executive director of the Hollywood Women's Political Committee, which had been the town's most active opponent of the Reagan administration's covert military intervention in South America during the 1980s, said that there was a conversation about the anti-war response, but this should begin and take place in Washington, echoing the organization's lack of a public stance over Iraq in 1991. As surreal as it sounds, Bill Maher, whose politically incorrect show was cancelled after he made some politically incorrect remarks about US foreign policy, even called for a pause in the criticism of the Iraq War just after it started, although he added that this shouldn't mean we shut up indefinitely. Warren Beatty, the 1960s radical, used his words so carefully he was in danger of saying nothing at all. Quote, "The rush to pass such a far-reaching resolution before the election will be deemed by many to be opportunistic and will benefit neither the administration nor its opponents," pontificated Beatty in a widely quoted speech about Congress's vote to authorize force against Iraq. "I don't like to speak out about public matters until I'm aware enough of what I'm saying to avail myself of the attention that comes to me because I am a movie actor. I have found I need to be much more careful of what I say, because when those opinions go against the grain, then one is subjected to all kinds of ad hominem attacks. Go, Warren!" Even up to the brink of war, the media was hyping the imminent Hollywood rebellion. In an article for the BBC, Tom Brooke claimed that celebrities are proving to be the most powerful voice against a possible US attack on Iraq, surpassing the efforts of the Democrat Party to be President Bush's most vocal opposition. But this was little more than a puff piece that highlighted comments from a handful of the usual suspects, Sean Penn, Danny Glover and George Clooney. By the 3rd of March 2003, on the eve of war, the number of artists united to Win Without War had limped to 130 supporters. The artists element of Win Without War's website never even had a web link. Hollywood's political activism was more concerted in 2006, when during Israel's otherwise unpopular assault on Lebanon, 85 Hollywood figures signed a letter effectively condoning its actions. The letter, coordinated and publicised by the Israeli government in a full-page advert in the LA Times, Variety and Hollywood Reporter, blamed terrorist organisations such as Hezbollah and Hamas for having initiated the terrorist actions, and added that we need to support democratic societies and stop terrorism at all costs, apparently ignoring the fact that Hamas had been elected into power in the Palestinian territories. Hollywood's political activism was at least as concerted in 2006. Signatories included filmmakers Joel Surnow, 24, William Friedkin, Rules of Engagement, Ivan Reitman, Dave, Michael Douglas, the American president, and William Hurt, Vantage Point, all lined up behind the hard-right billionaire leaders of Tinseltown, Rupert Murdoch, the CEO of News Corp, Sumner Redstone, the CEO of Viacom, and Haim Saban, founder of Fox Family Worldwide. One might think that the participants in the anti-Lebanon campaign letter had all been influenced by Disney's exhibit at its theme park in Orlando, made with $1.8 million of Israeli government assistance that naturalized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Still, those who assign a Jewish conspiracy to Hollywood might be asked to explain the presence of Gentile signatories on the letter, including Ridley Scott, G.I. Jane, Black Hawk Down, Body of Lies, Tony Scott, Crimson Tide, Spy Game, Man on Fire, Top Gun, Nicole Kidman, The Peacemaker, and Bruce Willis, Tears of the Sun, the latter in the process of backpedaling over his apparently metaphorical public offer at a concert for US troops in Iraq to give $1 million to whoever captured Saddam Hussein and allowed him 4 seconds with the former dictator. Willis had already called President Bush and asked what I could do, but was told he was too old to join the armed forces. In sum, Hollywood's opposition to US foreign policy in the contemporary era is all too easily exaggerated. In fact, there has been widespread apathy about US power in a political environment driven by money and narrow self-interest. The Nation explained that corporate Hollywood does expect and receives legislative favours from the political forces it finances, and that Disney, Time Warner and News Corp all conducted successful lobbying efforts on targeted legislation. Liberal fundraiser Stanley K. Scheinbaum, who befriended Bill Clinton in the 1980s, explained that for Hollywood funders, their interest isn't ideological. They just want to be invited to Camp David. They want to sleep in the White House, just like I did. Even the conservative organizer David Horowitz, who despises what he sees as a liberal agenda in Hollywood, concurs, saying that 98% of people in Hollywood have no politics to speak of, or their politics are an inch deep. People do what they have to do to get ahead in this town. Director John Milius put it with characteristic bluntness, saying that if you are successful all the time, quote, you can be a member of the Nazi SS and nobody will care. Grassroots apathy towards and complicity with the general stance of state and private power sets the context for understanding how entertainment conglomerates produce movies that support the idea that the US is a benevolent power in world affairs and frequently endorse the application of US force. A note about this book. Real Power cannot examine every film in detail, but it does cover a great many relevant pictures and places a particular emphasis on those films that have some claim to be critical of US power through their own publicity or reception in the media. As such, I hope readers will recognise my coverage of the body of movies from the end of the Cold War circa 1990 to the present day, as of publication, as being fair. As this is a study of corporate output, the films discussed were produced and or distributed by the major studios. I've set a budget of approximately $30 million. Generally, where budgets are lower than this, a subsidiary or independent studio has taken more of a lead in the film's production. The final chapter of the book, The Low-Budget Battlefield, examines the films which have been championed as Hollywood's most subversive work and have come in at under the $30 million budget mark. The films that Real Power discusses are overtly political in that they show some element of the US civilian and or military authorities implementing foreign policy. Real Power does not provide detailed examination of films unless the films refer to the US role in the world to a significant degree, nor does it read films as metaphors for US foreign policy. This may seem like an obvious decision, but the practice of reading films in this way is common amongst film analysts, from Aladdin in 1992 to Toy Story in 1995 to In the Bedroom in 2001. Perhaps it is possible to usefully read more metaphorical films, but even when they do, the results hardly suggest a more radical politics bubbling under the surface of Hollywood's shining corporate skin. When analysing the films, the book examines the representation of US government, foreigners, and the effectiveness of US power in creating positive resolutions to fictional and non-fictional world events. Without examining these three aspects together, we can only attain a partial understanding. Hence, right-wing critics complain that films like Rambo First Blood Part 2 from 1985 and A Few Good Men from 1992 are anti-American because they depict unstable characters in the US military. Such an approach ignores the broader narratives in the films that perpetuate the myth that the US military was stabbed in the back during its noble destruction of Indochina, in the case of Rambo, and that the military authorities are self-correcting, as in A Few Good Men. In the same sense, just because we sympathise with the character of National Socialist Oskar Schindler in Schindler's List from 1993 does not make it a Nazi propaganda film. One of the recurrent themes of the body of films in Real Power is that even many of the most politically sophisticated of them assume the essential benevolence of US foreign policy, even where they express tactical concerns about using force. To suggest that US foreign policy is the result of deeper, more unseemly economic and political interests is virtually unsayable. Negative consequences of warfare are not the result of government policy, but rather of bad apples or rogue elements in the mix. The most reprehensible crimes, such as the US assaults on Indochina and the Middle East, at worst create trauma for the US itself. One of the strengths of such an approach to reading these films is that it closely resembles the Pentagon's own view of how movies need to be constructed for its own ends. So, for instance, the Pentagon's Hollywood liaison, Phil Strub, has even been able to ruminate on the possibility of supporting a film about the infamous 1968 My Lai massacre, where US troops wiped out hundreds of civilians. Quote, "If it is handled in such a way that the viewer understands how something horrible like that can take place in some kind of awful, catastrophic extreme of events, how people may or may not feel guilt, how wrongdoers are punished, how steps are taken to prevent that from happening again, all these are factors that would mitigate our apprehension over the subject matter." In other words, the Pentagon would consider supporting a whitewash of one atrocity that occurred a few decades ago, if such a script were to emerge. The idea of representing military campaigns in Indochina that made the death toll of My Lai look trifling by comparison, as Newsweek reported in 1972, are presumably unthinkable. To clarify, just because a film might be a conscious or unconscious endorsement of US power does not mean that it is only that. So, for instance, Independence Day from 1996 is still about aliens from outer space. United 93 from 2003 and World Trade Center from 2006 are still about real heroism. Team America World Police from 2004 is still a parody of Thunderbirds. But just because these might be their most salient, memorable, or enjoyable characteristics does not mean that we should ignore it when the same films endorse the actions of the superpower. The way that occasional films frame political events is less important than the general trends. Does it really matter, say, that G.I. Joe is consistent with government mythology about the armed forces? Not particularly in isolation, but we should see Hollywood's de facto purging of critical content right across the board as a result of a range of very disturbing factors. It is up to us to decide whether and to what extent these should be resisted. Part 2. Power Projected. If everything isn't black and white, I say, why the hell not? John Wayne. Art is not a mirror held up to reality, but a hammer with which to shape it. Bertolt Brecht. Chapter 3. War. The typical war film draws in the audience by following the journey of a small group of soldiers. It therefore has a built-in tendency to sympathise with the troops and, by extension, the status quo, hence the likes of the Pentagon-backed products Black Hawk Down from 2001 and Behind Enemy Lines from the same year. However, the genre still leaves open the possibility for narratives that challenge US benevolence. Apocalypse Now from 1979 established the insanity and brutality of US involvement in Vietnam, for example, famously juxtaposing an American helicopter assault on a poorly defended Vietnamese rural village to Wagnerian musical accompaniment. Full Metal Jacket from 1987 showed how ordinary men were dehumanized by the US military training system and then let loose in Vietnam, while Casualties of War from 1989 showed in detail and with some consideration the suffering of a Vietnamese victim at the hands of US soldiers. Remarkably, since the late 1970s and 1980s, when some space had opened up in Hollywood to criticise the Vietnam War, the debate over the conflict has shut down again. The Pentagon-backed We Were Soldiers from 2002 reenacted the US's first major engagement in Vietnam in 1965, which makes great play of Mel Gibson's Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore's honourable insistence that his feet, not those of the men he leads, will be the last off the battlefield. In Rescue Dawn from 2006, Christian Bale's US pilot crashes in Laos and escapes from a prison camp. Strikingly, the film assumes the US is doing the right thing in bombing Laos, while only tacitly acknowledging that this was a secret war and paying no heed to the fact that this was a serious, illegal escalation with a deadly legacy. Decades on, the catastrophic war in Indochina is still being thoughtlessly utilised as a convenient backdrop for Hollywood dramatisations. Over the past 20 years, however, it's been films about the Second World War that have dominated the genre and have provided particularly self-congratulatory endorsements of the benevolence of US power. Pentagon-backed films like Pearl Harbor from 2001, made with the connivance of Secretary of Defense William Cohen, Hearts War from 2002, and The Great Raid from 2005 emphasise the merits of the good war, which is typically characterised as entirely the product of the United States' legitimate concern to end the genocidal doctrine of fascism. Hollywood even rubbed out real-world British successes, leaving Americans to crack the Nazis' Enigma code without assistance in U-571 from the year 2000, land alone at Normandy in Saving Private Ryan from 1993, and in an earlier era, organise a celebrated escape from Stalag Luft POW camp in The Great Escape from 1963. Few would disagree that in reality the Allied campaign in the Second World War was overall the right thing to do. Nonetheless, we should not hide from the morally ambiguous motives and tactics of our governments, targeting civilians, the use of nuclear weapons, the cynical approach to the Soviet Union, and so on. Even the notoriously calculating former Defence Secretary Robert McNamara was able to shed a tear about his part in firebombing Tokyo. However, while some have learned lessons from the past about the nature of state behaviour, these are assiduously ignored by Hollywood. Windtalkers. The Nicolas Cage vehicle, Windtalkers from 2002, is set in 1943 and centres on the real-life story of the US Marine Corps' relationship with a group of Navajo Indian recruits in the Battle of Saipan against Imperial Japan. In the movie, Sergeant Joe Enders, Nicolas Cage, is a decorated Marine haunted by his decision to hold ground in a gunfight, leading to the deaths of his entire company. The Marine Corps assign him and Sergeant Pete Ox Anderson, Christian Slater, the task of protecting a crucial code, which is based on the little-known language of the Navajo Indians. Enders is responsible for Private Ben Yazi, Adam Beach, and in the heat of the battle must decide whether he should follow orders and execute Ben to prevent his capture by the Japanese. Initially, Windtalkers suggest that the US military may not be blandly heroic. Ender's first appearance shows him as a hapless leader, a tool of the US government, who insists that his men continue to hold suicidal positions. He then appears as Ben's emotionally stunted protector, unwilling to engage in the mission and more keen just to kill Japs. Private Chick, Noah Emmerich, expresses racist hostility to Ben. Major Mellitz, Jason Isaacs, clearly values the protection of the code over and above the well-being of the Navajo personnel. And yet all of these aspects of US power are redeemed and their controversial actions ameliorated. We are invited to gain an increased respect for Enders as he comes to realise the moral importance of his engagement, and we learn to understand that his angst comes from taking on a glut of responsibility for the deaths of his men. Because he emerges from an America that is becoming increasingly enlightened through its experiences in the Second World War, Enders is too sensitive and decent to use the Nazis' famous excuse, trotted out simplistically by Ben, but rejected by Enders, that he was only following orders. Ender's brave use of force, even when reckless, is effective in producing positive outcomes. By the finale, Enders is heroically unafraid to die and enters some kind of transcendental mindset, which raises him morally over all others and gives him quasi-messianic powers. Although Ben asks to be executed to protect the code, Enders refuses, and, through sheer willpower, no one else is going to die, he sacrifices himself to save the Navajo, giving US warplanes enough time to annihilate the Japanese positions and for him to regain his Catholic faith. The film concludes with Ben further sanctifying Joe Enders in a glorified tale of heroism to his son, named George Washington, completing his canonization even among the Navajo. The rough edges of Chick's character are also softened. His aggression towards Ben is limited, and his racism is the exception rather than the rule in the military, in stark contrast to historical accounts. Chick soon comes to the realization that the Navajo are a key part of the war effort, and he even begins to fulfill a comic function towards the end of the film. His spiritual salvation seems assured, and as such he represents the fight for a more equitable world that the United States' efforts in the Second World War were supposedly all about. The film protects the reputation of the Marine Corps leadership even more jealously. In fact, the Pentagon, which the credits thank for its crucial assistance, negotiated for weeks with the producers to ensure that the film did not explicitly say that the Marine Command ordered its men to kill the Navajo if captured, even though this is an historical fact established by Congress. The result is that Mellitz appears as a hard-nosed leader, making tough and morally appropriate decisions, and yet is simultaneously so sensitive that he cannot bring himself to say, "If it comes to it, Enders, you are going to have to take your guy out," as the original script had stated before the Pentagon put a pen through it. 2 further sequences were removed from the original script following Department of Defense pressure. In the first, a Marine stabs a dead Japanese soldier in the mouth to retrieve a gold filling. "The activity is un-Marine," said the Department of Defense, insisting on its removal and trying to pin the blame for such activities on conscripts, even though the National Archive has footage of a Marine yanking teeth from the jaw of a dead Japanese soldier. Secondly, the original script has Enders kill an injured Japanese soldier who is attempting to surrender by blasting him with a flamethrower. The Department of Defense complained, the scene was eliminated. Another scene where a Marine is brutally shot in the back by Japanese while he's handing out chocolates to children is left in for our viewing pleasure. Windtalkers has a certain novelty value because the Navajo as well as the white Americans are sympathetic characters. Even so, the film still focuses almost exclusively on the suffering of the military white contingent, especially Enders, whose angst-ridden journey dominates the film. Enders must relive his worst nightmare when Private Charlie Whitehorse, played by Roger Willey, is captured, and Enders is obliged to kill him to protect the code. At other points, a soldier runs into the battlefield to save his friend who has just had his legs blown off. "I've got you, Mac!" White Marines discuss in cliched terms what should happen to their wedding rings if they die. Christian Slater's character is graphically beheaded while defending his Navajo charge. And so, although the Navajo are supposedly the subject of the film, even the title suggesting this is the case, much more time is spent on the suffering and heroism of the Marine Corps. Racist terms are casually applied to the Japanese without comment or redress, and these are sometimes linked with expressions of violence, as in the phrase, "touchdown against the Nipponese." Far from being what the Financial Times described as a coruscating vision of why wars are fought and perhaps why and how they should be fought, Windtalkers in fact suggests that US force is morally justified because contemporary America and its military are informed by deeply entrenched values of democracy and multiculturalism. Ultimately, it is the Navajo who come to love and respect the white man, specifically the Marine Corps, who, with its consciously moronic slogan expressed within the film, "Ours is not to question why, ours is but to do or die," even though Ender's supposed benevolence consisted of little more than a brief burst of protective behaviour in amongst his more typically casual contempt for Navajo practices, which he twice calls horse shit. In turn, the white man gains respect from the Navajo, not through challenging the legitimacy of the Marine Corps, but rather by enforcing its will through violence. The Thin Red Line. An exception to the straightforward endorsement of US power was Terrence Malick's The Thin Red Line from 1998, which was denied cooperation from the Pentagon due to its depictions of cowardly soldiers, callous leaders, and alcohol abuse on the battlefield. The Thin Red Line is also set in 1943, when the first major US offensive of the Second World War is drawing to a close on the South Pacific island of Guadalcanal. The film is a remake of The Thin Red Line from 1964, which was in turn based on the 1962 book by James Jones. The exploits of a division are seen from several soldiers' perspectives. The war-weary First Sergeant Edward Walsh, played by Sean Penn, the power-hungry Lieutenant Colonel Gordon Tall, played by Nick Nolte, and the fatherly Captain James Staros, played by Elias Koteas. As in the book, the film shows that all individuals, including those in power, fight separate wars dependent on their own idiosyncratic neuroses. A particular focus of the film is on Lieutenant Colonel Tall, who, having been passed over for promotion and having never had the opportunity to fight a war until late middle age, tries to assert his authority in morally ambiguous ways. Faced with opposition from Staros, Tall temporarily relents, but ensures Staros is shipped home to Washington with a fake case of malaria, leaving a hapless new colonel in charge. The Thin Red Line creates ambiguity about the legitimacy of the struggle without actually interrogating it. At one point under fire, Welsh screams in rage that the war is about property, but neither he nor the film expands upon this allusion to the importance of great power interests. Even Marxist critics of US policy in the Second World War do not usually refer to property itself as a motivation for the US's actions, and Welsh's remark is therefore rendered as an isolated cry from a cynical character rather than a more profound insight into the workings of power systems. The civilian government is not depicted at all, and the highest authority is a group of generals shown at the outset of the film, explaining the key strategic importance of the Guadalcanal island to the war effort. With the struggle against fascism morally unassailable, particularly in contemporary movies, it's easy to read the scene as a justification for the US attack. In American History and Contemporary Hollywood Film from 2005, one of just a few books that analyse in detail modern representations of US power on film, Trevor McCriskin and Andrew Pepper point to other elements which they see as important in disrupting the official narrative of the Thin Red Line. They argue that the film shows that no one seems immune from the random, unforgiving nature of warfare, essentially endorsing the bleak viewpoint that one man cannot make any difference in such a huge war. They observe that the film admits in conclusion, through a character, Captain Bosch, played by George Clooney, that the war's not going to be over for a long time, implying that a propensity for war is central to US foreign policy. In truth, though, McCriskin and Pepper's points are rather tangential and have little bearing on the film's approach to US power. The random nature of victimhood is limited to the American soldiers only, therefore emphasising the tragedy of their involvement in the conflict. McCriskin and Pepper's analysis of Clooney's comment would be more persuasive if the film made any further reference to US foreign policy beyond 1943. As it stands, the more obvious reading is that Clooney is making a banal observation that this particular struggle against fascism will continue, as of course it did, until 1945. McCriskin and Pepper point out that such elements open up space for audiences to consider philosophically the random nature of combat from a range of American viewpoints. But if it is true that the film encourages broader musings on the nature of US foreign policy than the other Second World War films in recent years, it's not providing much useful information for that debate. Virtually the entirety of the Thin Red Line depicts the tragic, graphic suffering of American troops while they kill Japanese people from a distance, barely able to see their faces. One extended scene shows American soldiers being killed from the perspective of a Japanese machine gun. The US military are prepared to kill as well, but the film does not depict the US creating any unnecessary or civilian deaths. When the US takes the hill, we see the Japanese close up for the first time, but they are unsympathetic victims who continue their insane efforts to fight their American captors. Ultimately, the Thin Red Line does not emphasise the importance of American values in the generation of policy, as other war films typically do, nor does it actively challenge and interrogate the key assumption of US benevolence.
McCriskin and Pepper end up fluently articulating the film's ideological bent, saying that it never develops a coherent critique of the economic imperative underscoring American dominance, and for all its ruminations on the meaning and effects of war, it does little to directly challenge or undermine the myth of the good war. In many ways, then, The Thin Red Line does not depart from the premises of the archetypal war film. Like Saving Private Ryan from 1998 and many others, war is shown to be a great burden on the souls of men, but action is seen purely through American eyes, and the enemies are the usual disposable brutes. US forces in Saving Private Ryan are sent into battle for an ambiguous cause, that of rescuing a missing soldier to spare the feelings of his mother who lost her other sons. Saving Private Ryan answers the ambiguity of the mission by having present-day Ryan in tears by the graves of the fallen, asking his family if he has led a good life, as Tom Hanks's Captain Miller implored him to earn it, i.e. his rescue. Such a scene would not fit so well in Malick's darker aesthetic, but the sentiment is still there. The Second World War was a terrible experience for the greatest generation of Americans, and so it is up to its beneficiaries to ensure that their sacrifice perpetuates the noble ideals for which they ultimately fought. Black Hawk Down. In movie representations of the modern battlefield, we see the same pattern, sometimes with even less mitigation. Black Hawk Down from 2001 acts as a warning about the perils of US military intervention in a new security environment by recreating the 3rd to the 4th of October 1993 US raid on Mogadishu, the MOG, in Somalia, which resulted in the deaths of 19 US troops and nearly 100 injuries, as well as perhaps 1,000 Somali casualties. The film was promoted as a faithful recreation of the battle, with director Ridley Scott emphasising that he thinks every war movie is an anti-war movie. It was based on a book by journalist Mark Bowden, who was, prior to working on the film at least, quite critical of the behaviour of the US military in Operation Restore Hope. Despite these apparently radical indications, Black Hawk Down received considerable Pentagon assistance, including 8 helicopters and 100 soldiers. Among the Pentagon brass at the film's Washington premiere were such luminaries as Oliver North, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, and Dick Cheney. As a quid pro quo, the producers made various amendments, including changing the name of one of the characters, Ranger Specialist John Stebbins, because in real life he had been sentenced to 30 years in jail for raping and sodomizing his 6-year-old daughter. In the film, US Special Forces capture a suspected Somali arms dealer, Osman Ali Atto, a close associate of the powerful warlord General Mohammed Farah Aidid. Under pressure from Washington to achieve clearly identifiable results, the military then decides to make an audacious attempt to capture 2 other close associates of Atto at the Olympic Hotel in Bakara Market. In barracks, the US Task Force Ranger and Delta Force soldiers discuss and prepare for their mission, with attention particularly focused on the Rangers' new leader, Sergeant Eversman, played by Josh Hartnett, who expresses a moral belief in US involvement in Somalia. During the assault, Somali forces shoot down 2 Black Hawk helicopters, and a brutal firefight ensues on the ground until the following morning. The conflict is remotely led and overseen from headquarters by Major General William F. Garrison, Sam Shepard. The camera follows numerous American soldiers into the battle, watching some of them die. CWO Michael Durant, played by Ron Eldard, is captured and interrogated by Abdullah Firimbi Hassam, played by Trevor Etienne, and some soldiers escape to a Pakistani-run UN safe zone. Eversman reflects on his experiences, drawing on the wisdom of a brave Delta Force veteran, Norm Hoot Hootle, played by Eric Banner. Black Hawk Down implies the mission is a tactical mistake on the part of Washington, but there's little indication that the authorities' motivations emerge from or are even consistent with private interests. Written captions at the start of the film establish that the US government sent the military to Somalia to stop the indigenous people from killing each other and from starting to kill international forces, leading the response from the world. We are told that behind a force of 20,000 US Marines, food is delivered and order is restored in Somalia, and that US policy is to oppose a warlord who is using hunger as a weapon against his own people. The official narrative was further elucidated in the film's companion documentary, Good Intentions, Deadly Results, which explicitly states that the most ambitious humanitarian mission in modern history unfortunately ended in bullets, missiles, and death, and that the moral of the story is that no good deed goes unpunished. This narrative was in marked contrast to that of African rights co-director Alex Doval, for example, who pointed out that when US troops arrived in Somalia, the fighting had ended in all but one province in the south,
and that according to the Red Cross and American Friends Service Committee, 80 to 90% of the aid was getting through. This raises the possibility that the war had other or additional unmentionable motivations, such as to stimulate US arms sales, distract public attention from the US's inability and or unwillingness to solve the Balkan crisis with a PR coup, acquire oil resources, or even because UN Secretary General Boutros Ghali harboured a longer-term rivalry with Edid's Hebrew Gidda clan. The opening scene suggests that Somali citizens, victims of the Edid militia, might be positioned to receive considerable sympathy in this film. However, the viewer is not permitted to engage with them. The scene is shot from the distant perspective of the US Black Hawk helicopter, as though the people on the ground are characters in a computer game. The script appropriately describes them in undignified, objectifying terms. Hordes of Somalis swarm onto the truck to grab the sacks of grain, and although they need help, there is no indication that they actually appreciate receiving it. Military action is largely seen through the eyes of Eversman and Garrison, who reflect official thinking on the US campaign. Eversman, the everyman, explains his attitude towards the Somalis. I respect them. Look, these people have no jobs, no food, no education, no future. I just figure that, we have two things we can do. We can either help or we can sit back and watch the country destroy itself on CNN. Although the other soldiers display much less awareness of the political implications of their mission, they instinctively hold benevolent interventionist views comparable to those of Eversman and Garrison. When Eversman cries, "Did you see that?" in response to the Aidid-sponsored massacre in the opening minutes of the film, Durant requests to intervene militarily, but he is not permitted due to UN regulations. Similarly, while Atto indulges in incorrect stereotypes about Americans, for instance, he wrongly assumes that the Texas garrison is from Arkansas, Garrison is witness to the facts of life in Somalia that speak for themselves so loudly that they are written by the omnipotent narrator at the start of the film. Paradoxically, then, it is the American general who, after a 6-week posting, gives the more credible account of events in Somalia, alleging genocide, even though he happens to be a leading figure in the invading military force. The real-life Atto, in fact, complained to the BBC about the film's portrayal of his arrest, saying that his colleague Ahmed Ali had suffered injuries to both his legs and that his single car, not an imposing motorcade as the film depicts, was shot at least 50 times by US forces. He also claimed that people died during the attack. On the DVD commentary, Ridley Scott and Jerry Bruckheimer admit that shots were fired at the motorcade and that Atto and his entourage then fled into a building to which the US laid siege, an incident which was omitted from the film. Although the US causes civilian casualties, this is not its intention. We continually hear warnings about the UN rules of engagement. You do not fire unless fired upon. And the military does not ever abandon these rules, even to the point of absurdity. Furthermore, their own sense of decency prevents them from killing armed and dangerous women and children, at least not without the appropriate expressions of misery and heartache. US Major General Anthony C. Zinni, who directed operations in Somalia, said that women and children constituted 2/3 of the 6,000 to 10,000 Somali casualties that resulted from clashes with UN peacekeepers or in fights between rival Somali factions during the 4 months of US intervention in the summer of 1993. Bowden's book sensitively reflects this concern about US behaviour. He describes Somali characters as having understandable motivations for their resistance and meaningful relationships with their friends and families. Bowden explains that the Somalis had seen 6 raids prior to the 3rd of October, where the US troops often killed people indiscriminately. During the first raid, the US accidentally arrested 9 UN employees. On the 14th of September, the US assault force stormed the home of a man who turned out to be a close ally of the UN and was being groomed to lead the projected Somali police force. This led to 38 erroneous arrests. On the 19th of September, after a bulldozer crew of engineers from the 10th Mountain Division was attacked by a band of Somalis, US troops fired into the crowd that had come to see the shooting, killing nearly 100 people. Previously, on the 12th of July, the UN authorised what became known as the Abdi House Raid, in which the UN tried to take out Aidid's leadership, instead massacring at least 50 Somali leaders drawn from across the political spectrum and thus pushing the country to the extreme. Bowden chronicles events that do not tally with the film's portrayal of American squeamishness about killing and otherwise intimidating women and children, including an incident where massive Ranger volley literally tore apart a Somali woman. It was appalling, says Bowden, yet some of the Rangers laughed. It is by far and away the American soldiers who receive the most sympathetic treatment in the film of Black Hawk Down. They are shown to be under tremendous stress. It is they who are frustrated victims of the first scene, described above, because they are unable to display their benevolent spirit due to UN rules of engagement. The attractive young recruit, Private First Class Todd Blackburn, played by Orlando Bloom, falls in slow motion from a Black Hawk helicopter to his death. Later, Corporal Jamie Smith is shot, and in a graphic and grueling scene, Sergeant First Class Kurt Schmid, played by Hugh Dancy, must clamp Smith's femoral artery. Over Smith's blood-curdling cries of pain, we observe in close-up as the grotesque operation goes horribly wrong, and Eversman must lie to the dying man to mitigate his misery. This scene, where Smith ends up discussing his parents before his death, together with Sergeant First Class Randy Shugart's call home, which rings off just as his wife picks up the receiver, also helps to connect the violence that the US military is enduring in Africa with the suffering of their families. Although Operation Restore Hope was in reality an all-American operation, the film's cast is varied in nationality. McGregor is Scottish, Banner is Australian, Isaacs is English, which subtly renders the struggle a multilateral one. By this reading, the film is not just a US military disaster, but a tragedy for Western civilization itself. By the end, the idealistic Eversman has become influenced by Hoot's attitude that no one back home understands the motivations of military men, which are based around camaraderie only, political values being unimportant in battle. Eversman's transformation, then, further elevates the military above both the enemy and even Western civilians. The soldiers' rather less edifying attributes, such as parading around naked, using blow-up plastic sex dolls, and masturbating into a parachute, as depicted in the book, are conveniently excised for the silver screen. More traditional pastimes are depicted. Similarly, at the Pentagon's direct request, the filmmakers toned down its depiction of the military hunting a wild boar by helicopter, though it had been filmed and discussed in the book. Black Hawk Down provides a depiction of American suffering and innocence that is extreme even by Hollywood standards, juxtaposed with an evil or otherwise worthless enemy population. Film historian Lawrence Seward argues that the film is, by no stretch of the imagination, an argument to get back into Somalia. If anything, it's the exact opposite. Seward's point is right in a narrow sense, namely that the film shows some of the dangers of US intervention for Americans. Still, Black Hawk Down implies that the US military can literally do no wrong, and that where the US does choose to fight, it must win at all costs, or else risk giving succor to the enemies of civilization. Seward's further comment that the film shows, for all our efforts, we were slaughtered, again points to the inability of certain commentators to recognise what were, at best, serious moral ambiguities over US intervention. Closing captions inform us that the US withdrawal from Somalia after the battle, and watching it in the immediate post-9/11 world, it is hard to avoid the reading that such a cut-and-run approach led to blowback against the West. The filmmakers, including Bowden, often emphasised how Black Hawk Down was not a political film. Such a claim is especially hard to take seriously from Bowden, since his own book presented a much more nuanced picture of the situation in Somalia. Indeed, Bowden reveals that the US threatened Somalia with an enormous, dramatic attack in the event that Durant was not released unharmed by his captors. He quotes US Ambassador to Somalia, Robert Oakley, as sending a message to Aidid that once the fighting starts again, all this pent-up anger is going to be released. This whole part of the city will be destroyed. Men, women, children, camels, cats, dogs, goats, donkeys, everything. That really would be tragic for all of us, but that's what will happen. Another lesson to be drawn from Bowden's book, though not his film, surely is about the capacity for ferocious violence by powerful nations when situations spiral out of their control, including during humanitarian missions. Tears of the Sun. The Pentagon-backed Tears of the Sun from 2003 took a similar line. While simultaneously claiming that the Navy SEALs are anonymous heroes and Little America protecting Big America, its director Antoine Fuqua repeatedly protested that he did not think the film was pro-war. Certainly the film's sympathies leaned that way, as would have been rather more obvious had Fuqua run with any of its less poetic working titles, Man of War, Hostile Act, or Hostile Rescue. In the film, the US sends a unit of Navy SEALs, led by Lieutenant A.K. Waters, Bruce Willis, to Nigeria to extract a US citizen, Dr. Lena Fior Hendricks, played by Monica Bellucci, who works in a Christian mission. Nigeria is undergoing civil unrest, and Islamic Fulani troops are ethnically cleansing the Christian Igbo and killing any foreigners who get in the way. Kendricks refuses to leave without her patients, so Waters tricks her onto the helicopter. On their way out, they see the mission destroyed below, and Waters makes the decision to turn around and help them all. Waters discovers that one of the Nigerians in the group, Arthur Azuka, played by Sami Rotibi, is the sole survivor of the country's previous ruling family, hence making the group a high-value target. With the Islamic troops in pursuit, Waters tries to obtain official help from his superior, Captain Bill Rhodes, played by Tom Skerritt, but he refuses to sanction US involvement in a civil war. Waters gives his men the choice of staying or leaving, and they decide to stay. At the climax of the film, Waters reaches the Cameroonian border, having incurred some losses, and US jets destroy the enemy with napalm. Initially, Tears of the Sun shows US military authorities as unheroic, implying that they are not necessarily informed by values and principles. Waters' first appearance, emerging from a helicopter on a battleship, is notable for its lack of heroic signifiers. The music is downbeat, haunting, uninspiring. Waters then appears as a hostile presence in Africa, emerging without warning behind a missionary and clasping his hand around her mouth. Even when Kendrick spits in his face, his demeanour remains unchanged, implacable and resolute. However, Waters' unit comes to realise the moral importance of their engagement, as Waters becomes increasingly uncomfortable with his assigned role, which seems to be pushing him towards a nervous breakdown. This is symbolised by the SEALs' facial transformations, from heavy black camouflage at the start to undisguised faces at the end, exposing their individuality as the mission proceeds. Although there is one rhetorically dissenting voice, Kelly Lake, the SEALs decide to work together for the goal of the majority. Ellis Z. Pettigrew, played by Eamon Walker, begins by warning Waters that he is deviating from his orders, but Waters' actions inspire Z to equate the struggle for black rights in the US with the struggle for black rights in Africa. For the vast majority of the film, the Fulani appear as a feeble and exposed childlike mass incapable of governing themselves. They sing together, seemingly in happy ignorance, despite being hunted by indigenous forces, while the Americans lead them quietly and seriously. During the jungle trek, the Fulani are weak and wounded, inexplicably carrying a carpet as though incapable of leaving behind their simple comforts. Meanwhile, the non-indigenous white female Kendricks remains alert and pristine, even as she carries a toddler. One woman gives an old herbal remedy to Z and tells him a brief story of her victimhood. There's little else by way of backstory for any of the indigenous personnel. Only once does a Nigerian actually do anything actively to help. A few seconds of camera time is devoted to an unnamed Nigerian man shooting a machete-wielding Fulani who is attacking Waters. Their dialogue is decidedly limited, despite their ability to speak English. They remain totally dependent on the US, and after the battle they gush praise and thanks to Waters, despite his previous betrayal. Ultimately, Tears of the Sun excuses initial US failures to help foreign victims by demonstrating the inherent difficulties and dangers of intervening militarily in a foreign country. However, this apparent need to curb the application of benevolent force is shown to be deeply upsetting to US authorities, especially to those military figures closest to it. The film indicates that by intervening militarily, the US will suffer losses, but will benefit spiritually by living up to its inherently good values. As in Windtalkers from 2002, by the end of the film, this intervention is associated with the Almighty himself, which builds on earlier religious references, the mission, the murder of the priest, and the spiritual score. Awe-inspiring jet fighters soar into battle, accompanied by rising music and religious chanting. Kendricks literally breathes, "Oh God," as though having a religious experience, and at the flick of a switch, they engulf the enemy below in a sea of hellish fire. At the climax, having emerged triumphant from the battle, Waters finally gives the jaunty, die-hard smile, all busted up, face streaming blood, as a Nigerian woman sings his praises. He is relaxed, assured, his spirit purged. He has found the role for which he, and by extension the US, was made, applying righteous force. Fuqua explains that he was prompted to make the movie by two documentaries, Cry Freetown about Sierra Leone and Delta Force about Nigeria. In these films, as he describes it, Shell Oil Company is running pipelines through villages like what you saw in the film, and when people would complain, the police would show up and they would cut the hands off people. The villages appeared in Tears of the Sun, but despite his apparent social conscience, Fuqua omitted any mention of Western oil corporations. Ironically, Fuqua quotes Edmund Burke in the film's closing caption, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." And on set, he kept a copy of a book depicting harrowing images from Rwanda. The book was called The Silence. After the initial writing of this book, we found a Department of Defense comment, which talked about omitting nasty conspiracies from scripts. This appears to have been one of them. Behind Enemy Lines. The Political Film Society nominated Behind Enemy Lines from 2001 in its expose category, but actually the film obfuscates the historical events on which it was loosely based, namely the downing of US Air Force Captain Scott O'Grady over Bosnia in 1995. The film received full Department of Defense cooperation, and the filmmakers admitted to resultant script changes, commenting, "They don't want you to embarrass the military if you're going to use their stuff." In the film, Lieutenant Chris Burnett, Owen Wilson, is a Navy pilot on the USS Carl Vinson, which is deployed in the Adriatic Sea and conducting aerial patrols over Bosnia. Burnett is cynical about his role in what he feels is, for the US, a meaningless war, and so hands in his resignation to his commanding officer, Admiral Leslie Reigart, played by Gene Hackman. In one of his final flights over the supposedly demilitarized zone, Burnett diverts from his flight plan to take some photographs. Concerned that the Americans might discover their hiding mass graves in the area, the Serb army, led by Miroslav Lokar, played by Oleg Krupa, shoots down Burnett's plane. Lokar then orders his brutal assassin, Sasha, played by Vladimir Mashkov, to execute Burnett's co-pilot, Stackhouse, played by Gabriel Macht, and pursue Burnett through Bosnia. Burnett calls for an airlift, but NATO Commander Admiral Juan Miguel Piqué, played by Joaquim de Almeida, prevents Reigart from sending in his troops, citing the fragility of the diplomatic agreement NATO has recently made with the Serbs. Burnett must hike several miles to a safe zone, and during this journey he is embroiled in the ethnic conflict in areas that should be safe zones. Burnett arrives with a Bosnian Muslim companion, Babik, played by Kamil Kolaric, at the safe zone, but NATO has abandoned its rescue mission, believing Serb lies that Burnett is dead. Burnett decides to recover the photographs of illegal Serb fortifications from the crash site so that Stackhouse's life will not have been lost in vain. And Reigart decides to lead an exclusively American rescue mission without Piquet's approval. US helicopter gunships kill Burnett's Serb pursuers as he scrambles under fire to acquire the photographs before being winched to safety. Burnett asks Reigart to return his letter of resignation. Reigart retires honourably, and Burnett's data leads to Lokar's arrest. Sky News' real-life presenter, Aeronaut Van Linden, fills the role of the film's narrator, informing us at the start that the US has established a ceasefire that appears to be holding. Later, Van Linden clarifies that the NATO mission has been an ultimately unsuccessful chapter in the alliance's history. Van Linden therefore assumes benevolent intent on the part of the US, and that the chaos in Bosnia is contributory evidence that the US has been politically unable to impose its goodwill. When Piqué criticises Reigart's decision to leak Burnett's status to the media, the film appears to challenge Reigart's and America's moral righteousness, as Piqué points out that a risky mission to save one pilot could shatter the entire peace agreement. On the DVD commentary, director John Moore comments that Piqué wins the scene as Reigart throws his paper across the room in frustration. However, both Reigart and the film itself seem to forget the scene ever happened, and it is exclusively US force which ultimately secures justice. Piqué becomes the villain. Not only does he smear the American national character, but also repeatedly orders Reigart not to rescue Burnett. Instead, Piqué orders his own belated mission, which he abandons because the Serbs falsely report Burnett's death at the hands of Bosnian Muslim renegades. Piqué does not interrogate the veracity of the Serb claim with the same level of suspicion as he questions Serb reports of Stackhouse's death. The film also establishes the injustice of Piqué's stereotyping by tracing the moral conversion of its hero, Burnett, who embraces the new principles he has learnt in the heat of battle and makes a daredevil dash under heavy fire to grab the digital photographs that will condemn the Serbs. The disagreement between Burnett and Reigart is less about the need to apply US power than it is about how to deal tactically with the power structures that limit US power in the Balkans, with Burnett exuding the youthful energy and impulsiveness that dismisses the NATO authorities. They come together over more fundamental principles, notably the value of American servicemen and the importance of using American force for humanitarian reasons, regardless of international constraints. The US places a high premium on human life. All the Americans, but not Piqué, who is an unspecified European, feel the loss of Burnett acutely. However, through Burnett, the US also learns the value of saving the lives of their Bosnian Muslim allies. When Burnett arrives in Hak, Bosnian Muslims are furious that the US has abandoned them to the Serb military. Their implication is that the US government has other interests at heart than the fate of Bosnian Muslims. As it transpires, though, the audience sees that it is the rest of the world, that is, the Europeans and international organisations, who are unwilling to back up their agreements with force. The US is unfairly left to take the blame from the victims on the ground because it is unable to apply its benevolent force due to the constraints imposed by the Allies and the fierce resistance of their enemies on the ground. As Madeleine Albright famously put it to Colin Powell, what's the point of having this superb military that you're always talking about if we can't use it? In reality, Captain Scott O'Grady had been blown a considerable distance from the crash site, where he concealed himself in the forest. Admiral Leighton Smith, chief of the US forces in Europe, immediately told the NATO liaison officer to inform the UNPROFOR commander, General Zanvia, in Zagreb that, "We've had an F-16 shot down. I'm coming to get him. When I find him, I'm going to pick him up. Don't anybody get in my way, because if you do, I will kill you." The same message was delivered to the Serbs, with the addition, "I'm not kidding and I'm not asking permission." Though he had members of his own forces held captive by the Bosnian Serbs at the time, the chief of the UN, General Bernard Zanvia, was completely cooperative on the process of agreeing to a combat rescue mission and put pressure on Bosnian Serb Army Chief of Staff Ratko Mladic to return the pilot alive. NATO established radio contact with O'Grady and determined that he was alive and not in captivity. Smith sent a rescue force consisting of no less than 40 aircraft and 60 US Marines aboard the US Kearsarge in the Adriatic. At the last minute, the operation was technically redesignated as a NATO and not a solely US mission. Since each had different rules of engagement, NATO missions do not permit preemptive fire, this caused some confusion, but Smith made his philosophy clear. If you even think somebody's going to shoot at you, take them out. The filmmakers maintained that Behind Enemy Lines was pure fiction, but O'Grady at least took exception and sued. Regardless, the film was a peculiar rendering of the US role in the Balkans, as throughout the 1990s it had been characterised by the relative invulnerability of its aircraft and considerably less international constraints than the film suggests. Even during NATO's most intense military campaign, the 79-day mass bombardment of Serbia during the Kosovo campaign in 1999, losses were extremely low. After 9/11, 20th Century Fox brought forward the release date of Behind Enemy Lines, using a promotional poster featuring Burnett charging forward, furiously firing a pistol against a background of 2 towers of light surrounded by clouds of smoke. The promise is thus made to the viewer. The superpower will be shown roused and angry, a therapeutic response to the destruction wrought by Al-Qaeda's 9/11 attack. Moore said that working on Behind Enemy Lines gave us the chance to interact with the guys, the pilots, mechanics, the technicians. I made the movie for them, he says. Them, of course, and their masters at the Department of Defense. Jarhead. Jarhead from 2005 is an adaptation of the autobiography of US Marine and Gulf War veteran Anthony Swofford, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, a Jarhead, slang for Marine, Gulf War veteran. The film follows Swoff's journey, starting from brutal Marine Corps boot camp and Camp Pendleton. Staff Sergeant Sykes, played by Jamie Foxx, invites Swoff to his sniper course. Iraq then invades Kuwait, and Swoff's unit is sent to the Gulf in 1990. The film follows his sexually and professionally frustrating experiences and those of his colleagues, and takes in a march through the grim geography of the conflict. Swoff and Troy are finally given a combat mission, but another team of Marines appears and calls in an airstrike, causing Troy to break down with despair. Wandering around in a daze, Swoff and Troy discover a Marine victory party, and they finally get a chance to fire their weapons, but only in celebration. Jarhead is another example of a film showing the various miseries of warfare for an invading force, with scant attention paid to foreign victims or the real reasons for the campaign, despite its general air of cynicism. Rather, it concerns the miseries of the Marines who are not permitted to claim their first kill. In this sense, Jarhead is akin to Behind Enemy Lines, though the former does not resolve this narrative problem with such violence. Director Sam Mendes said, "This is not about giving myself the opportunity to say Sam Mendes thinks George Bush should get out of Iraq. A movie should dredge up something deeper in you than just opinion." Mendes complained about others on the set promoting the film as apolitical. The very act of making this film in this climate is political. I'm sort of amazed that people can't see that. In Total Film, Jamie Graham's insightful review effectively rebuts Mendes' point, explaining that the film should have been sharper, smarter, angrier, funnier. Graham observes that in the book, Swoff cheers the chopper attack scene in Apocalypse Now, and then admits he wants to rape, pillage and burn. In the film, he cheers the scene, but while the implication is there, the extent of his savagery is muted. Graham goes on to argue that Mendes was wrong to omit Swaff's commentary while his colleagues simulate sex with another jarhead, Kuhn. "We aren't field fucking Kuhn," writes Swafford. "We're fucking the press pool colonel and the sorry worthless mop suits and the goddamn gas masks and the canteens with defective parts and President Bush and Dick Cheney and the generals and Saddam Hussein," and so on. This should have been Jarhead's defining soliloquy. It's "choose life" chant, says Graham in a reference to the opening minutes of Trainspotting from 1995. But instead it is regrettably consigned to the waste paper basket, replaced by the nagging feeling that Hollywood didn't have the balls to be so overtly political given the current climate. The current climate was surely a factor in Mendes' tame rendering, though it should be added that such remoulding comes as standard when politicised narratives pass through Hollywood's machinery. Conclusion. It is perhaps predictable and appropriate that when making a war film, producers will encourage the audience to identify with American soldiers. More controversially, this has led to the framing of popular perceptions not just of the good war against fascism in the 1940s, but also for more recent, more controversial US actions like Somalia and Iraq. Major studio productions of critical, classic war films like Apocalypse Now, Full Metal Jacket, and Casualties of War have dried up in favour of products like Tears of the Sun, Black Hawk Down, and Behind Enemy Lines, all receiving heavy involvement from the Pentagon, and all embellishing American suffering by championing the use of US power for what are presented as humanitarian ends. Challenging war films do exist, as in Redacted from 2007 and In the Valley of Elah from 2007, but typically only by independents at lower budget levels, as we shall see later in this book. Among the major productions, the limits of criticism are revealed in films like The Thin Red Line, Jarhead and Courage Under Fire. All show some dehumanising aspects of war, but for US troops, not their worthless foreign victims. Chapter 4. Comedy. As a genre, comedy has an ambiguous relationship with US power. On the one hand, to maintain a humorous tone, the sympathetic portrayal of actual victims in comedy remains taboo, and stereotypes are employed for comic effect, as with the backward Kazakhs in Sacha Baron Cohen's mischievous Borat from 2006, for instance. Indeed, some of the most radical films from previous eras are quite dismissive of other cultures and victims. For instance, even the celebrated anti-war film MASH from 1970 made little comment on the US presence in Korea or its consequences for non-Americans. On the other hand, satirical comedy is built around societal criticism, epitomised by Stanley Kubrick's classic Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb from 1964, which depicted the apotheosis of a self-destructive and amoral foreign policy apparatus, even while employing stereotypes such as drunken Russians. The film ends with the accidental triggering of a global nuclear war by a tiny US elite, who have been informed by Dr. Strangelove, played by Peter Sellers, that they can flee the conflagration to underground mine shafts, where they will be able to copulate with a selection of highly attractive women in order to repopulate the planet. There is, in short, tremendous potential for subversion within comedy. In the contemporary era, however, the conformist tradition has won out, with pictures like True Lies from 1994 placing the emphasis on US authorities, particularly their militarized forms, as straightforward heroes. Others, such as Team America World Police from 2004, endorse US power more obliquely, employing an ironic style to avoid such obvious political bias. Only lower-budget independent productions have been able to push the ideological boundaries a little further. True Lies. Jamie Lee Curtis dismissed allegations of racism in the Pentagon-supported True Lies by saying, "It's just a funny film. It's funny. It has no ramifications for me. It's funny, just funny," typifying mainstream commentary about the film. In truth, True Lies celebrates the application of US power whilst rejecting duplicitous foreign cultures all the way from Egypt to Western Europe. Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole endorsed the film. In True Lies, Harry Tasker, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, works for Omega Sector, presumably part of the CIA, and pretends to be a computer salesman. Ignorant of his profession, his bored wife, Helen, Jamie Lee Curtis, becomes romantically involved with a car salesman, Simon, played by Bill Paxton, who masquerades as a spy to attract women. Just at the point Harry is about to reveal all to Helen, Islamist terrorists kidnap them and reveal a plan to destroy several US cities with nuclear weapons. Harry and his colleague Gib, played by Tom Arnold, are the heroes who save the world. Omega is an ultra-modern, technologically advanced part of the US national security apparatus, presented as the last line of defense in a country surrounded by anti-American bullies. It is led by Spencer Trilby,
played by an eye-patch-wearing Charlton Heston, every inch the stalwart warrior who insists upon high standards of intelligence and professionalism. In contrast, Salim Abu Aziz, played by Art Malik, is the real psycho leader of a particularly nasty splinter group called Crimson Jihad. Salim's language is unimaginative, rude, and peppered with banal rhetoric, in contrast with the inventive language used by the wisecracking Schwarzenegger and his comedian co-star. Although Crimson Jihad is the principal enemy in the film, it is merely the spearhead of a more wide-ranging other that threatens to engulf the United States. Its missiles are smuggled out of Kazakhstan and imported from all over the Middle East, including Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Quote, as everybody knows. The suggestion is that state sponsorship of global terrorists with genocidal intent and multiple deliverable nuclear-tipped missiles is a plausible scenario, which was not the case when the film was made and remains fantasy well over a decade later. True Lies also denigrates European culture. The opening scene is set in an old mansion at Lake Chapeau in Switzerland, surrounded by guards with machine guns and Alsatians. Inside, sophisticated and wealthy Europeans dance to a violin concerto. We can see that this ancient culture, which excludes Americans, is a mask for something more sinister, just as the ancient Egyptian statues are used to conceal and smuggle nuclear weapons. The principal sympathetic victim of the film is Harry, a husband and father who is upset because he thinks his wife is cheating on him, and who then must try to save his wife, daughter, and the world, almost single-handedly. Salim's pain, in contrast, is a constant source of slapstick and bathos, as he struggles to impose his backward beliefs on a modern world. When videoing his threat to America, the battery runs out on his camera. When threatening to turn the key in his nuclear weapon, he finds the key is missing. The film ends with Harry bashing Salim's testicles against his DoD-supplied fighter jet and blasting him into a helicopter attached to a missile. The film also aims its comedy at weak Americans. Simon, in particular, is a complete joke, an ignoble coward and wannabe Lothario pretending to be a heroic spy. In this sense, the film is an equal opportunities offender, although viewers might note that ignoble cowards and wannabe Lotharios do not constitute a racial, ethnic, or religious group. Interestingly, when Helen asks Harry if he has ever killed anyone, he replies with the impeccably deadpan, "Yeah, but they were all bad," providing a glimpse into what the film abjectly refuses to do elsewhere. Consider the sympathetic treatment of anyone outside of the militarized American establishment. True Lies exalts US violence, showing that it is highly effective in creating a better world and exposing the true face of foreigners. The macho sex fantasy works so well for Harry and Helen that they continue to indulge in it after the terrorists have been defeated. The final scene shows them on a joint mission in a European embassy, similar to the film's first scene, but with a curious difference. The Arabs are now conspicuously absent, and the Americans are triumphant, safe, and in full view. The importance of simplistic and contemptuous depictions of foreigners was indicated by the decision not to make a sequel to True Lies after 9/11, despite the script having been already written. As Curtis put it, terrorists aren't funny anymore. South Park. South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut from 1999, was a successful spin-off from the popular cartoon TV series, starring four boys, Cartman, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny, all voiced by the creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone. In the film, parents in the town of South Park, led by Sheila Broflovsky, played by Mary Kay Bergman, protest against a scatological film, Asses of Fire, whose stars are Canadian comedians Terrence and Phillip. Broflovsky has a public argument with the Canadian Minister for Movies using racial slurs. Canada's protests at the UN are rebuffed by the US representative. Canada bombs the US, killing the Baldwin family. President Clinton retaliates, is usurped by the new Minister of War, Broflovsky, and the situation deteriorates into all-out war. The US organizes a military show during which Terrence and Phillip will be executed. Kenny discovers that when the blood of Terrence and Phillip hits American soil, Satan, allied with Saddam Hussein, will be able to rule the earth. Can the boys stop the execution in time? The plot was a reworking of Michael Moore's low-budget $12 million Canadian Bacon from 1995, considered here by way of comparison, in which the US president, played by Alan Alda, and his advisors decide to start a new Cold War to stimulate the economy and distract Americans from problems at home. In the absence of genuine enemies, the US finally decides to demonize Canada, following a televised brawl between rival Canadian and American fans at an ice hockey match. Niagara's sheriff, Bud B. Boomer, played by John Candy, buys into the propaganda and leads various sorties into Canada. Meanwhile, American arms dealer R.J. Hacker, played by G.D. Spradlin, blackmails the president for $1 trillion to prevent his hacker hailstorm from firing all the US missiles at Russia. South Park Bigger, Longer and Uncut presents the military as racist at an institutional level, suggests that US military power is disproportionate, and ignores peaceful solutions. At one point, a radio announcer tells us that Canada has begged for peace, but naturally we're not listening. That aside, the film gives little indication that private interests exert influence on policy. Rather, American actions are generally depoliticized. The US-Canadian spat begins because Terrence and Phillip use four-letter words. This escalates because Broflovsky says Canadians are all the same with their slitty eyes and flapping heads. Actually, not a typical slur, but an in-joke about the poor quality of the animations. When Canada complains at the UN, the US simply says, "Fuck Canada." In contrast, Michael Moore's Canadian Bacon is more politically engaged. While the idiotic boomer and his friends are motivated by negative stereotypes, the civilian and military authorities are not. The president and his advisors want a new Cold War, not a hot one, as a convenient arrangement to benefit dominant societal interests, particularly the current administration and the arms industry. The president desperately begs his Russian counterpart to recreate Cold War antagonism, but when this is rebuffed, he decides instead to apply a slick media campaign to demonize Canada. He will not nuke his northern neighbor, though, even to prevent the hacker hailstorm from firing, because that's where he goes on holiday. The film even goes as far as to have the president send a CIA team to bomb a hydroelectric plant in Niagara, which they intend to blame on the Canadians, drawing an explicit parallel with the 1964 Gulf of Tonkin incident, in which some believe America bombed its own ship to provide a casus belli for US escalation of the Vietnam War. South Park Bigger, Longer and Uncut's most sympathetic victims are the four boys. They recognise that Terrence and Phillip's film is just harmless fun. They want their parents to love them instead of going away to fight ridiculous causes. They are threatened with censorship, including the insertion of V-chips in their brains to prevent them from swearing, and they are aware of the impending rise of Satan and the dangers of war. Kenny himself is ignored on his deathbed, sent to hell, and finally sacrifices himself for the world. The film positively revels in the deaths of the Baldwin and Arquette families. The film is, in short, a repudiation of nationalism and a call for people to identify instead with the values of justice and toleration. Yet the existence of Bigger, Longer and Uncut's primary enemy, Saddam Hussein, creates a confused sense of dissent. On one hand, by using this real-life villain, the film to some degree legitimates the need for US power. Saddam is the very embodiment of cruelty and deception. He is, literally, worse than Satan, exulting in the use of torture and seeking global power for its own end. Throughout, Saddam insists, "I can change," and even sings a song to this effect, which uses Arabic imagery and musical styles. Saddam's threat actually brings the US, including the military, to its senses. "What have we done?" cries the colonel as though emerging from a trance. Tim John Semmeling comments that the film makes us reflect on our overuse to the point of silliness of the evil Arabs in order to produce fear. Nevertheless, Semmeling concludes that the film also pushes the idea that the Arab can only be destroyed by extreme measures. Saddam is cathartically impaled on a stalagmite in hell, in this case by harnessing the power of Cartman's profanity, which finally results in a fully harmonious community. Canadian Bacon, on the other hand, goes considerably further in interrogating US power. The most vilified character in the film is Hacker, a key part of the American elite. The Canadians, ostensibly the film's external enemies, are portrayed as comically civilized people. Their authorities write love letters to their prisoners, get caught up in a discussion about politeness when trying to arrest Boomer, and insist Boomer rewrites his anti-Canadian graffiti to include French translations. Bigger, Longer and Uncut is a film that challenges various assumptions in mainstream political discussion, particularly the need to control freedom of speech to protect children. Its approach to US power, though, is much more ambiguous. It certainly criticizes the propensity of American institutions towards violence and suggests that the American military is overzealous and racist, but it hints that evil threats to America, albeit exaggerated, do exist out there. Team America, World Police. Trey Parker and Matt Stone's political ideology was thrown into sharper focus by their all-marionette production, Team America, World Police, in 2004, 5 years after their South Park adventure. In this film, the super-secret Team America tracks down a group of Islamist terrorists who are coordinated by the evil North Korean dictator Kim Jong-il and allied with a group of Hollywood celebrity anti-war activists, including Tim Robbins, Sean Penn, Samuel L. Jackson, Matt Damon, and the giant socialist weasel, Michael Moore. The latter's puppet was stuffed with ham. for when he becomes a suicide bomber. Team America insults caricatured indigenous populations and destroys much of Paris and Cairo in its efforts to avert a huge terrorist attack. The team ends up killing the celebrities, although Michael Moore self-detonates, and forces Kim, who turns out to be an alien bug-like creature, to flee to outer space. The film brilliantly parodied American nationalist cultural products such as the Thunderbirds franchise and the output of Jerry Bruckheimer and Michael Bay. Songs included the bombastic America Fuck Yeah and Pearl Harbor Sucked and I Miss You. As such, the film established a cynical and knowing tone, but ultimately revealed itself to be highly conservative. Perhaps this could have been offset a little had Parker and Stone turned their guns on the political establishment as well, but an earlier draft of the script, which depicted George Bush and John Kerry, was abandoned because they didn't think it worked on an emotional level. According to Stone, nobody should listen to our views about foreign policy because we don't know what the hell we're talking about. Rather, the film was about what it feels like to be an American for the past 2 years, and for the past 30 years for that matter. We're in this weird position. Are we proud to be American or not? Whatever the intentions of the filmmakers, A.O. Scott observed in the New York Times, when Team America blows things up in other countries, they do it by accident, in the course of their sloppy but zealous fight against the people who want to do it on purpose. This is not a trivial moral distinction, and it is one the film hangs on to in impressive earnest. Scott comments that Team America may be hyperbolic, but it is not sarcastic, and is indeed one of the more cogent and, dare I say it, more nuanced defences of American military power that I have heard recently. According to Megan Lehman, writing in Rupert Murdoch's New York Post, Team America ultimately offers up a remarkably sensible, even optimistic worldview that lets some air out of the inflated state of the current political climate. Indeed, although Parker and Stone may not think they know what they're talking about with regards to foreign policy, the film's message also reflects a fundamental assumption of many international relations scholars. For instance, James Gow, chair of international peace and security at King's College, London, claimed the film offers the best vehicle for understanding the dominant security issues of today. The US is a dick, but at least dicks fuck assholes. Of course, this ignores the fact that the US actually provides key diplomatic and logistical support to various assholes, including Saudi Arabia, Angola, Chad, Colombia, Ethiopia, and Uzbekistan, a contention which seems not to concern Parker and Stone, not to mention the vast majority of the entire entertainment community. Charlie Wilson's War. Charlie Wilson's War from 2007 ennobled US efforts to arm the Mujahideen in 1980s Afghanistan, based on a book by George Cryle. Although the Investor's Business Daily complained that the film was evidence of liberal bias in Hollywood because it did not specifically celebrate Republicans' efforts in Afghanistan, most commentators who examined its politics recognized that Charlie Wilson's War was highly supportive of the Reaganite initiative. Michael Johns, former Heritage Foundation foreign policy analyst and speechwriter for George W. Bush, praised the film as the first mass appeal effort to reflect the most important lesson of America's Cold War victory, that the Reagan-led effort to support freedom fighters resisting Soviet oppression led successfully to the first major defeat of the Soviet Union. The CIA's Hollywood liaison, Paul Barry, called it a genuinely positive portrayal of CIA accomplishment. An earlier, substantially different draft of the script suggests that the filmmakers originally had significantly more radical intentions, but these were unacceptable to powerful forces which ensured the film was sanitized for their own ends. Pakistan's former honorary consul to the US, Joanne Herring, hired legal legend, Houston attorney Dick DeGuerin, to rattle NBC Universal, successfully ensuring changes, including her previously smutty dialogue. Perhaps more significantly, though, it was the real-life CIA itself, in the form of on-set advisor Milt Bearden, former CIA case officer and chief of station in Pakistan, that galvanized the most crucial changes. In the film, Maverick Congressman Charlie Wilson, played by Tom Hanks, meets the aforementioned Joanne Herring, played by Julia Roberts, who persuades him to visit the Pakistani leadership and support the Afghan struggle against the Soviet Union. Visiting an Afghan refugee camp, Wilson is deeply moved but frustrated by the CIA's low-key approach. Wilson befriends Maverick CIA operative Gust Avrakotos, played by Philip Seymour Hoffman, and his understaffed Afghanistan group to develop a different strategy, notably by supplying the Afghan Mujahideen, the Holy Warriors, with Stinger missiles to counter the Soviet helicopter gunships. The CIA's anti-communist budget grows from $5 million to over $500 million, and the Soviets are repelled. The film is bookended with Wilson receiving a major commendation from the CIA, but we realise at the end that his pride is tempered by his fears for the future as the crazies have started rolling into Afghanistan, and Charlie has found little congressional support for rebuilding the country. The film represents the US winning a key military victory against the Soviet Union, which prefigured its collapse. Wilson, Herring and Avrakotos are the pioneers that work around the existing softly US strategy, characterised by having the Afghans walking into machine gun fire until the Russians run out of bullets. Wilson and co. are all American heroes, without whom the world would be hugely and sadly different. But when Charlie tries to maintain US commitment to Afghanistan, he is given the cold shoulder. No one gives a shit about a school in Pakistan, a congressman tells him, and when Charlie corrects him, he receives the response, Afghanistan? Is that still going on? Meanwhile, the Russians are portrayed as brutal imperialists, gunning down hopeless Afghans while discussing marital infidelity. The Mujahideen are pitiful victims of what the Russians call killing season, although as they receive greater American support, they begin to resemble the gun-toting warriors familiar from contemporary news coverage of Islamist terrorists. The final draft of Charlie Wilson's War suggests that US support for the Mujahideen went only to the faction led by Ahmed Shah Massoud, the moderate Afghan leader who was assassinated on the 9th of September 2001, and is widely seen as being linked to the attacks on New York and Washington 2 days later. However, according to Bearden, who actually delivered some of the weapons himself in the 1980s, only a tiny fraction of the available money went to Massoud, while huge sums were delivered by the CIA via its ally in Pakistan, the ISI, to a vicious fundamentalist called Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Indeed, Ed McWilliams, the former US Special Envoy to Afghanistan, confirmed the widespread assumption that the US itself gave Hekmatyar, subsequently specially designated by the US as a global terrorist allied with bin Laden, the bulk of its aid, and that Bearden tried, with some success, to prevent warnings of the coming maelstrom from reaching Washington. As Hekmatyar did appear in the earlier version, along with a pointed reference to Al-Qaeda, it seems likely that when Bearden said that the film would put aside the notion that because we did that, i.e. supply arms, we had 9/11, he was tacitly referring to such cuts. The original script also emphasised other complexities in US foreign policy, as we can see from the following extracts. Charlie angrily chastises Israel for their war on Lebanon in 1982. Charlie says, Sabra and Shatila, I saw it. I thought the press accounts had to be blowing it out of proportion, so I went to see it myself. Oh my God, Zvi, what the fuck happened? Zvi replies, exactly what you've been told happened. Lebanese Christians came in and began slaughtering the Palestinians. Charlie, this was supposed to be a surgical strike against the PLO. There are mass graves back there. The place is still on fire. They just told me the body count's up to 900. It's 3 days and they're still pulling bodies out. 900 civilians. After being stonewalled by the Israelis, Charlie points out, your sentries let the Lebanese in a beat, didn't they? They watched while it happened. Zvi eventually tells him, I don't lose much sleep over dead Palestinians. Gust also reveals he has developed serious concerns about his actions in Afghanistan. He translates for Charlie the latest speech by a fictionalized cleric named Mohammed Harun Hamid, who claims, the day will come when we will rule America. The day will come when we will rule Britain and the entire world. Gust complains, this guy's 2 son-in-laws are the leaders of the Al-Qaeda arm of the Mujahideen. We gave them 44 million in weapons and supplies, and I oversaw their training myself. We might want to be a little more careful about that. He adds that the president of Pakistan, he has been skimming quite a bit of American taxpayer money for an Islamic bomb. Gust also breaks down the idea that the Soviets were simply genocidal invaders. Gust, this is a 2-year-old report. It's from the Red Cross. They were gathering statements from Afghan refugees regarding Soviet atrocities in their village. This woman said that the Russian soldiers came in, gathered them in a semicircle, and you know what they did? Charlie, what? Gust, the Russians forced them to learn how to read and write. Gust wryly notes, I'm not worried though, because I know if Islamic fanaticism ever gets out of hand, Joanne Herring and her friends will rise up to meet it with Christian fanaticism, and then we've got ourselves a ball game. And I wouldn't be concerned except we've just sent enough weapons over there to kill everyone on both sides. These kind of comments, whispered backstage at the CIA awards ceremony in Charlie's honour, disrupt the more simplistic triumphalism that characterises the awards in the final version of the film. The tone of the finished film is summed up by the jokey end caption from Charlie, which declares, these things happened, they were glorious, and they changed the world, and then we fucked up the end game. Charlie did it, declares the banner at the CIA's award ceremony. The tone of the original script was more Strangelovian. Similar to Kryle's book, it ends with Wilson hearing a teeth-jarring explosion at the Pentagon on 9/11, a chilling scene in which the link is firmly established between US policy and its consequences, but which was also excised. Director Mike Nichols intimated that the scenes discussed above had been filmed, but that they had been left to curl up on the floor and die. The DVD contained no deleted material. No draft of the script acknowledged the US's part in deliberately provoking the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. In a 1998 interview with French news magazine Le Nouvel Observatoire, former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski revealed he had no regrets about the US having provided secret aid to the opponents of the pro-Soviet regime in Kabul to encourage Moscow's intervention through a secret operation in an effort to give the Soviet Union its own Vietnam War in an Afghan trap. Nor did anyone raise the issue that a 1982 Congressional Financial Disclosures document suggests Charlie Wilson actually had several $100,000 worth of holdings in petroleum companies, whilst the film explicitly has him declare a modest salary. And despite the revelatory behind-the-scenes impression given by the film, the whole CIA operation in Afghanistan remains largely classified. You Don't Mess with the Zohan. In You Don't Mess with the Zohan, 2008, Israeli army commando Zohan Devere, played by Adam Sandler, quits his job to follow his dream of hairdressing in New York. His Palestinian terrorist enemies catch up with him while property developers are trying to depopulate the Arabs and Israelis from Zohan's part of town. As a result, he must fight for his life, his new Palestinian girlfriend, and his hair salon. Getting a kick out of You Don't Mess with the Zohan demands lightening up, explained one reviewer. Rob Schneider, a Californian actor who plays a Palestinian terrorist, says, "We're an equal opportunities offender," and that the film isn't mean-spirited. Screenwriter Robert Smigel claimed, "We try to be equally offensive to all sides, but that some people, whether your intention is pure or not, are going to find something to be angry about." Daniel Tryman, who wondered if Adam Sandler might just be our greatest Jewish mind, reassured those worrying that Sandler is tarnishing Israel's image abroad, "Fear not, the film's Arab characters don't come off any better, so it's a tie." In the film, the Palestinians' hero, Zohan's arch-enemy, is Phantom, a crazy, egotistical terrorist played by John Turturro, well known for his depictions of crack-brained characters. Phantom is comically maligned in the most extreme ways, including when he claims Mariah Carey's singing is beautiful like a Scud missile, soaring to its target, and when, in a parody of Rocky from 1976, he eats live chicks and punches a cow. Phantom appears to be completely uninterested in actually helping his community. He excuses himself stealing a boat from one of his people by saying, "Sorry, it's for the cause." And as he achieves greater celebrity status, he buys wives and plasters images of himself all over his expanding restaurant chain. The film never specifies what Israel's quarrel is with Phantom, and in this sense it seems to dub him as a terrorist simply by virtue of him being on the wrong side. Salim Schneider is a Palestinian cab driver, stressed out by trying to hold down another job as a catalogue salesman. When an American woman gets into his taxi, she appears to be an archetypal paranoid old white lady who admonishes her co-passenger, "Be quiet, the driver could be a terrorist." And the funny joke is, Salam really is a terrorist. What's more, Salim's taxi driving friends are also terrorists, and together they embark on an idiotic mission to kill Zohan. In doing so, they telephone Hezbollah, but an answering machine apologizes that the organization has currently suspended our terrorist supply network because we are in negotiations with Israel, adding reassuringly, "We will resume as soon as negotiations break down." Unfortunately for Salim, he is so illiterate and stupid that when he tries to make a bomb to kill Zohan, he purchases Neosporin antibiotic ointment instead of liquid nitrogen. Later, he botches a business deal with Phantom for 20 of his wives in exchange for one touch of his pee-pee. Elsewhere, the calamitous Salim screams insults like "stupid cow, I curse you, and I curse your hair, and die in hell." Why is Salim so upset? Because years ago, Zohan stole his goat. These are the same sort of grotesque stereotypes that characterize the villain in True Lies. In stark contrast, Zohan is a brilliant commando who even the terrorists think is very cool. In the film, Israel tries to avoid collateral damage, hence Zohan's one-man mission to the Lebanese border to try to recapture Phantom. In fact, the worst thing an Israeli has done, according to the film, is steal the aforementioned pet goat. A young Israeli counter-terrorist meets Zohan at a nightclub and tries to convince him to return to the fight. Zohan explains, "I couldn't take all the fighting anymore. What's it all for?" To which the kid replies, "Are you crazy? If I could blow a terrorist inside out like you, this is all I would do." In the original script, the kid enthuses, "The way you made Malami Benazir eat his own shit in 97? I can't believe I'm meeting you, man." Too strong for the final take, it seems. As we follow Zohan's story, we are invited to feel sorry for this man who is hounded by his vengeful enemies when all he wants to do is make hair silky smooth. Ultimately, Zohan becomes an almost Christ-like figure who decides to turn the other cheek even as Phantom hits him repeatedly and says, "Fight back!" Zohan has risen above violence, so while Phantom pleads with the crowd, "Where's the hate?" Zohan works on bringing the communities together. He is also specifically westernized, like the Israelis in Munich, fitting into American society, and even shown conducting a community night watch, rather like the kind of home front activity Karl Rove requested be promoted in the Bush administration's meetings with Hollywood in 2001. Zohan also shows a general antipathy towards greedy big business. Grant Wallbridge, played by Michael Buffer, wants to get rid of all the foreign people in the area to build a giant shopping mall and roller coaster. He hires white trash thugs who hate Israelis, Palestinians and puppies to use violence to clear out the residents. Yet it is the Palestinians who receive by far the greatest attention and who are discussed in terms that link them closely with the real world. Notably, a Palestinian demands of an Israeli shopkeeper, "Give it up like you gave up the Gaza Strip," insinuating that Israel had claim to Gaza and ignoring the fact that Israel still occupies Gaza's borders and airspace and controls its imports and exports. Meanwhile, Dahlia blames the troubles on extremists and hate on both sides, which is over there and crazy. The conflict between the Phantom and Zohan renders the Israeli-Palestinian problem as a personalized, cartoonish fight between invincible superheroes. Elsewhere, Palestinian children throw rocks at Zohan, explicitly echoing the famous images of the Intifada that demonstrated the seemingly futile but spirited responses of a community to occupation. In response, Zohan catches the rocks, turns them into the equivalent of a balloon animal, and throws it to the amazed children who say, "Wow." The mentality of the producers goes some way to explain how such ideas permeated a mainstream Hollywood film. Sandler said, "When I was a kid, I always heard about the Israeli army and this tiny little country and how everyone around them wants them gone, and every time somebody comes after them, they take care of business. As a Jewish kid, you were proud of that. All right, they're trying to take out the Jews and the Jews ain't going to let it happen, so I just admired them." Schneider seems to have a less charmingly infantile approach. When asked if the film will be shown in a country like Syria, he responded sardonically, "We're still in talks with Sony Damascus." Zohan ends happily. Israelis and Palestinians unite to repel Wallbridge, whose wife's breast explodes. The block is turned into a collectively owned mall called the Peace and Brotherhood Fire Insurance Mall, in which Phantom opens a shoe store and Salim runs a ride the goat business. Zohan and Dahlia are married, and Zohan's parents signal their approval of both his hairdressing and his bride. Dahlia's Palestinian parents are conspicuously absent. Tryman dismissed concerns about the movie's politics. Who really goes to an Adam Sandler film for the purpose of being educated in the nuances of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? But did anyone go to Zohan to be miseducated? And should we laugh along if a Palestinian jokes about forcing Israelis to eat their own shit? Early in the film, You Don't Mess With the Zohan reveals its politics in a nutshell. A bearded, sword-wielding, black-berried Arab asks Zohan, "So we are the bad ones?" and protests at Zohan's disinterest. "It's not so cut and dried." Zohan knocks him off a balcony, but the debate between them continues, with the Palestinian shouting, "We settled here for hundreds of years." Zohan gets the last word, shouting with sarcastic venom over the corpse, "Good point. None of my ancestors ever stepped foot in this land. No, you're right." The not-so-pure intentions of the filmmakers are, for a moment, unable to remain concealed behind the levity. Three Kings. Three Kings from 1999 satirized the Persian Gulf War. The New York Times said that the film conveyed the amorality and chaos of the situation in Iraq, with strong implicit criticism of the Bush senior administration's wartime policy. McCriskin and Pepper explain that the film undermines the popular view that the Persian Gulf War was fought like a bloodless video game. It raises questions about what the war actually achieved and rejects the simple racism inherent to films like Black Hawk Down. The filmmakers did not request Pentagon assistance and actually called upon the advice of Jack Shaheen, who has written extensively about Orientalism in Hollywood film, to help reduce stereotypes, a role he felt resulted in a positive film here. Hala Maskoud, president of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, said of the film, "We're happy that for once we are not stereotyped by Hollywood. It shows the Arab and Muslim in their complexity, with feelings and normal aspirations." During the production of the film, director David O. Russell apparently experienced institutional indifference at Warner Brothers, aside from his lone source of support, production chief Lorenzo di Bonaventura. Sharon Waxman reports that at one stage, Three Kings was adapted to suit the studio, including giving clothes to some depicted Iraqi prisoners and toning down a rape scene. Often, the filmmakers would be told that the project was weird. "You people are all weird," prior to its completion and subsequent critical acclaim. This ambivalence was also reflected in Warner's decision to fund Soldiers' Pay from 2004, Russell's follow-up documentary about the poor treatment of US troops in the Iraq War, only then to ditch it as an accompaniment to the re-release of Three Kings just before the election. Three Kings is set in Iraq just after the 1991 US invasion and during the failed Shia-led uprising against Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's Sunni Muslim-led government. 4 US soldiers, Major Archie Gates, played by George Clooney, Private First Class Conrad Vig, played by Spike Jonze, Sergeant First Class Troy Barlow, played by Mark Wahlberg, Sergeant Chief Elgin, played by Ice Cube, find a map leading to Saddam's hidden gold in a village near Karbala in northern Iraq. During their search for the gold, Gates' unit becomes embroiled in the uprising. They rescue several prisoners and break the US-Iraq ceasefire. Barlow is captured by Iraqi forces and Captain Saeed, played by Saeed Tagmawi, subjects him to torture and interrogation. An Iraqi resistance leader, Amir Abdullah, whom Gates' unit rescues and whose wife is executed by Iraqi soldiers, realizes that Gates' unit is not officially working for the US military and so negotiates a deal with Gates in which they will work together to rescue Barlow, split the gold, and get the Iraqis over the border into Iran. They successfully rescue Barlow, but at the border, US military authorities headed by Colonel Ron Horn and Captain Doug Van Meter prevent the Iraqis from escaping, which will likely mean their imminent execution by Iraqi soldiers. Gates' unit decides to give the stolen gold to his superiors to return to Kuwait, who, in exchange, lead the civilians past the border guards. The film implies that US actions are informed by narrow interests, not values. Gates lectures his unit on the significance of necessity in determining human actions. We see the bloody results of the US betraying the Iraqi revolution. Gates is only successful in rescuing the Shia when he offers Horn the stolen gold. Nevertheless, although the heroes, Gates' unit, also begin their quest with purely selfish interests, stealing the gold, the closer they get to real Iraqis and the actual battle, the more they become heroic, benevolent, and less self-interested. Furthermore, the reasons given for the US betrayal of the Iraqi uprising are vague and could be construed as at least partially laudable, with Colonel Horn silencing Gates' protests by raising the spectre of a new Vietnam. The film does not establish facts which would disrupt the idea of US benevolence more seriously. Scattered newspaper articles reported Iraqi initiatives offering various forms of compromise, such as leasing out control over 2 uninhabited mudflats assigned to Kuwait by Britain, and the resolution of a dispute over an oil field that extended 2 miles into Kuwait over an unsettled border. The New York Times similarly reported that the Bush administration blocked the diplomatic track for fear that it might diffuse the crisis. While Three Kings indicates that members of the US authorities are self-interested, seeking, for example, promotions, this ignores the influence of important systemic economic and political forces such as the US's desire to dominate the UN and override international law. For instance, we see the desert awash with oil, but aside from the tacit assumption that it is significant, there is no exploration of the idea that the US was there to defend and extend the rights of the US and its corporations to control and profit from oil. Iraqi soldiers do not suffer like the Americans or the rebels. Indeed, most of them are fairly standard movie villains, operating as tools of Saddam Hussein, the epitome of evil. Gates tries to avoid killing any Iraqis at all. His plan is to scare the Iraqis into giving up the gold, with his men keeping the safeties on their guns. Gates is only compelled to deploy physical force after the Iraqis fire first, and his approach acts as a metaphor for the film's position on the whole war. The US is reacting to Iraqi aggression, the invasion of Kuwait, even if it did pursue some non-specific concurrent interests in doing so. There is some ambiguity in the representation of victims, which is unusual in Hollywood film. First, we see images of burnt and buried Iraqi corpses strewn across a stretch of road, and the prisoners of war being processed like objects. Secondly, there is some attempt to generate sympathy for a specific Iraqi. Captain Saeed is presented partially as a victim of US power, a humanized, complex character who does not fit into binary categories of good versus bad Arab. He tries to bargain with Gates, but points out that Saddam will kill his family if he and his soldiers simply abandon their posts. Saeed mirrors Barlow. They both are/were family men with a wife and small daughter. Indeed, they were also both trained by the US military and funded by the US government. Saeed also speaks about his son who was killed by US bombs. He asks Barlow to imagine how the American would feel if his own daughter was bombed. Hardly the happy violence that characterizes most comedies and many other films. Both scenarios are visualized, inviting viewers to sympathize with the Iraqi. Thus, the film situates this character not simply as victim or oppressor. Nevertheless, Saeed is ultimately still a villain, much more obviously than he is a victim. He does torture Iraqis and Barlow quite graphically, for example, forcing him to drink crude oil, a scene against the wishes of the on-set advisor Jack Shaheen. Saeed is also directly associated with the disturbing images of prisoners tied to metal bed frames. Ultimately, the film suggests the US has done the right thing in opposing Iraqi aggression. Barlow even has the last word on the matter, claiming that too much bombing is crazy, but not saving Kuwait. The objection raised is that the US has adopted inappropriate tactics to achieve this commendable end, namely not taking the fight all the way to Baghdad. The Iraqi Shia are more humanized figures. Family man Amir Abdullah, played by Cliff Curtis, says that they just want to make business without the threat from Saddam. In one scene, two men have a discussion with Vig, Elgin and Abdullah. Gates does not even appear here. It is the Iraqis who are foregrounded. They somewhat humorously lead Vig into saying he was trained to kill all Arabs, and then they laughingly tell him that he has a terrible haircut. The Iraqi Shia are truly, if briefly, humanized figures. That said, aside from such moments, they are generally passive, unable to help themselves, and dependent on the Americans to lead them. The Americans receive the greatest sympathy in Three Kings. Vig represents the frustration of US soldiers in an emotionally unsatisfying war. He wants to wear night goggles and blow up footballs because he did not see any action during the war. He imagines an Iraqi victim's head being blown off in a cartoon-like manner. Vig is later shot dead. The Shia embalm and wrap his body and agree to carry the body to an Islamic shrine in Iran, therefore giving the American heightened status. The audience is encouraged to feel most sympathy for Barlow, who goes through a particularly grueling change. He is the everyman figure, an office worker and family man who is reluctant to put himself in harm's way. He is shot several times, then captured and horrifically tortured. Later, Iraqis shoot Barlow yet again, and he has an operation which will keep him alive for a few hours. We suffer with Barlow too, when he is a perpetrator of violence. In the opening scene, Barlow, confused by the rules of engagement, decides to shoot an unarmed Iraqi. The bullet tears through the Iraqi's neck, where normally one would expect a clean cinematic kill. In this scene, the Iraqi seems to be a victim, but the film dwells on Barlow himself, who looks distressed for what he felt he had to do. The American soldier remains the victim, even when he stands over the body of a dying Iraqi, who is treated essentially as a comic foil. Three Kings is an unusual ideological product in Hollywood terms, which begins to break down the official history of the Gulf War. Nevertheless, the film presents the US military as the victim of the government's implementation of inconclusive policies in Iraq, notably the early termination of military force. The film does not discuss the impact of dominant US interests, while implying that the US was operating on principle in its reaction to Iraqi aggression. These limitations have significant implications because, as it stands, the film suggests that the problems of Iraq can be solved and only solved by the application of US force. In 2002-2003, the Bush administration was able to use such humanitarian rhetoric to support an assault on Iraq, which was based on the same powerful interests and assumptions of benevolence that informed US actions in 1990 to 1991, creating more of the same victims. Indeed, director Russell sheepishly indicated Three Kings' ideological consistency with the 2003 Iraq War. On meeting future US President George Bush Jr. in July 1999, Russell said he was making a film that would question his father's legacy in Iraq. Bush shot back, "Then I guess I'm going to have to finish the job, aren't I?" Conclusion. Major modern comedy films have not tended to reflect the more vibrant satire available elsewhere in Hollywood history. Although Comedy Central appears once to have compelled The Daily Show's host Jon Stewart to apologise publicly for dumb, stupid comments about President Truman, Stewart called him a war criminal, accurately. The programme has regularly presented quite challenging perspectives on America's role in the world. Among the major film productions, though, the line has been much tighter, and Hollywood's sense of humour has marched firmly in step with the regiments of the state. There are exceptions, but even a smart comedy like the well-intentioned Three Kings draws upon strong strands of neoconservative thinking on Iraq. Products like Team America and You Don't Mess with the Zohan play the plague on both your houses card, but as much as the filmmakers cast themselves as being above the fray and independent of state interference, they are supporters of reactionary politics at fundamental levels. The knee-jerk politics of other films like True Lies were happier to wear their brutishness on their sleeves. Perhaps most disturbing of all was Charlie Wilson's War, which was quietly rewritten to suit the interests of the national security apparatus, passing up the chance to produce what at least had the potential to be the Dr. Strangelove of our generation.
Chapter 5. Action-Adventure. Action-adventures are perhaps most liable of all film types to present simplistic takes on US foreign policy, ignoring trenchant thought in favour of thin backstories, melodrama, violence and spectacular effects. As a rule, action-adventures heroise US central power structures clearly and reflexively, as is exemplified by films like The Hunt for Red October from 1990, Executive Decision from 1996, Air Force One from 1997, Sum of All Fears from 2002 and Eagle Eye from 2008, all of which were provided support by the Pentagon. Other action-adventures such as Outbreak from 1995, The Peacemaker 1997 and Collateral Damage from 2002 are relatively more politically engaged, but still focus on the benevolent intent of US troops and policymakers and show the overall benefits of US violence, as we shall see. Certain franchises warrant little comment, particularly as they are so widely known. For example, few would deny that the politics of the James Bond or Mission Impossible films are anything other than firmly in the camp of Western governments. Both have featured villainous rogue agents, but ultimately always maintain the integrity of national security organisations, as in the conclusion to Quantum of Solace from 2008, where it is pointedly mentioned that the CIA has fired the cynical agent and promoted the affable Felix Leiter. Occasionally, the producers of these series have worked with such organisations to make the films, which is why the producers of Tomorrow Never Dies were compelled by the Department of Defense to remove something as petty as a joke about the US losing Vietnam from the script. Nonetheless, the genre remains open to possibilities for more critical content, and the thin backstories are not necessarily obliged to follow establishment lines, as in products like the Bourne franchise. Other films have depicted relatively apolitical characters and scenarios, as with Speed from 1994, in which mid-level police officers must stop a bomb aboard a bus, the bomb being wired to explode if the bus slows down to 50 miles per hour. Such products are a reminder that successful, exciting, high-concept films do not need to involve high-level politics at all. Other action-adventures also employ backstories that disparage the US government, but it would be quite a stretch to see these as films with any kind of leftist agenda on US foreign policy. The Long Kiss Goodnight from 1997 involves a group of CIA operatives who plan to frame a Muslim for the detonation of a chemical weapon on US soil in order to guarantee increased defense budgets. In Under Siege 2 from 1995, an American-made superweapon blasts away thousands of Chinese people. The Shooter from 2007 by the US of villagers in Ethiopia for corporate gain. However, the victims of these films are, of course, never actually shown on screen. Where are the Chinese victims in Under Siege 2? Where is the contextualization of US false flag operations in The Long Kiss Goodnight? Where are the Africans in The Shooter? Where, indeed, is the acknowledgement that the US has been a long-term ally of Ethiopia in the War on Terror? Air Force One. Despite the obvious tendencies for the genre to present highly aggressive narratives, let's examine some major Pentagon-backed movie presentations to see exactly how they do so. In Air Force One from 1997, Russian terrorists led by Igor Korshunov, played by Gary Oldman, take over the presidential plane Air Force One. President Marshal, played by Harrison Ford, remains undetected on board and fights to rescue his family and the hostages. Whilst Korshunov executes prisoners, the White House must decide whether or not Vice President Catherine Bennett, Glenn Close, should assume the presidency. Korshunov captures Marshal and threatens to kill his wife and daughter unless Marshal prevails upon the Russian government to release Kazakhstan's ultranationalist General Radek from jail. Many of the US leadership figures in Air Force One are truly heroic, and the president himself is adulated as an action hero, resuscitating the image of the Vietnam vet in the process. Marshal castigates himself and his country for not acting earlier to halt the genocide caused by Radek's previous rule in Kazakhstan. When Marshal improvises his speech in Moscow, "Never again will I allow our political self-interest to deter us from doing what we know to be morally right," he is not saying that existing US policy is non-benevolent. Rather, he is implying that US deployment of military force is by definition always benevolent, but that regrettably force is not used enough because political will is lacking until more tangible US interests are in jeopardy. This is the film's criticism of US foreign policy as far as it goes. Even Defense Secretary Walter Dean, played by Dean Stockwell, who the film shows advocating the wrong tactical decisions, is trying to promote common values. He qualifies his statements about destroying the plane, "I hate to say this, but," in contrast to the callous Russian Petrov, "50 lives means nothing in the grand scheme," and he is driven by a desire to prevent an even worse outcome for ordinary people. At the climax, Marshal's noble intent is put to the ultimate test. With only time enough remaining for one person to leave Air Force One before it crashes, Marshal must decide whether to crash into the sea with Caldwell or save his own skin. Without there being any realistic choice, the narrative problem is immediately and conveniently resolved as the traitorous Secret Service agent Biggs, played by Xander Berkeley, shoots Caldwell dead. Meanwhile, Biggs himself is the only American bad guy, and the film assiduously refuses to offer any explanation for his treachery, thereby making opposition to the president appear all the more unfathomable. Sympathetic attention in the film is directed almost exclusively at the US military and civilian authorities. Marshal makes brief mention of refugee camps and how 200,000 Kazakhs were killed under Radek's regime, but this all remains off-screen. The film also alludes very briefly to some problems facing Russia, which Korshunov claims has been turned over to gangsters and prostitutes. In the film, though, we do not actually see any Russian people other than the terrorists. We are not positioned to trust anything Korshunov says, and our only images of Russia, stunning shots of Red Square, are of considerable opulence, delegitimating the notion that post-communist Russia had become the basket case Korshunov describes. Rather, the spread of US power and capitalist values seem to have worked out for the common good. The US executive branch is particularly sympathetically portrayed. The camera dwells on Marshal's pained reactions to Deputy Press Secretary Mitchell's killing. He feels for Doherty when he learns of his death. We stay with Marshal throughout his agonizing attempts to stand up to Korshunov. Furthermore, Air Force One shows us that the victimization of the US executive leads to the victimization of literally the whole world, as the consensus is that relations with Russia and its satellite states are one step away from being plunged back into a warlike mentality, epitomized by Korshunov and Radek. Curiously, although American leadership figures are portrayed as possessing the highest values and being morally above reproach, some military men are simultaneously disposable. Caldwell is quite matter-of-fact that Marshal should live instead of him, simply because Marshal is president. Likewise, at least 2 Special Forces men have plummeted to their deaths in the presidential plane. The film traverses this potentially deflating ending by pushing the case that the military are incredibly noble and important people, but simultaneously, unquestionably, much less important than the president, which further dignifies his office and demonstrates the film's extreme devotion to traditional established US authorities. The Department of Defense provided full cooperation for the film, but did not have much to change in the script. Instead, the Air Force spent some time making changes to ensure the other armed services were removed almost entirely from the product. In conclusion, Air Force One does not just assume and depict US exceptionalism, it positively advocates acting on it as policy. There are even several references to a bellicose Saddam Hussein, who the president is admirably dealing with by deploying warships. The film questions US power only in that it is not applied frequently or forcefully enough, and it shows the US repeatedly interfering in the affairs of sovereign nations, including breaching other nations' airspaces and ordering the assassinations of their would-be leaders. Ironically, this behaviour is shown to be absolutely necessary to protect common values and democratisation, as Eastern democracies are so fragile, underdeveloped, and dependent on US kind-heartedness. Executive Decision. When the Pentagon-supported Executive Decision from 1995 was released, it seemed to fit the political zeitgeist of the mid-90s, which gave us the Clash of Civilizations paradigm. In this film, Islamist terrorists hijack a commercial airliner. While the initial consensus at the Pentagon is that the terrorists, led by Naghi Hassan, played by David Suchet, are exerting pressure on the US to release their ostensible leader, El Sayed Jaffer, played by Andreas Katsoulas, intelligence consultant David Grant, played by Kurt Russell, convinces them that the hijacking is more likely an attempt to crash the plane packed with nerve gas into Washington. An anti-terror squad led by Travis, Steven Seagal, boards the airliner using a prototype Remora aircraft with stealth technology. Travis falls to his death during the audacious attempt to link the two planes, leaving Grant in the hold of the hijacked airliner with the remainder of Travis's team. While the US government releases Jaffa in the hope that it might appease the Islamists, the team discovers and eventually diffuses an enormous chemical bomb packed with nerve gas. Curiously, the notion that a terrorist attack on the US's east coast would surely target the government itself is not discussed, whilst in reality, of course, the government was obliged to take aversive action to maintain continuity, hence Vice President Dick Cheney's dash to an undisclosed location following 9/11. Instead, the debate in the film is framed in terms of how the executive can save the greatest numbers of ordinary people, regardless of its own safety. The executive decision forms the agonising central focus of the film. The solution is some method of high-tech violence. Negotiation, as shown through the Senator Mavros character, is tantamount to suicide. Executive Decision is populated with ordinary, scared American victims who regain their dignity only through contact with the US military. For example, both pilots make gaffes which suggest the anti-terrorist squad might be boarding, notably by failing to cover up the alarm light when the team attaches the Aurora to the airliner. However, when the co-pilot searches the hold to discover the cause of the flashing light, Captain Rapp, the keenly patriotic Latino-American, covertly shows him the stars and stripes sewn into his military uniform. From this point onwards, the co-pilot lies convincingly to the terrorists about the reason behind the alarm light. Similarly, Grant is a goofy civilian CIA agent, but he saves the day with military support. In the final standoff, a baffled Naghi asks Grant, "Who are you?" expecting him to be some kind of hero. "I'm no one," says Grant, and that's not false modesty. Grant is a normal person who works well as part of an effective, democratic, militarised system. This is why Travis's death, while unusual, fits well into the narrative and ideological construction of the movie. In contrast, the Islamist leader Naghi Hassan seeks to dictate a dramatic statement. His Al-Thar, meaning revenge, movement uses otherworldly justifications for their kamikaze actions. Most of the terrorists on board the plane believe that their mission is to blackmail America into releasing their original leader, El Sayed Jaffer, from US custody, though Jaffer himself is more moderate. But the film suggests it is Naghi and the Marriott bomber who represent the new irrational spirit that has come to dominate the Palestinian struggle. In conclusion, Executive Decision fantasizes about a revitalized relationship between soldier and civilian, which belies the militarism ingrained into corporate Hollywood's take on international security. By the final scene, Grant and Rat are able to salute each other in a sign of mutual respect, when previously Grant was derided as a James Bond wannabe. As a uniquely free, multicultural, democratic system which does not ever negotiate with terrorists, America is able to overcome the death of its lead hero, and indeed the absence of its president, in stark contrast to the other's dictatorial hierarchy built on lies and deception. Executive Decision also gives the lie to the Bush administration's self-serving claim that it could not have predicted the 9/11 attacks, although it demonizes the Palestinians rather than Al-Qaeda. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice said, "I don't think anyone could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center, and that hijacking before 9/11 and hijacking after 9/11 mean two very different things." Perhaps Rice could have paid attention to the numerous intelligence reports on the subject, including one as early as 1995, when an accomplice of Ramzi Yousef, mastermind of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, admitted that he learned to fly at US flight schools and had plotted to crash a hijacked aircraft into the CIA's headquarters. Either that, or she could have done what millions of other people did, kick off their shoes, order some snacks, and watch Executive Decision.
Clear and present danger. Other films laid greater claim to being critical, though almost invariably this only ever consisted of unsubstantial points. Clear and Present Danger from 1994, made with full Pentagon cooperation, is based on the 1990 novel by Tom Clancy, a hard-right Washington insider. It was co-scripted by self-confessed Zen fascist John Milius, who was also behind films like Conan the Barbarian in 1982, Red Dawn from 1984, The Hunt for Red October from 1990, and Flight of the Navigator from 1991. In Clear and Present Danger, US President Bennett, played by Donald Moffat, orders National Security Advisor James Cutter, Harris Yulin, to establish the secret and illegal Operation Reciprocity, implementing a hardline policy against a Colombian drug cartel, Cali. Cutter employs the help of CIA Deputy Director of Operations Robert Ritter, and they use government money to bankroll a secret army. Together they set up acting CIA Deputy Director Jack Ryan, played by Harrison Ford, as the fall guy for their actions, but Ryan battles to save the troops and the truth. Clear and Present Danger depicts the US military in reflexively positive terms, reluctantly obeying their shady civilian masters and engaging in daredevil operations that neutralize nefarious drug dealers and destroy their infrastructures. More interesting is the film's depiction of civilian authorities, for although it undoubtedly deplores the undemocratic tactics of the villainous Bennett-Cutter-Ritter triumvirate, all three are genuinely trying to defeat the drug cartels, which are a clear and present danger to US national security, and to reduce the flow of narcotics into the US. The culmination of their plan comes when Cutter makes a treaty with the villainous Felix Cortez, played by Joaquim de Almeida, whereby the latter would run the cartels without US interference in exchange for a dramatic cut of supply to the US and regular arrests for US propaganda purposes. This is certainly a deal with the devil, but it is arguably well-intentioned, reflecting the Bennett-Cutter-Ritter view of the moral world as being shades of grey, rather than the right and wrong equation preferred by Ryan. The original script framed US policy in less favourable terms, but fell foul of the Pentagon's marker pen. For instance, the president says of the Colombian drug lords, "Those sons of bitches, I swear, sometimes I'd like to level that whole damn country, and Peru and Ecuador while we're at it." The offending line was removed, along with any presidential references to payback, busting some butt, and calling the dealers monkeys and jabalonis. No version of the Clear and Present Danger script cared to mention anything about the real-life effects of the US relationship with Colombia, the most salient being that while Colombia receives more US arms and training than any other nation in the world, with the exception of Israel and Egypt, it also has the worst human rights record in the hemisphere. Commenting on Colombia in 1994, the year the film was released, Amnesty International reported that at least 1,000 people had been illegally executed with impunity by the armed forces or paramilitary groups operating with their support or acquiescence, while disappearances and torture were increasingly widespread. In Clear and Present Danger, the prevalence of other powerful characters, principally Ryan and Admiral James Greer, played by James L. Jones, suggests that the US political system also produces honest men who can rein in the kinds of abuses of protocol by the Bennett-Cutter-Ritter trio. In fact, the majority of American characters who work within civilian power structures are remarkably amiable. FBI Director Jacobs even gives his secretary Moira Wolfson 2 days off just because she's in love. On his deathbed, outgoing CIA Deputy Director Greer emphasizes the importance of the oath of allegiance public officials take to the American people, which Ryan dramatically sees through by shouting down the president in the Oval Office. Bennett, Cutter and Ritter are therefore the exceptions, not the rule, and what's more, they know it. Although they talk tough, they are under constant threat from the benign system, embodied by Ryan and Greer and symbolised by Congress. At the climax, we see close-ups of Bennett, Ritter and Cutter, all with blood-drained faces, desperately calling after Ryan, who, with patriotic musical strains playing, solemnly swears to tell the truth in front of a congressional hearing. While the outcome is left open, Bennett, Cutter, Ritter's panicky manipulation suggests that they know Ryan will emerge triumphant. Power is only abused by minority elements, and those are forced to act in secret, perpetually fearful of the system's all-pervading decency. The principal victims of the film are Americans, especially the military and the majority of the civilian government. Ryan is shown under constant stress, trying to do the right thing while dodging political intrigue. At another stage, he and his government companions are ambushed from above by machine gun-wielding terrorists. The terminally ill Greer struggles heroically to maintain the good name of the CIA. In a key scene, director Philip Noyce intercuts Greer's somber state funeral with images of the military coming under heavy fire from drug barons in the jungle. As Bennett mouths formal platitudes, the enemy soldiers kill US troops to the tune of America the Beautiful, traumatizing the sole survivor, the patriotic Latino-American Domingo Chavez, and thus resuscitating the stab-in-the-back myth from the Vietnam War. It is a narrative straight out of the Missing in Action and Rambo franchises. At one point in Clear and Present Danger, US bombs kill some children who are family members of the drug dealers. Even here, the film makes a point of showing that the US military has not noticed the children. At the last minute, Clark sees them and hesitates in shock, implying he would not have authorized the attack had he known they were present, but the missile is already on its way. One of the unidentified boys' teddy bears shows up in the rubble on the television news later that day, prompting a visibly distressed Cutter to terminate the military mission. And so, ironically, this scene in which the US kills children actually serves to demonstrate compassion among America's leadership. Following this, we might ask some reasonable questions. Where is this abundance of sensitivity from the US national security apparatus towards the people of Latin America in the real world? Did an operative's tears smudge the ink of the Pentagon's Special Forces Counterinsurgency Manual, which states that establishing death squads in places like El Salvador and Nicaragua is particularly effective because it forces the insurgents to cross a critical threshold, that of attacking and killing the very class of people they are supposed to be liberating? Did US leaders visibly crumple with the shame of sponsoring these death squads? As a priest in El Salvador described, people are not just killed by the death squads, they are decapitated, and then their heads are placed on pikes and used to dot the landscape. Men are not just disemboweled, their severed genitalia are stuffed into their mouths. Women are not just raped, their wombs are cut from their bodies and used to cover their faces. It is not enough to kill children, they are dragged over barbed wire until the flesh falls from their bones, while parents are forced to watch. The answers are all too obvious, except to a Hollywood hooked on schmaltz, willfully ignorant of reality and enthralled to power. The Sum of All Fears. In another Tom Clancy adaptation, The Sum of All Fears, the Russian president suddenly dies and is succeeded by Nemerov, a man whose politics are virtually unknown. The change in leaders sparks concern among US officials, as CIA Director Bill Cabot, played by Morgan Freeman, recruits a young analyst, Jack Ryan, played by Ben Affleck, to supply insight and advice on the situation. Meanwhile, a worldwide cabal of neo-Nazis steal a nuclear weapon that was accidentally discarded by Israel during the 1973 war with Egypt and Syria. In an attempt to trigger hostilities between Russia and the US, they smuggle the bomb into Baltimore and detonate it during a football game. On Air Force One, the president prepares to retaliate against Russia, but Ryan contacts Nemerov and encourages him to back down. As an institution, the CIA is shown to have a purely de-escalatory influence, implementing the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, the START Treaty, and finding information to facilitate conflict resolution with Russia. When the president and his advisors do apply force, it is with heavy hearts and purely as a way of demonstrating deterrence, in the hope that they will encourage the Russians to back down. They never apply excessive violence and are ultimately successful, with Ryan's help, in avoiding nuclear warfare. Not surprisingly, the members of the neo-Nazi cabal are afforded no sympathy in their deaths. What is more striking, though, is that they are all mercilessly executed by the CIA and Russian secret police without collateral damage, and the executions are intercut as part of an uplifting opera-backed climax where Russia and America sign peace accords. Far from questioning these presumably illegal assassinations, the film invites us to see their direct perpetrators, a CIA agent and a former KGB officer, as friends of our hero Ryan. The KGB officer actually coyly congratulates Ryan on his engagement of marriage, despite seemingly having no way of knowing it had happened, short of the implied illegal surveillance. In sum, the film celebrates and makes light of the enormous covert powers of a globally operating US national security state and its allies, endorsing its methods,
dismissing its enemies. In contrast, Cabot dies a tragic and heroic death, whispering significant final words. The president emerges from the nuclear blast and gets straight back to running the country. Ryan himself is the most implausible and comforting figure of all, the idealistic CIA agent who shrugs off a nuclear blast and then unravels an international criminal conspiracy before hacking into the Russian president's private communication line and persuading him to stand down his nuclear forces, all in an afternoon's work. Far from belonging in the Political Film Society's 2003 Peace category, the Pentagon-assisted Sum of All Fears provides blanket endorsement for the legitimacy of US power, emphasizing the difficulties of applying force in a world without perfect intelligence. Further excuses the executive for what would be, had Ryan not saved the day at the last minute, the destruction of billions of people in a nuclear war. It is US leadership itself, not even the nuked citizens of Baltimore, that suffer most obviously in a world of genocidal enemies, and it is only they, the dignified and heroic leaders of the free world, who are ultimately able to stave off disaster and pave the way for peace and stability. In this context, it is notable that CIA Director George Tenet gave the filmmakers a personal tour of the Langley HQ. The film's star, Ben Affleck, had consulted with agency analysts, and Chase Brandon served as on-set advisor. Affleck is now married to Jennifer Garner, who worked with the CIA on her TV series Alias, and who even made an unpaid recruitment ad for the agency. Whether the CIA secured script changes is, as usual, hard to know. It was reported, though, that the Pentagon secured a script change to show that a US aircraft carrier under attack was not destroyed, but rather just damaged, in line with the organisation's reluctance to appear vulnerable. Such tampering was barely noticed, in part because the press made a hubbub about the identity of the film's villains. Clancy's book, Sum of All Fears, from 1991, ends with the president deciding to kill the Iranian leader by nuking the city of Qom, though Ryan blocks the moves because he considers the collateral damage would be too great. He advocates assassination instead. Not that Ryan is averse to threatening to nuke Iran himself, as when he is US president in 1996's executive orders. For the Sum of All Fears, however, after intense lobbying by CARE, the filmmakers agreed to change the identity of the baddies, a rare success for an outside organisation. Even so, several commentators, including the New York Times, criticised the film for not going with the original villains. The Times chastised the film industry. Neo-Nazis no longer suffice as villainous sitting ducks, and Hollywood may finally have to come to grips with the real issues that can't be reduced to black and white caricatures, as though Hollywood's addiction to Arab and Muslim villains is any less a parody of itself. Collateral Damage. Collateral Damage from 2002 feigned to challenge such simplistic stereotypes. In the film, Colombian terrorists led by Claudio the Wolf Parenti, played by Cliff Curtis, conducts a terrorist campaign in the US which kills the wife and child of Gordon Brewer, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, but misses the primary targets, CIA agent Peter Brandt and the Undersecretary of State for Latin American Affairs. Brewer goes to Colombia, is captured by the Wolf, and meets the Wolf's apparently repressed wife, Selena, played by Francesca Neri. They enter an alliance, and the CIA rescues them by destroying the Wolf's compound. Back in Washington, D.C., Brewer realizes Selena was a villain all along who had used him to trick her way into a federal building in order to bomb it. In the film, Brandt's sweepingly violent tactics are shown to be unhelpful as he uses Brewer's kidnapping to justify an assault on the terrorist compound. Brandt, though, is unusual. At a systematic level, the CIA and US authorities are less irresponsibly gung-ho, and for a good reason, namely avoiding the destruction of US relations with Colombia, something with which Brewer appears reluctantly to agree. In the midst of this interagency wrangling, the grieving Schwarzenegger fills the part of an idealized American leader by trying to neutralize the source of the problem, the Wolf, without causing collateral damage. "I will only kill you," Brewer tells Wolf. The film wraps up with Brewer receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom, bringing Schwarzenegger the star and government ever closer. The film does make some brief allusions to the suffering of non-Americans. Selena tells Brewer that the Wolf became a terrorist when US-backed paramilitaries came and killed people in their village, including their child. However, as we learn later, Selena is a liar and a killer. Why should we trust what she says at all? Curiously, there is also a Canadian involved,
Sean Armstrong, played by the actor John Turturro, who was actually born in New York. Armstrong will say anything and betray anyone to escape jail, where he is imprisoned for lewd conduct. Yet when Brewer helps him escape, Armstrong good-naturedly provides him with information voluntarily, as though snapping out of a trance. It is as though Armstrong has finally remembered his, or Turturro's, American roots after spending too long in the company of nasty foreigners. The film characterizes Colombia on the whole as a war zone where half the country want to kidnap you, half the country want to kill you, illustrated by a lethal on-screen bus hijacking. Such characterizations are pretty sweeping, although they do reflect the deteriorating security situation in real-life Colombia. Selena appears to have fallen under the benevolent American wing, so it is an even worse act when she betrays not just Brewer, but also us, the audience. Furthermore, in a film specifically about collateral damage, Selena, presumably with the wolf's tacit consent, is distinct in that she is prepared to leave her own young son to die from a bomb she has set herself for a cause that is never sketched out. And in case anyone was wondering if perhaps the guerrillas have an identifiable and achievable emancipatory goal, this is ultimately dashed by Selena's war cry, "It's never over!" as though, for the Colombian leftists, warfare is an end in itself. In the Washington Post, Stephen Hunter wrote that Collateral Damage is from a world where moral equivalence and promiscuous empathy were still the colours of the day, but misses the fact that the film raises moral equivalence only to dismiss it. Nor was the film's empathy terribly promiscuous. While Collateral Damage was in production, the US was involved in Plan Colombia, a $1.3 million principally military aid package. Many countries had opposed Plan Colombia, and Congress had tried to ensure that the Colombian armed forces improved human rights. President Bill Clinton simply waived most of these conditions on the grounds of US national security interests, a decision deplored by Amnesty International in yet another year where hundreds of Colombians were killed by their own leaders. Earlier versions of the Collateral Damage script had depicted Libyan terrorists, that old chestnut, instead of Colombians, so the final cut, by Hollywood standards, was a triumph of creativity. Schwarzenegger himself was refreshingly unabashed about how the film should function ideologically. You want to make it entertaining and make it heroic, because that's what people want to see. They want a positive outcome. They want revenge. People are very loud and clear about what they want. When we tested our movie in November, they wanted to see a positive ending. They wanted us to kick the butts of the terrorists. Because in real life, it's also complicated, you know? Where are they? Have we found them all? We've found some of them, but Bin Laden is still out there. Some other guys are still out there. So there's still a dissatisfaction. But in a movie, you close the deal. You close the chapter. Movies bring a certain kind of closure, a fantasy that makes people feel good afterwards. Schwarzenegger, in fact, acknowledged explicitly some of the trends within such retrogressive, even racist products. It's no different than during the Second World War or the Vietnam War. That's how John Wayne became the big hero, along with Kirk Douglas and all of those guys. Doing war movies and kicking the Germans' butts and calling them krauts and all this stuff. It was great, great entertainment. They showed the Americans losing fewer lives, you know, and usually there's a personal focus on a guy. People like to see those things under those circumstances. The Peacemaker. The Peacemaker from 1997 was promoted as a cerebral action adventure that considered the nature of US power in a new security environment. The film was the first to be released by DreamWorks SKG and is based on the book 1 Point Safe by journalists Andrew and Leslie Cogbone. Between them, Andrew and Leslie have written books critical of the US-Israeli relationship, A Secret War in Nicaragua, and of Donald Rumsfeld, so one would be forgiven for expecting their filmic work to provide some kind of challenge to official US narratives, but in fact it remains consistent with the Pentagon CIA mythology. In The Peacemaker, disaffected elements of the Russian military, led by General Alexander Kodorov, steal nuclear weapons and detonate one of them in the Urals. White House nuclear expert Dr. Julia Kelly, played by Nicole Kidman, and Special Forces intelligence officer Lieutenant Colonel Thomas DeVoe, played by George Clooney, travel to Austria and then throughout the world trying to find the nukes, which Kodorov is smuggling into Iran. However, Bosnian Serb radical Vlado Miric escapes with the final bomb, which he delivers to his half-brother Dusan Gavric, a disillusioned Bosnian politician who intends to detonate it at UN headquarters.
in New York. Kelly and DeVoe track him down, but their SWAT team is unable to take him out. Kelly and DeVoe find Gavrich and confront him. He commits suicide, and Kelly defuses the bomb. The US places a high premium on human life in the movie. As terrorists transport a nuclear weapon into Iran, DeVoe warns his own assault team that whatever you do not shoot any civilians, and then literally points out who can be killed. As the film reaches its climax, the US's insistence on careful targeting is put to the test. DeVoe's marksman will not take a shot at Gavrich because a little boy is dangerously close to his sights. The marksman, wailing, "Oh God," emphasizes just how deeply entrenched these common values of human rights within US power systems are, even when DeVoe repeats an explicit order in an effort to prevent a nuclear explosion on US soil. The authorities do not ultimately risk the life of a child. DeVoe can be brutal, of course, but only against the usual victims. Under these circumstances, his violence is endorsed with relish. George Clooney explained that in the original script, his character lets an unarmed villain pick up a gun so that they can do battle on even terms. Clooney recalls telling the director, "I think this guy dies. You water it down if I arm him again. He's just killed my best friend in front of me. I'm playing a military expert, so he dies. I wanted it to be execution style. This isn't Die Hard." Clooney also revealed that he based his character on Jack Nicholson's abusive general from A Few Good Men. The left-wing activist's major script input then was not to add even a line that questioned US policy, but rather to show his character's brutality in a heroic and sympathetic light. Victims of US enemies are subject to much greater support than those of the US, and naturally the enemies are demonized. In the case of The Peacemaker, this is particularly interesting because it was received and promoted as a film that created a more realistic and sympathetic enemy than is the norm. Producer Walter Parks noted, "We knew that if we could show that our villain has a moral imperative, even if what he's doing is utterly horrific, we'd be approaching what might otherwise have been a traditional action movie in a fresh way that would set it apart from the genre." However, the tragic depiction of Gavrich amounts to little more than a series of brief, cliched scenes beside his wife's graveside in the pouring rain, screaming in the street like a comic book villain, and portraying the tortured pianist. Ultimately, Gavrich is a take on the traditional Bond villain, complete with the threatening TV address, the twisted ideological desire for apocalyptic violence, and the elaborate master plan. In contrast, overwhelming sympathetic attention is directed towards centres of US power, embodied by the hounded DeVoe and Kelly, who are shown to be under constant threat and stress. It is New York itself, though, the hub of US and UN power, that is the ultimate sympathetic potential victim. Civilian and military authorities keep reminding us that the device could destroy 10 blocks, cause 500,000 deaths, destroy half of downtown Manhattan. The city is depicted on a map as a huge target, coloured red to mark the expected nuclear fallout should the bomb explode. Time literally stands still during the search for Gavrich. He sets the nuke at 10 minutes, but the film takes a full 20 minutes for the countdown, thereby prolonging the viewer's agony on behalf of the New Yorkers. For a painfully long time, no one, including the supposedly empathetic Kelly, has even figured out that New York was the terrorist target. New York is emblematic of American benevolence, we are invited to believe, so why would anyone possibly want to destroy it? Surely the 44th parallel target they discover refers to Sarajevo or some other city that is actually part of the malign outside world. Deadly cities where opulent Russian mafia front companies send their goons out onto the streets with guns blazing, and where the police appear to have taken a permanent holiday. Cities like Vienna. Quite apart from this inanity, the film ignores parts of 1 Point Safe, not to mention the broader debate about nuclear proliferation. Although 1 Point Safe largely concerns a small group of US policymakers fighting bureaucracy to prevent nuclear proliferation, it does provide some criticism of US nuclear weapons policies. For instance, the Coburns refer to the impact of corporate forces on US behaviour, reporting that a deal between the US and Russia for the US to buy 500 tons of highly enriched uranium from Russian nuclear warheads was stalled at the US end because the US Enrichment Corporation found it more economically beneficial to enrich uranium for sale to the power industry itself rather than buying the Russian warheads. Other commentators draw attention to the Pentagon Space Commission, which is in charge of coordinating US space military operations. Its major document, Vision for 2020, sets out plans for the deployment of offensive weapons in space, including nuclear weapons. Vision for 2020 speaks directly to its government sponsors, saying its aim is dominating the space dimension of military operations to achieve full-spectrum dominance over the planet for the benefit of US commercial, civil, international, and military interests and investments. Another Pentagon report resuscitates Nixon's madman theory by advocating that Washington present a national persona which is irrational and vindictive when US vital interests are attacked, because it hurts to portray ourselves as too fully rational and cool-headed. The provisos about US benevolence are discarded when elites talk among themselves, in these cases at least, and when the same information is filtered through the Hollywood system, anything unsavory is removed and an image of impartial US benevolence remains. To conclude, the Peacemaker shows the US to be well within its rights as benevolent global leader to apply military force wherever it sees fit, as it is the only country with the means, good nature and competence to do so. This is quite at odds with the political views of a very large range of analysts, seemingly including those who produced the film. It is a testament to the strength of the Hollywood ideological machine that even where a film is produced from left-wing sources and is promoted as a thoughtful new form of action-adventure film with sympathetic enemies, it still manages to present an exceptional America juxtaposed with intransigent enemies that must be destroyed for the good of the planet. Director Mimi Leder commented, "We are a vulnerable world and we need to protect ourselves. That is a message I hope gets across with the film." On these terms, the film succeeds. It does indeed sound like we need to protect ourselves from the entire Middle East, particularly Iraq, which in the backstory DeVoe prevents acquiring chemical weapons, and Iran. The solution advocated is targeted state-sanctioned violence, which proceeds without negative consequences. America is, after all, the peacemaker. The Bourne franchise. The most politically critical action-adventure was the Bourne series from 2002. The narrative begins with fishermen discovering the naked body of a man. The man, who has no idea who he is, finds out he is an assassin called Jason Bourne, played by Matt Damon, brainwashed by the CIA under an umbrella operation called Treadstone, and then later Blackfriar. Bourne had been knocked unconscious into the sea when one of his missions went wrong, and now CIA is attempting to kill him to cover up their complicity in state-sanctioned murder. Doug Liman, director of the first film, The Bourne Identity, 2002, explained that he had jettisoned almost everything from the original Cold War era novels except the premise. He did this not only to modernize the story, but also to bring it in line with my politics, which are definitely left of center. I wanted to create a backstory for the film that really talked about American foreign policy without cramming my political beliefs down people's throats. He had been inspired, he explained, by his father, Arthur L. Liman, who was chief counsel to the Senate committee investigating the Iran-Contra affair. The studio, Universal, was remarkably willing to take risks with the movie, notably by hiring Liman, but even in this case, the desire to dumb down was evident. Liman clashed with the studio repeatedly, with him wanting to spend time and money on character development scenes, while they demanded more action sequences. Although the shoot was ultimately a success, it was, in Liman's words, a fucking nightmare. Universal hated me, he explained. I had an arch enemy in the studio. They were trying to shut me down. In the Bourne series, the CIA is presented as a villainous bureaucracy gone too far. The backstory is that the dictator of a small African country, Nkwana Wombozi, is threatening to expose CIA operations in Africa unless it helps him get back into power. It turns out that Wombozi has just survived an assassination attempt, and CIA management is trying to find out if any of their men were stupid enough to have done such a thing. Unfortunately for Deputy Director Ward Abbott, played by Brian Cox, and Treadstone Coordinator Alexander Conklin, played by Chris Cooper, they were in on the assassination attempt. For a moment then, it seems as though the film will go down the usual route and show how the system corrects itself and expunges a few bad apples. But as the series progresses, self-interest and the need for secrecy are shown to be rife throughout the agency, including the Deputy Director Noah Vosen and Mengele-style Dr. Albert Hirsch, played by Albert Finney, and even the CIA Director himself, Ezra Kramer, played by Scott Glenn. The CIA even ends up eating its own people, Bourne, Abbott, Nicky, and so on. When you start down this path, asks Landy, where does it end? Noah replies brutally, it ends when we've won. The franchise suggests that such a victory is not at all in the interests of the public, as the film's CIA spends most of its time acting like the mafia rather than a protective force. Paul Greengrass directed the subsequent Bourne films along similar lines to Lyman's original. Greengrass explained on the DVD commentary to the Bourne Supremacy, we can't trust the authorities and we have to search for our own answers as Bourne is searching for his, and those answers are on the street. He adds that government, especially secret government, have not told us the truth about the Iraq War, begging the question why Greengrass saw fit to publicise the government's version of events for 9/11 in United 93 from 2006. Ultimately, of course, the nefarious parts of the CIA are brought down from within, namely by an alliance between Bourne and Landy. At the end of 3 Days of the Condor from 1975, Robert Redford is paranoid that the major newspapers will not print the proof he has that the CIA has been trying to kill him as part of a secret operation to invade the Middle East. None of that in Bourne, where Landy simply faxes some offending documents and says coolly to Vosen, you better get a good lawyer. And of course, aside from the assassinated Wombosi, we see little indication of the impact CIA is having on foreign victims. Still, Bourne is a remarkable piece of work, which functions in many ways as the antithesis of the masculinized Bond series. Aside from some foaming at the mouth from the likes of Bill O'Reilly, Bourne has not seemed to concern right-wing commentators as much as many other films in other genres. The CIA Hollywood liaison, Chase Brandon, even appeared in one of Identity's DVD extra features, congratulating the realism of the Bourne character and adding it was really quite a thrill ride and really well done. It will take more than just the Bourne films to overturn Hollywood's lazy reliance on mainstream political ideology in the products it produces. The CIA's official chief historian also alluded to its relative unimportance when comparing it to The Good Shepherd, which warrants attention because it markets itself as the hidden history of the CIA, whereas products like Spy Game and Bourne are transparently total fiction. Conclusion. Despite the common caricature of action adventures as being mindless, nationalistic and violent, the genre is really little different to any other in terms of its level of critical political content. Films like Outbreak, The Shooter and The Long Kiss Goodnight presented critical viewpoints on US power, although playing up the hyperbolic escapism helped them to avoid controversy. Remarkably, the Bourne franchise certainly dipped its toe into political controversy. Traditional depictions of US power, as in Executive Decision, Air Force One, Clear and Present Danger, Sum of All Fears, and other films like Stealth from 2005, continued to dominate the genre. All presented the US in glowing terms and suggested that a hostile external world can only be brought to heel through the imposition of great force. Invariably, they turned to the Pentagon for major hardware assistance, which imposed further political limits on what could be said. The Peacemaker and Rambo, however, give some indication of how national security services rarely need do more than oil the machinery when working the dream factory.
Chapter 6, Science Fiction. Science fiction can accommodate rather simplistic narratives depicting morally unambiguous fights between the US and space aliens, from War of the Worlds in 1953 and the remake in 2005, to the Pentagon-assisted Invaders from Mars from 1986, as well as numerous installments of Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon. Still, as the science fiction genre tends to take place in dystopian worlds, it does also have a tendency to provide more cerebral warnings of the dangers of power and technology. Hence the 1968 classic Planet of the Apes, for instance, in which we are shown the apocalyptic results of superpower rivalries. High-cost feature films from the past 2 decades, like Stargate from 1994 and Independence Day from 1996, have gone more down the Buck Rogers route and placed the emphasis on militarized US authorities, or their thinly veiled equivalent, as world-saving heroes. Franchises like Transformers from 2007, Iron Man from 2008, G.I. Joe from 2009, and ultimately even the initially independent Terminator from 1984 did likewise with Pentagon backing and oversight. It is striking that even relatively critical science fiction films from Hollywood history have been de-radicalized during the remake process. Tim Burton's reimagination of Planet of the Apes in 2001 removed some of the more radical commentary on US power. In the more recent film, the eighth planet is not actually revealed to be the irradiated Earth, but rather more straightforwardly a distant globe where US astronauts and their monkeys crashed thousands of years previously. Similarly, in the remake of Godzilla in 1998, the Japanese monster is created by a genetic mutation following French nuclear tests and then destroyed by the US armed forces. Bearing in mind that the original film suggested it was the US military testing that triggered the rise of the beast, and that Godzilla this time attacks the US rather than Japan, it is all the more peculiar a setup to absolve US responsibility for the irradiated beast's rampage. Still, let's focus on those films which depict US power most directly. Independence Day. In Independence Day from 1996, the US military and President Thomas J. Whitman, played by Bill Pullman, discover that several city-sized alien spaceships are heading towards Earth. The aliens obliterate New York, Los Angeles and Washington, and US deployment of nuclear weapons fails to penetrate the alien ship's defenses. Whitmore, scientist David Levinson, played by Jeff Goldblum, and US Marine Corps Captain Stephen Hiller, played by Will Smith, go to Area 51 and devise a successful counterattack using a computer virus and the aliens' own technology, with the president himself heading a US-led world coalition. The New York Times opined that Independence Day has a genial it's-only-a-movie attitude that sets it apart quite emphatically from any other blockbuster action movies, and means it scarcely has any social relevance. The Pentagon certainly disagreed, as it engaged in lengthy negotiations with the producers over the script. Following Department of Defense criticisms, producer Dean Devlin told them he was willing to undertake revisions to ensure that the film will make Star Wars and Top Gun look like paper airplanes. If this doesn't make every boy in the country want to fly a fighter jet, he declared, I will eat this script. For the Department of Defense, though, sticking points had remained, including the film's characterizations of a weak US military, as well as its depiction of Area 51, a secret military testing ground rumored to use extraterrestrial technology gathered from the 1947 Roswell incident. The Pentagon suggested, apparently with a straight face, that the filmmakers eliminate any government connection to Roswell and Area 51 and instead have a grassroots civilian group protecting the alien ship on an abandoned base, in a vain attempt to skirt around one of America's most enduring modern myths. Independence Day frames the US deployment of force as being informed by common values, articulated by the President in his pre-battle address as being freedom for mankind, not from tyranny, oppression or persecution, but from annihilation. Prior to this realization, the US tries everything to prevent war and collateral damage. The President encourages his people to reserve judgment about the intentions of the aliens and resists the advice of the Defense Secretary to attack the alien craft. Even in the face of the alien destruction of Earth, in the President's mind lingers the possibility that the bad behavior of the aliens is not due to their being intrinsically evil. The President does order a defensive conventional attack, but holds off from using nuclear weapons until he is positive that the aliens are beyond moral redemption. When the aliens explicitly repudiate peace, the President is finally able to say, guiltlessly, in line with common values and with macho venom, the words the film has encouraged the audience to think from the beginning: nuke 'em. The Independence Day aliens are vanquished through the wonder of US exceptionalism, about which we are reminded from the opening shot of the US flag on the moon to the final images of the 4th of July celebrations. 2 British soldiers enthusiastically receive the American message of a counterattack, speaking in the quintessentially English accent associated with the previous good war, the Second World War. It's about bloody time. The unity of Arabs and Israelis is made possible by US leadership. While the US insists that its own domestic boundaries remain intact, its president decides that its values, ideals, and even Independence Day itself will be extended globally, thereby erasing what Gregory J. calls the post-colonial condition and returning the happy primitives to their place in the world. Michael Rogan points out the deep-set misogyny that accompanies America's actions. The 3 female career professionals are resubordinated to their husbands. Power-suited Connie is in khakis and flannels, demoted, remarried, and jumping into Levinson's arms like a besotted cheerleader as he chomps on a cigar.
while Whitmore's First Lady was killed in the alien attack on Los Angeles, a consequence of disregarding her husband's request that she leave immediately once the threat became apparent, and Jasmine has been married off into a higher economic stratum. Indeed, if one is prepared to consider a popular metaphorical reading of the film for a moment, there is a somewhat Freudian tone to the film when the sexually abused pilot flies a suicide mission into the mothership's suggestively open undercarriage. This was surely cinema's first faintly metaphorical world-saving revenge rape assault, though remarkably it was not the last. 5 years later, the heroes of Evolution in 2001 recycled the idea and destroyed an alien invader by pumping gallons of product-placed Head & Shoulders shampoo right up its fundament. Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole summed up Independence Day's prevailing ideology in terms that reflected his own sophisticated instincts. We won. The end. Leadership. America. Good over evil. It's a good movie. Bring your family too. Stargate. Dean Devlin and director Roland Emmerich made a previous feature, Stargate, in 1994, which legitimates the use of American power in similar terms to Independence Day. The film fantasizes about a masculinized US, specifically projected onto the US military. It violently rejects a demonized other, but places even greater emphasis than Independence Day on the US role in leading oppressed nations to freedom, specifically by invoking images and narratives of the Persian Gulf War. In Stargate, the US military takes Egyptologist Daniel Jackson, played by James Spader, to an underground military base where he is shown a secret alien device called the Stargate. He joins a team led by the suicidal Air Force Colonel Jack O'Neill, played by Kurt Russell, through the Stargate portal and across the universe to a planet remarkably akin to popular Western images of ancient Egypt, including deserts, pyramids, and slavery. On arrival, they find a pacified tribe called the Nagadan, ostensibly led by Kasuf, played by Eric Avari, but cruelly dictated to by Ra, played by Jay Davidson, who pretends to be a sun god. Ra captures the team and intends to destroy Earth by sending O'Neill's hydrogen bomb back through the Stargate. Jackson and O'Neill escape, encourage the Nagadan people to rise up against their rulers, and detonate the weapon in Ra's spaceship. The US military travels through the portal for apparently two reasons: to further scientific discovery and to neutralize any potential threat from the other side. Yet when the Americans meet the Nagadan, they instinctively alter their mission to humanitarian intervention, specifically by encouraging the overthrow of Ra's regime. Nor is this through any controversial use of US force. It is Ra who strikes first, thereby bringing the innocent Americans into a fight not of their choosing. The ancient Egyptian leaders are brutes and can therefore be dispatched by the Americans with quips like, "Give my regards to King Tut, asshole." Meanwhile, the ordinary people are kind, hospitable, and clueless, a colonial stereotype symbolizing what one commentator neatly calls a childlike representation of a population that desperately seeks guidance of a Western superior in order to achieve their own potential. Stargate highlights the Nagadan's curiosity, naivety, illiteracy, and their desire to imitate American actions and values. Appropriately, they are played by non-white, non-Western actors. In one scene, a Nagadan boy, Skara, played by Alexis Cruz, mimics O'Neill by smoking a cigarette, but on doing so, the smirk on his face is predictably replaced by coughing. Floyd Cheong argues that the humour in this scene is associated not only with Skara's young age, but also with his society's inexperience. The situation is similar with regard to the submissive concubine, Shauri, played by Millie Avital. Whilst Jackson is able to learn her language, she cannot reciprocate and offers herself sexually instead. In the Journal of Popular Culture, Margaret Malamud sees the Nagadan as a metaphor for a cliched Islamic world, which shows a static culture forever mired in the past, awaiting American redemption. This is certainly a persuasive reading. The city's inhabitants perform bodily movements associated with Islamic prayer rituals. The people dress like Bedouins. The town's architecture resembles a nomadic tent city. Women are covered by clothes and subordinate to men, and the desert landscape is populated by camels. Ra himself wears the regalia of a goddess rather than a god, drawing on Jay Davidson's role as a transsexual in The Crying Game from 1992. He inhabits the body of a boy and wears a corset associated with sadomasochistic imagery. Malamud draws the parallel with one of the ways the Western media demonized Saddam Hussein in the run-up to the Persian Gulf War.
namely by dwelling on his purported sexual perversity and excesses, and his use of children as human shields. The Americans inspire Kasuf, a jittery weakling who refuses to fight for his rights, finally to head the cavalry in a violent insurrection against Ra. The natives dress themselves in US uniforms and carry US-supplied guns, one of them putting on a helmet while smoking a cigar. They are members of another denigrated subrace that is the lucky benefactor of US power. The film climaxes with the US obliterating Ra's spaceship with its hydrogen bomb, successfully avoiding the creation of any collateral damage by first having it teleported into outer space, in line with the myth of the laser-guided 1991 Gulf War bombing campaign. Indeed, if Stargate is to be understood as a metaphor for the Gulf War, it would have been more accurate for the Americans to encourage Kasuf and the Nagadan to rise up, then refuse to help them while allowing the defeated Ra to use weapons they could have easily banned, helicopter gunships in the case of Iraq, to crush the rebellion and ensure their old ally, Ra, remained in charge. Genuine sympathetic attention is reserved for the US military and its scientific attachment. We first see O'Neill seemingly suicidal at home and discover that his son accidentally shot himself dead with a gun that O'Neill had left lying around. O'Neill is so depressed that he is content with the mission, even when they cannot reactivate the Stargate, and it seems they may be stuck in the desert permanently. We are therefore pleased for O'Neill when he makes the decision to destroy Ra while preserving himself. Jackson is also a sympathetic figure, a bumbling Egyptologist with theories no one believes, so that when he decides to stay in their world after Ra is dead, it seems as though he's finally found a home. We are invited to rejoice, therefore, that the invading US forces, after screwing, drugging, patronising, arming and nuking an indigenous population, are finally happy. Transformers. Military assistance with the Transformers film franchise from 2007 is helping to generate particularly unambiguous, effective and widely distributed propaganda for the state, including all aspects of the armed forces. Prevalent themes include anti-appeasement, the life-enhancing qualities of fighting for a cause, and the high-tech efficiency of the US Armed Services. Why does the military let me use their stuff? Asks its director Michael Bay. Because they look good at what they do in my movies. I really admire them for the service they do for their country. The second film in the Transformers series, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen from 2009, was probably the largest joint military movie ever made, boasted Army Lieutenant Colonel Greg Bishop, and it crucially linked up all aspects of the military as rarely done before. It is careful to internationalise the US war effort. We've got Jordanians, they say, and the US valiantly defends Arab villages in Qatar, site of a military base. Bishop added, I suspect most American citizens could never accurately describe what it's like to be a soldier in today's army. They get their perspective of the army through the media, so our job is to educate the American people on who we are. At the end of the day, they are the stockholders. Bishop's logic is admirably tortuous. The armed forces are obliged by the people to educate them about how wonderful the armed forces are. This is to be achieved through the public purse. Bay also includes scenes which take a cheap shot at the French, commenting on their cuisine, and a pair of wacky animated characters called Skids and Mudflap, widely received as racist stereotypes. Toys sold in the millions, and General Motors used the film as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to draw young people into the car market with extensive product placement. Iron Man. Meanwhile, the Pentagon-assisted Iron Man franchise from 2008 was only marginally more sophisticated. Air Force Captain Christian Hodge, the Defense Department's project officer for the production, commented that the Air Force is going to come off looking like rock stars. In the film, Tony Stark, played by Robert Downey Jr., head of a Lockheed-style arms manufacturer, travels to Afghanistan to showcase his new weapon system to US commanders. Stark's military convoy is ambushed by terrorists who torture Stark and force him to build weapons for them in their mountain cave complex. Instead, Stark tricks them by building a prototype metal supersuit, which he uses to kill his captors and escape. Back in the US, Stark declares that his company needs to get out of the weapons business because he now has more to offer the world than making things blow up. He then builds a souped-up model of the suit, becomes Iron Man, and embarks on a mission to kill terrorists in Afghanistan. The emotional appeal of Iron Man rests on the idea that Stark, the self-confessed merchant of death, has changed his carefree attitude to arms manufacturing. Several reviewers fell for this curious conceit. The film was variously described as having a sprinkle of anti-war and redemption themes, being a pacifist statement, militantly anti-war profiteer, and Iron Man himself is a pacifist superhero who shuns arms manufacturing to save mankind. These readings of the film ignore the blatant fact that Stark actually continues to build weapons, only they are now more high-tech and produced covertly as part of his own bodily attack armor. Stark becomes literally a weapon of mass destruction, and this is shown to be great news as long as such capabilities remain only in American hands. Stark regrets that he has seen young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them, which seems to be what he means when he says he has become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability. But beyond this desire to avoid killing people on his own side anymore, Stark's road to Damascus has been short indeed, and the film remains little more than the usual fantasy about the US being able to blast away its enemies with impunity. In research for their 2022 book, Superheroes Movies in the State, my colleagues Tom Secker and Tricia Jenkins found extensive new evidence pointing to how the Pentagon had rewritten the script, making extensive changes. Terminator. Other science fictions laid greater but still dubious claims to anti-war content. Consider the Terminator franchise, variously described as anti-nuclear and anti-authoritarian. This was indeed the tone of the first three films, but by the fourth, the series had been co-opted by the Department of Defense, with the result that it was much more a direct champion of the US military. Here I focus on the 2003 and 2009 sequels, which tell us most about the franchise's approach to the US role in the wider world. Rise of the Machines from 2003 is set in the present day, just as the US military computer system Skynet has become self-aware and is spreading a global virus as part of its plan to launch a devastating nuclear attack against humanity. A team of human survivors send a reprogrammed T-101 Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, back in time from the future to protect John Connor and Catherine Brewster because they are destined to lead a successful war against the machines. Meanwhile, the machines send back a female TX Terminator, Christina Loken, to kill John and other potential members of the human resistance. In Rise of the Machines, US deployment of nuclear force is portrayed as a major miscalculation caused by blind faith in technology and militaristic authority. At the heart of the military-industrial complex is the feeble Robert Brewster, program director of the Cyber Research Systems, CRS, Autonomous Weapons Division, who is bullied by his Pentagon superiors into deploying Skynet. Rise of the Machines provides little justification for the creation of such an extensive and sophisticated military-industrial complex. No designation, for instance, of the threats from North Korea and Iran, pointedly referenced in Transformers and Iron Man 2. There is also the hint that the build-up has something to do with a culture of funding in the Pentagon, which alludes to the importance of powerful economic interests like CRS. Indeed, Skynet itself is reminiscent of the space-based weapons system famously championed by the US in the early 1980s, when President Reagan poured billions into Star Wars technology. The Terminator franchise views with suspicion these technological developments, and in Terminator 2 Judgment Day from 1991, our heroes even triumphantly demolish a major military-industrial facility. That said, the critique provided by Rise of the Machines is very limited. As always, our sympathies are with the Americans, from the vagrant Connor to the military commander Brewster. Additionally, in terms of the political philosophy espoused by the franchise, it rises little beyond Luddism and survivalism. Nor is there any indication that in the real world, at the time of the film's production and release, the US was engaged in controversial hostilities in Afghanistan and Iraq and was reconfiguring its nuclear weapons policy to permit their usage in the event of surprising military developments and other new circumstances. The nuclear war, when it finally comes in Rise of the Machines, has an air of inevitability which essentially provides closure. In the scene, mission complete, our heroes are safe, the TX destroyed, other bunker dwellers are getting in touch on the airwaves as we see the missiles shoot into the air over golden cornfields and explode in beautiful mushroom plumes from outer space. The final words of the film, "The battle has just begun," position the viewer to imagine the future of these characters, and indeed the series did continue in the Sarah Connor Chronicles TV series in 2008-2009, and then in subsequent movies. By the fourth movie, Terminator Salvation in 2009, the franchise had made a clear shift towards supporting establishment narratives, despite its earlier reservations. The Department of Defense provided its assistance, and the film was shot at Kirtland Air Force Base. A central theme is whether John Connor, played by Christian Bale, should prioritise striking a decisive military blow against the machines or rescue some captured humans who are entombed, with shades of Auschwitz, by the Terminators. For a world that is set just 15 years after a global nuclear holocaust, these survivors are fancifully healthy, not to mention hairy. Indeed, people hang around the streets of Los Angeles, a US submarine patrols underwater, and the US Air Force still functions above ground. Radiation poisoning seems to be of little concern, even though 2 further nuclear explosions occur during the course of the film. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Doomsday Clock, which has for over 60 years symbolised the nuclear threat level as assessed by the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, currently stands at 6 minutes to midnight, midnight being catastrophic destruction. None of this seems to be an issue for director Joseph McGinty Nicol, as he normalises the unthinkable. During periods of heightened popular concern about nuclear weapons, films like On the Beach from 1959, The Day After from 1983, and the British-made Threads from 1985 presented bleak, uninspiring worlds following nuclear conflict, and as such they demonstrate the serious consequences of such conflict. Even the flash forward from the first 3 Terminator films hinted at a horrible futurescape of pain, deprivation, and ad hoc guerrilla warfare. In contrast, producer Jeffrey Silver explained that the Department of Defense gave fantastic cooperation to Salvation because they recognized that in the future portrayed in this film, the military will still be the men and women who protect us, no matter what may come. Star Trek. The Star Trek series and spin-off movies are set hundreds of years in the future and recount the adventures of the USS Enterprise, a starship that is part of Starfleet, the military service of the United Federation of Planets. Commentators have long recognised the importance of US foreign policy themes in the ongoing Star Trek franchise ever since the first TV series appeared in 1966. Nicholas Evan Sarantekes uses original production documents to add weight to his argument that Star Trek constantly offered thoughtful critiques of US involvement in international affairs by means of allegory. The most overtly political of the Star Trek movie franchise was the 1991 installment Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, which has obvious parallels with the end of the Cold War, widely recognised by reviewers, and indeed the film's writer and star Leonard Nimoy, who played Dr. Spock, said he wanted to make the film about the Berlin Wall coming down in space. While the film is indeed a thoughtful critique of Cold War politics, it operates within narrow ideological parameters and only departs a fraction from what one commentator called Star Trek's reactionary nostalgia to change the world. In The Undiscovered Country, the Klingons discover that they have an estimated 50 years remaining before they will have completely depleted their ozone layer. Their only choice is to join the Federation, which will mean an end to 70 years of hostility. Admiral James T. Kirk, played by William Shatner, and his crew are called upon to help in the negotiations, but peace talks go badly. A mysterious attack on the Klingons appears to emanate from the Enterprise, killing Chancellor Gorkon, played by David Warner, of the High Council. In an attempt to prevent the situation escalating out of control, Kirk and Commander Leonard McCoy, MD, played by DeForest Kelley, beam aboard the Klingons' attacked vessel, but are tried and convicted of assassination. They are sent to Rurapenth, a freezing gulag, but manage to escape and discover that elements of both the Klingon and Federation societies led by Klingon General Chang, played by Christopher Plummer, had conspired to perpetuate war between the two races using stealth technology to frame Kirk. Chang tries to lead a direct attack on the Enterprise, but is destroyed, and the Klingons and humans unite at a peace conference. The American Federation is a collection of diverse worlds and cultures that respect, tolerate, and celebrate their differences, and the USS Enterprise is a military ship on a peaceful mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations. Although the crew of the Enterprise has strong negative feelings towards the other in the form of the Klingons, Kirk initially voices the opinion that the Federation should let the Klingon society die. They do not act upon these. Indeed, Kirk and McCoy put themselves in grave danger by beaming aboard the Klingon ship to try to save Gorkon's life. By the end of the film, Kirk, McCoy, and the others have learnt that their negative feelings towards the Klingons were too judgmental. There are some indications that private interests are involved in shaping US actions. The plot to kill Gorkon and therefore perpetuate the war between the two races is hatched by everyone who stands to lose from peace. This directly links the US application of power with its dominant interests. However, none of the guilty US characters are physically depicted, and we are just provided with a short list of names. Rather, the focus is solely on the maniacal Chang, who rants about the pleasures of warfare as he attacks the Enterprise. As expected, the enemy receives little sympathetic treatment. Even where the Klingons are depicted in submissive forms, they are not sympathetic. At Kirk and McCoy's show trial, the Klingons are shrouded in darkness and shouting like a herd of animals. Similarly, in the Gulag, they have no independent voices. They simply wander around, beating things up and grunting. Their arrogant leadership contains a faction led by Chang, which wants to go down fighting and is prepared to kill its own people to achieve that nihilistic end. The Soviet analogy is also morphed with an allusion to Chinese communism. David Bernardi points out that Chang is a throwback to the stereotype of the diabolical Chinese, drawing on images of the Yellow Horde and Fu Manchu. The allusions to the real world paint an American-centric view of the Cold War. In reality, the Soviet Union did not destroy its natural ecosystem, whilst the US was the world's worst polluter until 2007, when China officially took the crown. Chang's assertion that we need breathing room is openly equated with Adolf Hitler's desire for Lebensraum, whereas the Soviet Union actually fought against Nazi Germany. Furthermore, the argument that Washington defeated Moscow by forcing it to overspend in the arms race, also reflected in the movie, is hotly contested, with many historians and political analysts pointing away from this Reaganite position and to the importance of grassroots pressures and the progressive policies of elements within the Soviet leadership. The American Federation authorities are, of course, much more sympathetic than the Klingons. Kirk's anger at the Klingons is the result of their murdering his son. He gazes at photographs of the boy and speaks wistfully of his life. Although the film makes allusions to mirror imaging, for example by literally showing Kirk fighting a vision of himself, this is not to equate humans with the Klingons. In fact, the crew of the Enterprise overcomes its hostility towards the Klingons, despite being badly treated throughout the film. Ultimately, although elements of the Klingons are shown to be willing to make peace with the Federation, they only do so reluctantly and because they have destroyed their own hopes for survival. Or, as Bernardi puts it, the Klingons and humans get along because the Klingons agree to be more like the Federation. Other elements are shown to lead an unprovoked attack on their own people to prevent peace in favour of a suicidal, once more unto the breach. Undiscovered Country is a thoughtful examination of the application of US power, but its worldview is divided into a benevolent US and a malevolent other, and the debate centres around how best the US can operate in these conditions to fulfil its inherently decent objectives. Total Recall. Which contemporary science fiction films can lay claim to challenging fundamental myths about US benevolence? Two egregious cases are Starship Troopers from 1997 and Total Recall from 1990, which were both made by the maverick Dutchman Paul Verhoeven. Total Recall depicts a privatized futuristic solar system where Vilos Cohagen rules an airtight city on Mars where he maintains a monopoly of air production. The city's slum workers have been turned into mutants due to their living within cheaply produced domes that do not adequately protect against cosmic rays, which the thin atmosphere cannot block. The heroic Arnold Schwarzenegger character activates an ancient alien artifact which creates a breathable atmosphere throughout Mars. Total Recall, therefore, provides a fairly explicit warning against established power systems. The society depicted calls to mind the Alien franchise from 1979 onwards, in which the company exerts a nefarious governmental influence, although Total Recall is more focused on this political setup than on the threat from a predatory extraterrestrial. Verhoeven also implicates the media in the corporate manipulation of society. Despite being one of the most heavily product-placed movies of all time, Verhoeven mischievously placed some of the requested advertisements into the red light district on Mars to considerable irritation. He did the same thing in RoboCop, 1988, which briefly inserted a television commercial for his own fictional family board game, Nukem, whose tagline is, "Get them before they get you." Starship Troopers. Verhoeven ventured into a more fundamental and sustained attack on US militarism and conformity in his Starship Troopers from 1997. Some commentators didn't seem to grasp Verhoeven's subtle critique. In the Washington Post, Rita Kempley complained that Verhoeven's tone, which varies from camp to cynical, is so inconsistent that it's impossible to decide whether he's sending up the Third Reich or in love with it. Also in the Washington Post, Stephen Hunter criticised the film as spiritually Nazi, psychologically Nazi. It comes directly out of the Nazi imagination and is set in the Nazi universe. Unlike films from a civilized society that see war as a debilitating, tragic necessity, this movie sees it as a profoundly moving experience.
On the DVD commentary, Edward Neumeier explains that he wrote the Starship Troopers screenplay with Noam Chomsky in mind, and director Verhoeven says the movie was a critique of post-Second World War US foreign policy, with particular reference to the Persian Gulf War. This is in marked contrast to Robert Heinlein's 1959 book of the same name, which was a fictitious account of an infantryman's experiences infused with Heinlein's own strident militarism. The film tells the story of three friends: Johnny Rico, played by Casper Van Dien, Carmen, played by Denise Richards, and Carl Jenkins, played by Neil Patrick Harris, who enlist in the Earth's Americanized military. Johnny is assigned to the mobile infantry, where he embarks on a ruthless training program. He eventually decides to quit, but at that moment, horrific giant bugs from planet Klendathu launch a devastating attack on Earth, destroying Johnny's home city and killing his parents. Johnny decides to stay and fight, and the film concludes with the infantryman successfully winning a key battle and capturing a commanding brain bug. US institutions in Starship Troopers are motivated by a desire for societal control and victory, and its military personnel seek only sex and glory. This is reflected in Verhoeven's casting of lead actors from Beverly Hills 90210 and Melrose Place, who were all well known for their bland sex appeal in the 1990s. Macho bonehead Johnny joins the military to try to get together with the career-driven Carmen, who has her eye on a more successful man, leading to particularly poor test screening responses to her character, which Verhoeven appears to have ignored. Carl becomes a military colonel and, garbed in a Gestapo-esque trench coat, explains proudly that he makes cynical life-and-death decisions about the fates of hundreds of people each day, inverting actor Neil Patrick Harris's most famous childhood role as the geeky teenage doctor in the TV series Doogie Howser, MD, from 1989 to 1993. As with RoboCop and Total Recall, Verhoeven inserts satirical news broadcasts throughout the movie, laden with fascistic imagery. Gleeful children are handed guns by avuncular soldiers and stomp on tiny bugs to do their bit for the war effort. A newscaster casually mentions that the bugs may just be retaliating because humans moved into their territory. The hulking, immobile brain bug is stabbed painfully and gratuitously in what appears to be his rectum, and a short scene shows Johnny and his team cheering one victory like riotous thugs. A deluge of other films better warrant the fascistic associations heaped on Starship Troopers by the clueless Washington Post. Avatar. James Cameron's blockbuster Avatar turns the usual colonial paradigm on its head, even though it emerges from the Murdoch Empire. The snarling vipers of left-wing Hollywood have been let off the leash, cried the Sydney Morning Herald. The Pacific Free Press called it the biggest anti-war film of all time, and it was widely dubbed as Dances with Wolves in Space. On the surface, Avatar does indeed suggest that armed resistance to America's might is understandable and even noble, a simplistic and rather unnerving message, so we can see why commentators with right-wing sympathies in particular were prickly about the film. Still, a closer examination reveals a more complex picture, where the leftist vision is emaciated, thereby explaining why the first comments by Rupert Murdoch himself upon watching Avatar were about how exciting it would be to use its 3D technology when screening Premiership football. In the film, set in 2154, the RDA Corporation is mining a distant moon, Pandora, using US Marines for protection, while the corporation hunts for vital raw material called unobtainium. In an attempt to improve relations with the native Na'vi and learn about the biology of Pandora, scientists grow Na'vi bodies, avatars, that are controlled by genetically matched humans. A paraplegic former Marine, Jake Sully, played by Sam Worthington, becomes an avatar, meets a female Na'vi, Neytiri, played by Zoe Saldana, and becomes attached to her clan in Hometree. Although Jake is supposed to be working for Dr. Grace Austin, Sigourney Weaver, Colonel Miles Quaritch, played by Stephen Lang, has enlisted him to gather intelligence for a military strike that will displace the Na'vi and reveal the unobtainium that lies beneath their Tree of Souls. Jake eventually commits to the Na'vi and works with their leader to assemble a resistance coalition, which defeats the advancing corporation when Pandoran wildlife unexpectedly joins their ranks. The military personnel are expelled from Pandora while Jake and the surviving scientists are allowed to remain. The Na'vi use the Tree of Souls to transplant permanently Jake's consciousness into his Na'vi avatar. The US government is certainly vilified, and phrases in the film like shock and awe, daisy cutters,
preemptive war, and fighting terror with terror tie the American aggressors quite closely to the real-world Bush administration. The leading bad guy is Colonel Miles Quaritch, who wants to use a preemptive strike to defeat the Na'vi and acquire their resources, despite the fact that it will destroy Hometree. He is the muscle behind Parker Selfridge, the RDA administrator. And yet, despite all this, the film makes clear that the Marines are villainous corporate mercenaries rather than tools of some future US government. Indeed, Jake makes it clear that although the Marines on Pandora are just hired guns, back on Earth they're fighting for freedom. A sop, perhaps, to the American audience, but it makes an important distinction. It was only several years after writing the first edition of this book that we realised that the film had been impacted at script level by the Pentagon. This, I think, is one of the likely changes. The Na'vi are undoubtedly sympathetic victims, and in stark contrast to Stargate, for example, they are not just passive, backward figures. Rather, they have a coherent voice, proper leadership, and take a full role in the defence of their land. Neytiri even kills Quaritch, thereby delivering the decisive blow as he is about to kill Jake's human form. Still, in a similar manner to Three Kings, key characters from the US invasion force are the leading figures in saving the day for the sake of the Na'vi. The heroic Jake, who tames a ferocious dragon, which only 5 Na'vi have done before. The Marine Trudy Chason, played by Michelle Rodriguez, who switches sides. I didn't sign up for this shit. And Dr. Augustine, who earns her place in the Tree of Souls. Likewise, even though we are invited to respect the Na'vi, we are not required to identify with them. Our heroes remain the humans, and US Marines at that. Compare Avatar to, say, the low-budget South African sci-fi feature District 9 from the same year, which explores similar themes but interrogates the South African power system in a more rigorous manner, notably by depicting the apartheid-style system with cold and brutal realism through the eyes of one of its seemingly unrepentant minions. In contrast, Avatar's central figure is Jake, quote, a warrior who dreamed he could bring peace, close quote, but who develops through the Na'vi his naturally strong heart and attractiveness to the forest's pure spirits. As with the other films in this chapter, Avatar hides its politics behind the veneer of science fiction, even more so since it used state-of-the-art special effects and positioned audiences to enjoy the 3D glasses much more than its political content. The film is definitely not anti-American, clarified James Cameron to the New York Times. My perception of the film is that the Na'vi represent that sort of aspirational part of ourselves that wants to be better, that wants to respect nature, and the humans in the movie represent the more venal versions of ourselves, the banality of evil that comes with corporate decisions that are made out of remove of the consequences. Similarly, by pandering to the film's lucrative merchandising potential and by chasing the PG-13 rating, Cameron sanitized the movie in key ways, particularly by having the villainous Quaritch and his men kicked out of Pandora in a happy ending that contrasts starkly with countless examples of such real-world struggles. We know what it feels like to launch the missiles, said Cameron. We don't know what it feels like for them to land on our home soil, not in America. I think there's a moral responsibility to understand that. Cameron may have understood his moral responsibility, but he seems less willing to act on it. Despite campaigners appealing directly to him through a full-page advert in Variety, as yet Cameron has neglected to make even a single public utterance in support of the real-life Na'vi Dongria Kond tribe in India, whose people and environment are being uprooted by Vedanta, a British mining corporation. Avatar is a significant shift in emphasis politically towards open criticism of US brutality. But it's restrained, as discussed above, and relies more on exploiting a global feeling of cynicism about the superpower, reflected in the film's even more incredible overseas takings than it does on a systematic critique of US action. As such, it even struck a deal with those well-known anti-corporate environmentalists, McDonald's. The Big Mac is all about the thrill of your senses, said the burger chain's US Chief Marketing Officer Neil Golden in an allusion to Cameron's visual spectacular. There's so much going on with the Big Mac. We think it's a perfect match for the movie. Perhaps the most instructive barometer of Avatar's politics could be found in a Fox News interview with James Cameron at the point of the film's release. Since the ultimate sponsors at News Corp were one and the same, Fox was unable to unleash its customary baleful hyperbole about left-wing Hollywood. For his part, Cameron appeared unwilling to recant the film's message, but was content to couch it in language that sat well with the interviewer, just as he had with the marketers. Buried several minutes into the interview, the Fox anchor asked the question, "There's a little controversy about the storyline, whether it has anti-Americanism.
Did politics enter into your head at all when developing the storyline, or are people just reading into it? Cameron: I think they're reading into it, and some people are taking away the right message and some people are taking away the wrong message. I just want to go on the record as saying that I'm very pro-America. I'm pro-military. I believe in a strong defence. My brother is a former Marine who fought in Desert Storm, and we got a lot of friends who are Marines. So I made my main character in this movie a former Marine, and he embodies the spirit of the Marine Corps and all that, and it's what makes him a warrior, even though he's in a wheelchair. He's disabled, he's still a warrior, and he takes on every challenge head-on as a Marine would. Fox anchor: Well, you're talking to the father of a Marine, so I'm glad to hear you're with the Marine Corps on this. Cameron: Yeah, exactly. With Cameron's all-American credentials established, he goes on to say that the film does contain two cautionary messages. One is against what we're doing as human beings, not as Americans, but as human beings to the environment, to the natural world. And the other one is a cautionary message, which I think science fiction does very well, which is to pay attention to how we deal with each other as human beings, and what are the steps to war, and when are our leaders accountable and not accountable. And I kind of go after the idea of big corporations in this movie and how they are responsible for a lot of the ills in the world. And I don't think this is anti-America. We have a big technological corporate civilization worldwide, and we need to make some changes if we're going to survive on this planet. In response, the Fox anchor nods respectfully, moves on to ask Cameron about sequels, concludes the segment, and then starts talking with his co-anchor about 3D glasses. A mainstream viewpoint alluding to the dangers of the current global system is given its 45 seconds of airtime on Fox. Everyone is happy, and no one loses the $2 billion. Perhaps the real significance of Avatar is that it highlights the general rule. As the Sydney Morning Herald admitted, those so-called left-wing snarling vipers are unleashed in a way previously unmatched in a high-priced blockbuster. How did Avatar crack, if not break, the political mould? Essentially, it was because James Cameron had established himself as one of the most commercially successful filmmakers of all time. Until Avatar itself, Titanic from 1997 was the highest-grossing film ever, making nearly $2 billion, several hundred million ahead of its nearest competing franchises like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and Pirates of the Caribbean. And he has a string of other gigantic hits, including the comparably anti-corporate Aliens and Terminator 2, as well as the much more regressive True Lies. As a result, Cameron had considerable leeway and an unprecedented budget for Avatar, $250 million even without marketing. Cameron is, in fact, so powerful that he can thumb his nose at the suits. Tell your friend he's getting fucked in the ass, and if he wouldn't stop squirming, it wouldn't hurt so much, he once told a Fox producer to say to an executive at the studio. Shocking, especially since it's so rare, but Fox doesn't mind a prick of discomfort for that kind of money. Conclusion. Paul Verhoeven's contributions stand out as the major science fiction movies that interrogate US interests and put some sympathetic emphasis, with a giant bug-sized nod and a wink, on non-Americans. Products like Star Trek are also intelligent, but support US foreign policy at the level of fundamental assumptions, while James Cameron's work sometimes makes important but shallow and sanitized adjustments to the usual imperialist paradigms. More typically, ostensibly brainless products like Independence Day, Stargate, Transformers, and Terminator Salvation closely follow what the celebrated essayist Susan Sontag in 1974 called science fiction's hunger for a good war which poses no moral problems, and fought against monstrous enemies that provide a fantasy target for righteous bellicosity. Perhaps most disturbing is the fact that the media typically treats these products as politically insignificant or even progressive, when all too often they are quite the opposite, and in several cases have had direct script input from the government to send the unmistakable message: use the force. Chapter 7. Political Drama. The political drama genre, which focuses on the inner workings of powerful institutions, readily provides opportunities for narratives that challenge the usual assumptions about US benevolence. Filmmakers have occasionally done just that, for example in Salt of the Earth from 1954, in which male and female Mexican workers strike to attain better conditions from villainous bosses. 3 Days of the Condor from 1975, in which the CIA, with complicity from corporate America, including the media, plans to acquire Middle Eastern oil through invasion, and Salvador, 1986, where a journalist chronicles the horror of living under a US-backed military dictatorship. Despite the opportunities within the genre for sophisticated character and narrative development, though,
Corporate-made political dramas involving US foreign policy in the past 20 years have still tended to promote reactionary responses. Some pictures did so in clear terms, exemplified by the courtroom drama Rules of Engagement from the year 2000. Films like Kandahar 2001, in which a woman returns to Taliban-run Afghanistan, were less extreme, but nonetheless open enough to be co-opted by George W. Bush for political ends. More typically, though, films in this genre continue to depict the US as a benevolent entity, but endorse the use of force in less gleeful terms, hence 13 Days from 2000 and Spy Game from 2001. A handful of others, notably Oliver Stone's presidential and Vietnam series, have provided considered challenges to the notion of US benevolence in world affairs. Rules of Engagement. Let's first focus on Rules of Engagement, which the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, the ADC, denounced as probably the most vicious anti-Arab racist film ever made by a major Hollywood studio. The government of Yemen condemned the film as a barbaric and racist attack against Arabs and Yemenis, urging all Arab states to boycott it and its studio. CARE wrote to Secretary of Defense William Cohen, saying that the film seems to justify the killing of Muslim men, women and even children. It also offers a very negative image of Muslims and Islamic beliefs. Naturally, with such glowing testimony, the film received unequivocal support from the Pentagon, including the provision of the aircraft carrier USS Tarawa, as well as helicopters and personnel. In the film, Colonel Terry Childers, played by Samuel L. Jackson, successfully rescues Ambassador Moraine, Ben Kingsley, and his family from the besieged US Embassy in Yemen, but subsequently feels compelled to order his men to wipe out the crowd of protesters below. There is initially some ambiguity as to whether Childers and his Marines were taking fire from the crowd or only from some rooftop snipers. In court, prosecuting attorney Major Mark Biggs, Guy Pearce, argues that Childers murdered the crowd when he should have been shooting at the snipers instead. Childers' old Vietnam buddy turned lawyer Colonel Hayes Hodges, played by Tommy Lee Jones, proves that an Islamist terror network operates in Yemen, but not that the crowd was armed and hostile, or that National Security Advisor Bill Sokol, played by Bruce Greenwood, is withholding evidence to that effect, which he is. Biggs calls one of Childers' old Viet Cong enemies, Lacow, to testify in an attempt to prove that Childers has a track record of war crimes. However, although Lacow asserts that Childers illegally threatened to execute him during the war, he also admits that he would have done the same thing had their roles been reversed. Childers is exonerated. The film represents military authorities in especially glowing terms, embodied by the hero Childers, who is rendered as a dignified and compassionate human being. It is only when a drunken Hodges is at his lowest ebb that he fears Childers may have fallen prey to racial hatred and considered the crowd ragheads, camel jockeys, or fucking gooks. Otherwise, the idea that a Marine may use racist language or have racist thoughts, even when outnumbered by heavily armed Islamist terrorists, is unexplored, unthinkable. Indeed, the film revolves around the deep affection between two men of different races, Hodges and Childers, who emerge out of a racially harmonious army and who never even raise it as an issue between themselves. Although the civilian government in Rules of Engagement is vilified as selling out the military, it is fundamentally driven by diplomatic necessity rather than narrower interests. Sokol insists that the US must not lose its bases in Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Egypt because the US needs to stay friends with moderates in the region to avoid a bigger war. We are invited to recognise the heroism of the military that enforces US policy, as though force is deployed for noble values, even while the politicians who give those orders adopt tactics that are detrimental to the Marines. Indeed, the government is presented as a restraining force, albeit an imperfect one, which holds to account any excesses by the military for the cause of world stability. No such ambiguities exist over the American civilian anti-war protesters in Rules of Engagement, who are viewed as an ignorant and unruly mob, one of whom starts an unnecessary fight with Childers. The representation of protesters was similar in 2008's Vantage Point, in which the US president appears to be assassinated by Islamic terrorists just as he is announcing a celebrated new peace initiative between the Western and Muslim worlds. Strikingly, Vantage Point is told from no less than 8 different perspectives, not one of them from the throngs of protesters depicted on screen, who carry pictures of the president defaced with banal messages, even whilst we, the audience, are encouraged to think the president is really a pretty good guy. Still, in Rules of Engagement, as much as we are encouraged to sympathise with Childer's decision to waste the motherfuckers, for the first half of the film the implication is that his order in the field could well have been morally and legally wrong. An intriguing premise. But this ambiguity is dramatically trounced by a remarkable and pivotal scene. Sokol decides to watch the tape. We see CCTV footage of the incident, which shows very clearly that every member of the crowd was armed and hostile. Childer's subsequent separate flashback shows the same thing, and even includes a little amputee girl, initially a pitiful sight, viciously firing an AK-47. The film implicates every strata of Yemeni society in the terrorist atrocity: government, police, ordinary men, women and children. The original scenes of the embassy confrontation clearly show images of unarmed Yemeni being gunned down by Childers and his troops, but the later footage directly, graphically and convincingly contradicts this by showing a hostile crowd on an objective record, the videotape, which the government is then compelled to destroy. The filmmaker's cack-handed botch job, apparently the consequence of showing versions of the film to test audiences, fundamentally renders the film an unambiguous contest between US Marines who make morally righteous judgments and a world of civilians who are prepared to lie and, in the case of the Yemeni, kill. Little context is provided for the weekly Yemeni protests, which gives any suggestion that they are motivated by social grievances. Just two brief explanations are vocalized, both from Americans. In response to her child's question, "What's wrong, Mummy?" as they cower behind a desk in the besieged embassy, Mrs. Moraine replies, "The people are upset about some things. They're trying to get attention." Sokol describes the protests in derogatory terms that are left unchallenged by the rest of the film. The protesters are motivated by the usual bullshit about American presence in the Gulf. Presence instead of political, economic and military impact. The Gulf instead of holy sites. Nothing that complicates the message that the Yemeni are fighting a bullshit cause. In his review of the film in The Nation, Stuart Klawans points out that the government blaming the military is hardly a standard response. For example, in July 1988, guided missile cruiser USS Vincennes attacked an Iranian civilian airliner, killing 290 people without provocation. Middle East reporter Robert Fisk explained that the US government issued notes of regret for the loss of human life, but never admitted wrongdoing, accepted responsibility, or apologized for the incident. Officially, the US continues to blame Iranian hostile actions for the incident, and the men of the Vincennes were all awarded combat action ribbons. Rules of Engagement was written by James Webb, Secretary of the Navy under President Reagan. It offers a militaristic right-wing viewpoint on US foreign policy. US enemies are contemptible, non-American victims are insignificant, and indeed, in this case, the victims are brutal, maligned perpetrators. The film could have been, and perhaps was intended to be, a meditation on the moral ambiguities of state violence, but during production it became something quite different. At the climax of the film, the final show of solidarity between the two former enemy soldiers, Childers and Lacow, further morally elevates military men above civilians and whitewashes the enmity between the US and Vietnam, as though indigenous victims of American military attack can and should forgive, even respect US atrocities, if only they can appreciate their benevolent intent. Rules of Engagement's denouement might be compared to that of Basic from 2003, in which we are led to believe that a unit of Marines have killed each other. A message that the Marines are a violent bunch, but who have in fact faked their deaths so that they can operate secretly in the war on drugs, an ending similarly prompted by test audiences. Hollywood's tendency to chase profit within an ideological system here had a profound effect on the ideology of a film and the original intent of its makers. Crimson Tide. In Crimson Tide, the rebellion in Chechnya has spread to neighbouring ex-Soviet republics, prompting a massive Russian attack. The US has stopped providing aid, and the Russian ultranationalist Vladimir Radchenko has denounced this as an act of war and seized a naval base. The US sends in the nuclear submarine USS Alabama under the command of Captain Frank Ramsey, played by Gene Hackman, and his new XO, Lieutenant Commander Ron Hunter, Denzel Washington.
The Pentagon sends a message ordering a nuclear strike on Russia, but the submarine is attacked and the radio systems knocked out. An emergency message received during the battle is only partially received. Ramsey wants to ignore the second message and nuke Russia immediately, while Hunter wants to wait for confirmation. The conflict escalates into mutiny as Ramsey and Hunter fight for control of the Alabama's missiles. The US civilian government's actions are shown to be for the benefit of world peace. The president, specifically identified as Clinton, has suspended economic aid to Russia because he is appalled at the loss of human life. Although Radchenko threatens to use nuclear weapons on the US and Japan, the US does not retaliate immediately, but instead sends in submarines as a defensive force and actually succeeds in not killing anyone at all. The fundamental goodness of US behaviour is thrown into still greater relief through the extreme demonisation of the Russian enemy. Radchenko is shown fulminating at a party conference whose platform is akin to that of the real-life ultranationalist Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who gained a sizable percentage of the vote in parliamentary elections in the mid-1990s. In reality, though, while Zhirinovsky never gained executive office, Radchenko easily acquires power, access to nukes, and then declares that he will use these weapons on the US and Japan in the event that just one Russian citizen is killed. On the US side, while Ramsey is a capable and inspirational leader, he is liable to aggressive outbursts, takes too literal an interpretation of the rulebook, and reveals a racist streak. Throughout the film, however, the idea of using force, even nuclear weapons, against Russia is never criticised. It merely suggests, through Hunter, that in this instance the Russians might already have been defeated by the conventional military. This is the internal debate for everyman Lieutenant Peter Weeps Ince, played by Viggo Mortensen, with whom the audience is encouraged to identify at the crucial point of the mutiny. Crimson Tide ends with a caption that explains in the real world, as of 1996, naval commanders no longer had the authority to launch nuclear weapons without the involvement of the president. The caption, in fact, ignores more fundamental criticisms of US nuclear weapons policy, not least the fact that, as independent military analyst Hans Christensen discovered through national security documents declassified under the Freedom of Information Act, that policy permits the first use of nuclear weapons in a wide range of new circumstances. These trends became even more pronounced following 9/11, when the Pentagon published its 2002 Nuclear Posture Review. As such, the film uses Hunter as an idealised naval officer to overcome what the narrative suggests is merely a curious technical defect in US nuclear weapons systems. In conclusion, Crimson Tide shows that the US uses its power to police the world, elements of which are willing and able to destroy the United States with nuclear weapons. The film considers no political solution to this problem and makes no indication that the US is part of the problem or able to be part of a non-military solution. Even though the rebels are ensconced in a military base between the Chinese and North Korean borders, there is no suggestion that China, the major regional power, might be a complicating factor or that it might be able to help defuse the crisis. Instead, the US places the nuclear option on the table from the outset, and the film shows that the good men of the US Navy are rightly ready to push the button to save the potential American victims at the expense of the Russians. Somewhat implausibly, the 60,000 rabid Russian nationalists surrender as soon as they are faced with fighting their own countrymen, conveniently meaning that the Americans do not have to kill a single person on screen. And simply by threatening nuclear use, the US is able to help bring the situation back from the brink and preserve peace. Crimson Tide is ultimately an optimistic story in which the calmer, intellectual black man, Commander Hunter, is ascendant in a rational military. Hunter and his supporters win the argument, save the day, and Ramsey gracefully retires. In reality, military historian Lawrence Seward notes, Hunter would probably have been jailed or at least given a dishonourable discharge. Real life does not always offer the comforting solution of a morally sophisticated group of servicemen, but let's not let that stand in the way of a nice story. Spy Game. Spy Game from 2001 supports US power more subtly, with some limitations. It presents an institutionalised strain of self-interest in the CIA, connected with corporate interests, though the rest of its depictions follow the standard lines about US foreign policy. The CIA's Chase Brandon advised on the film for a while, but not surprisingly ultimately signalled his disapproval when the final rewrite showed our senior management in an insensitive light. Spy Game is set in 1991, just as the Cold War has ended. CIA agent Nathan Muir, played by Robert Redford, discovers that his former protege, Tom Bishop, played by Brad Pitt, has been arrested by China and is due for execution in 24 hours. A CIA task force headed by director Cy Wilson, Garrick Hagan, and dominated by Charles Harker, Stephen Delane, quizzes Muir about Bishop's career in an attempt to unearth information so that the agency can distance itself from him and avoid an embarrassing diplomatic incident during the US-China trade talks. Muir recounts his history of Bishop from Vietnam in 1975 to Cold War Berlin and on to mid-80s Beirut. He presents Bishop as an idealistic figure in stark contrast to himself, and it becomes apparent that the Chinese have captured Bishop, trying to break out a girlfriend, British aid worker Elizabeth Hadley, Catherine McCormack, who had blown up the Chinese embassy in London from Soochow prison. Although estranged from Bishop, Muir breaks all of his own rules about becoming emotionally involved and covertly spends his retirement fund on privately financing a US Special Forces rescue mission for Bishop and Hadley. The CIA's most senior players are shown willing to sell out their own man in order to secure economic agreements between the US and China. Still, a strong strain of decency runs through the organisation. Most obviously, this is represented by Bishop, played by that idealised model of modern masculinity, Brad Pitt. Additionally, however, Muir is a fundamentally good guy, despite appearances to the contrary. When a Lebanese faction supported by the US destroys a building, Muir sees it as a good result. 74 dead, 1 terrorist killed. But Bishop is less happy, seeing such reasoning as fucked up and quits the CIA in turmoil. It is the US which is victimised by its own brutality. It is too sensitive and benevolent to participate in the harsh realities of the world without feeling great pain. A key scene summarises the essential message of the film as Muir and Bishop argue about the rights and wrongs of selling out an East German refugee, Friedrich Schmidt. Bishop: Jesus Christ, you don't just trade these people like they're baseball cards. It's not a fucking game. Muir: oh yes it is. It's exactly what it is, and it's no kid's game either. This is a whole other game, and it's serious and it's dangerous, and it's not one that you want to lose. Bishop: Nathan, we killed this man. We used him and we killed him. Okay, then you've got to help me understand this one. You got, Nathan, what are we doing here? And don't give me some bullshit about the greater good. Muir: that's exactly what it's about. Because what we do is unfortunately very, very necessary. And if you're not willing to sacrifice scum like Schmidt for those who want nothing more than their freedom, then you better take a long, hard look at your chosen profession, my friend, because it doesn't get any easier. Redford's jaded screen image complements his role. The Brad Pitt of his day, now past his prime. His redemption within the film is a fantasy of what the CIA could be like if it stuck to its old-school idealism. Schmidt, it should be added, is revealed to be a traitor to Bishop anyway. Bishop and Muir are joined in their benevolent spirit by various other elements of the CIA's apparatus, namely the various workers in the field and the office with whom Muir has built up friendly relationships and who are willing to help him out. And anyway, why should CIA management provide favourable treatment to Bishop? He's an ex-agent who's broken the law while trying to rescue a terrorist. Wilson and Harker are perhaps not as isolated in their seeing the world as shades of grey as are Bennett, Ritter and Cutter in Clear and Present Danger, but the films are similar in their attitude to US authorities. Spy Game sets up a cinematically satisfying conclusion where US helicopters fly into Chinese territory, guns blazing, and rescue Bishop and his girl. The film's construction of victims, enemies, and US power, albeit with a serious self-interested and cold-hearted strain in the CIA, sets up the audience to accept and applaud the application of US military force on Chinese sovereign territory without apparent regard to the consequences or legality of the action. All that matters is that America gets back its favourite son. 13 Days. 13 Days is based on documented evidence from October 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Pentagon gave a dismissive response to the film's script, complaining about the depiction of the downed U-2 reconnaissance plane and the characterizations of both General Curtis LeMay and General Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, as unintelligent and bellicose. It's certainly true that the film is heavily critical of the military establishment of that time. However, it still manages to endorse the legitimacy and use of US power, up to and including the right to use nuclear weapons. Not surprisingly, the credits reveal it did have some cooperation with the Kennedy family. Most of the action in 13 Days is seen through the eyes of Kenny O'Donnell, Kevin Costner, special advisor to the president. American U-2 surveillance photos reveal that the Soviet Union is in the process of placing nuclear weapons in Cuba. Once operational, these weapons would give the USSR first strike capacity against US territory. The Joint Chiefs of Staff under General Curtis LeMay, Kevin Conway, advised military strikes against Cuba, which could lead the way to another invasion of the island, but President John F. Kennedy, played by Bruce Greenwood, is reluctant to follow through because of the predictable retaliation from Moscow that could escalate to a global nuclear war.
Kennedy imposes quarantine on Cuba, which eventually is effective in repelling most Soviet ships approaching Cuba, but he is ultimately forced to withdraw US nuclear weapons from Turkey and to guarantee not to invade Cuba in a secret deal that ends the standoff. The Joint Chiefs are portrayed as aggressive anti-communists who see warfare as a legitimate, effective and useful policy tool. O'Donnell says that they want a war to make up for the Bay of Pigs debacle, and the film makes it clear that such a stance would likely have apocalyptic consequences. LeMay is depicted as a warmonger, excited by the idea of attacking the big red dog that is digging in the US's backyard, and showing an arrogant carelessness about the consequences. At the same time, though, we are invited to accept the theory, propagated by both military and civilian authorities, that appeasement only makes the aggressor more aggressive, and that one way or another the missiles must be removed from Cuba, or else the world will be forced into war. Just as Hunter says to Ramsey in Crimson Tide, O'Donnell explains that ultimately the Pentagon desire to apply immediate force could well be right. The American civilian authorities in the film are portrayed in glowing terms. The presentation of the civilian administration is consistent with the popular image of Camelot, a description of Kennedy's 1,000 days in office, which was initially propagated by Kennedy's speechwriters Arthur Schlesinger Jr. and Theodore Sorensen, and that still holds true in popular programming, including the TV series RFK from 1997, the made-for-TV movie RFK from 2002, and the movie Bobby from 2006. Even Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin in 13 Days says that John and Bobby are good men. O'Donnell functions as the everyman character who allows us, the audience, to get an insider's view of the Kennedy brothers' partnership. Rather than being a secretive association, then, the Kennedys are shown bringing us/O'Donnell into their lives and therefore enhancing the myth of open government in this period. They are prepared to put the world and their nation above narrower interests, Bobby explaining, "I don't care if this administration ends up in the freaking toilet." When O'Donnell's wife tells him that he is smart, he responds wistfully, almost romantically, "Not like them," as though there is something intangibly wonderful about the leadership of these two brothers. More broadly, the Kennedys represent something about America as a nation. The free world that repeatedly emphasizes a sneak attack is counter to US values. As we shall see, this is in stark contrast to the historical record. Americans, specifically the US authorities themselves, are the principal victims in the film. The rest of the American population is largely ignored, not to mention the Russians, the Cubans, and the rest of the world. Every member of the executive is shown to be under tremendous strain. The president is taking painkillers, is unable to sleep, and repeatedly expresses a lack of enjoyment in holding presidential office at this time. Bobby feels pressurized to be brilliant and ruthless, which he claims almost tearfully does not come naturally to him. The film closes with a respectful president paying tribute to the fallen airman, overladen with respectful images of his coffin draped in the stars and stripes. Meanwhile, the Soviets are duplicitous and conniving. O'Donnell equates the missiles with the ship that bombed Pearl Harbor, thereby associating the Soviet Union with Imperial Japan and acting as though an attack was already underway. The Russian spy who makes an overture to the US turns out to have been a decoy. The Soviet embassy is framed in ominous terms, shrouded in darkness, the iconic hammer and sickle fluttering in the breeze, smoke billowing from its chimney as it burns documents in preparation for war. Some historical perspective from leading historians on the 13 days in question reveals just how deferential this film's narrative is to the Kennedy administration. The film misleadingly presents the Cuban Missile Crisis as being unprovoked by the US and solved exclusively by the Kennedys. In truth, following Fidel Castro's overthrow of the Cuban dictator, General Fulgencio Batista, in the winter of 1959-60, Maurice Morley says that there was a significant increase in CIA-supervised bombing and incendiary raids piloted by exiled Cubans based in the US. Robert Kennedy led the top-level interagency group that oversaw Operation Mongoose, a program of paramilitary operations, economic warfare and sabotage launched in late 1961 to topple Castro, a program which was the centerpiece of American policy towards Cuba from late 1961 until the onset of the 1962 missile crisis, reports Mark White. Robert Kennedy informed the CIA that the Cuban problem carries the top priority in the United States government. All else is secondary. No time, no effort, or manpower is to be spared in the effort to overthrow the Castro regime. The chief of Operation Mongoose, Edward Lansdale, provided a timetable leading to open revolt and overthrow of the communist regime in October 1962. The final definition of the program recognized that success will require decisive US military intervention after terrorism and subversion had laid the basis. The implication is that the US military intervention would take place in October 1962. When the missile crisis erupted. Raymond Gartov is slightly more circumspect. arguing that there was no political decision or intention to invade Cuba again before October 1962, but agrees that the Kennedy administration directed mongoose and that it was not unreasonable for Castro and the Soviet government to be concerned over the possibility of intensified US hostile action against Cuba in 1962. Famously, Kennedy had aborted at the last minute an earlier CIA-sponsored invasion, leaving thousands of exiled Cubans to be killed by Castro's forces at the Bay of Pigs in April 1961. If the military had to make up for the Bay of Pigs, as O'Donnell says, the civilian authorities were surely in the same boat. US operations continued in Cuba during the most tense moments of the missile crisis. They were formally cancelled on the 30th of October, several days after the agreement between Kennedy and the Russian Premier Khrushchev, but went on nonetheless. Gartov writes that on the 8th of November, a Cuban covert action sabotage team dispatched from the United States successfully blew up a Cuban industrial facility, and that the Soviets could only see US actions as efforts to backpedal on what was, for them, the key question remaining: American assurances not to attack Cuba. Even after the crisis ended, Kennedy renewed the terrorist campaign, and 10 days before his assassination, he approved a CIA plan for destruction operations by US proxy forces against a large oil refinery and storage facilities, a large electric plant, sugar refineries, railroad bridges, harbour facilities, and underwater demolition of docks and ships. The Political Film Society nominated 13 Days in its 2001 Expose category, but the film ignores and denies overwhelming evidence for repeated US and US-sponsored sneak attacks on Cuba, known about by Kennedy, and thereby helping to provoke the 13 days of crisis. The film legitimizes US civilian power in the Kennedy era and only criticizes those military leaders still mired in the Second World War paradigm. The military behave honorably elsewhere. No wonder the Bush administration saw fit to screen 13 Days at the White House, even while the Air Force refused to show it. It is true that Kennedy handled the immediate 13 days of crisis with a cool head, in the sense that he did not follow the lunatic counsel of his Joint Chiefs. Still, who would ever have known from Hollywood the part played by Vasily Arkhipov, the Russian submarine commander who prevailed on his fellow officers not to fire a nuclear torpedo, even though the first Soviet captain had given the order on the 27th of October. US destroyers under orders to enforce the Cuban blockade did not know that the Soviet submarines that Moscow had sent as protection for its ships were carrying nuclear weapons, so the Americans began firing depth charges to force them to the surface, a move the Soviets interpreted as the start of the Third World War. Arkhipov saved the world, according to Thomas Blanton, director of the National Security Archive, but his story is forgotten, replaced instead by a similar but fictionalized tale with a US-friendly makeover in Crimson Tide. 13 Days emphasizes the difficulties of applying US force in a complex world, but in effect, as with Sum of All Fears, it excuses the executive in what would have been a worldwide genocide/suicide, sometimes referred to as an omnicide. It is the US elites themselves, not ordinary people or even American citizens, that are shown to endure the burden of power, and it is only they, the heroic leaders of the free world, who are ultimately able to stave off disaster and pave the way for peace and stability. The film sidelines the real-world Kennedy administration's preoccupation with launching secret attacks, including an attempted invasion against Cuba, which persisted into the crisis and beyond. Rather, it buys into and perpetuates a glorious vision of the Kennedy administration that elides key narratives based on a lesser-known documentary record. Subsequent to the original publication of this book, I was written to directly by Oliver Stone, criticising my historiography over this particular entry in the book, and I certainly take his points on board. But nonetheless, it is the case that the historians that I have cited here are some of the leading authorities on this period of American history. The films of Oliver Stone. JFK and Nixon, Oliver Stone's presidential films, alleged a high-level conspiracy to perpetuate and escalate US warmongering, notably in Southeast Asia and crucially by killing the Peacemaker, President Kennedy. Mainstream commentators condemned both JFK and Nixon as conspiracy theory masquerading as truth. The two films challenged US foreign policy by showing it as the product of its constituent military and corporate interests, which it did explicitly, and to an extent that is unprecedented in mainstream Hollywood cinema. Nevertheless, both harken back to a mythical age of enlightenment under Kennedy that legitimates US power retrospectively, ignoring the victims of the Kennedy administration. In JFK, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison, Kevin Costner, reopens the investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy. Soon he and his family come under threat from shadowy government, anti-Castro Cuban and mafia forces. Garrison becomes increasingly convinced that the ostensible assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, played by Gary Oldman, was not guilty, and that elements of the civilian and military elite were responsible for the murder and subsequent cover-up, as well as further assassinations such as that of brother Bobby in 1968. Garrison is contacted by an anonymous man who claims to have insider information, Mr. X, played by Donald Sutherland, who explains to Garrison that certain authorities killed Kennedy because he was going to withdraw US forces from Vietnam, and that they wanted to maintain a war economy regardless of human cost. Armed with this knowledge, Garrison presses ahead with his doomed prosecution of Clay Shaw, Tommy Lee Jones, who appears to know more than he is admitting about the powers involved. Nixon is a biopic of Richard M. Nixon, 37th President of the United States. The film begins with the Watergate burglary, which precipitated his downfall. Nixon's actions are driven by nebulous personal insecurities, and a key aspect of his obsession with cover-ups is to do with events surrounding the assassination of Kennedy, which was the result of blowback from operations in Cuba in the early 1960s. The film argues that Nixon, along with other establishment figures, was involved in these operations, knew some of the gangsters involved, gangsters that were also used to break into the Watergate Hotel, and suspects that they were part of the same team that murdered Kennedy. In both films, US authorities are not shown to be operating for common values, but rather for powerful and maligned domestic interests. Garrison and his team face a cabal of fascists which hold powerful positions in and characterize the culture of the US civilian and military elites. Mr. X outlines in detail how these forces hated the Kennedys for their progressive politics and arranged for his murder, cynically using Oswald as a patsy. The conspiracy included President Lyndon Johnson himself and utilized the mafia and anti-Castro Cubans. These power systems are portrayed in frightening terms: faces concealed, operating in the dark, and associated with weird sexual rituals. Nixon actually characterizes the system as the Beast, incarnated as Larry Hagman's oil tycoon, who previously played JR in Dallas, and also by Bob Hoskins' predatory J. Edgar Hoover. In a pivotal scene set at the Lincoln Memorial, a young female peace protester tells the president he is unable to stop the war even if he wanted to, because he is not in control, which a stunned Nixon recognizes as a fundamental truth that had previously eluded him. The principal victims of US power in JFK are the American people themselves. It is they who have been deceived, they who are suppressed and killed, they who lost their slain father president. There is little discussion of the consequences of the war economy to people outside the United States under Kennedy and other administrations who were killed, injured, and displaced in their millions. Nixon goes little further in addressing this issue. The principal victim of the film is Nixon himself, who comes across as a tragic figure who could have been great if only he had been loved in his childhood. There are some brief references and images of the US bombing of Cambodia and Laos, but their effects are not depicted. Nixon perpetuates the idea that Kennedy was innocent and unaware of CIA efforts to assassinate Castro, when independent evidence, see above, and even Stone's own script footnotes admit this was not the case. Such an approach to history suggests all will be like the old days when the good guys were in office, if only we can root out the villains. Nixon depicts Kennedy as stealing the 1960 election, which avoids Stone's earlier idolization of Kennedy. Nixon also provides information about the nefarious activities of the Nixon administration more broadly, rather than fetishizing the Kennedy assassination so absolutely as in JFK. Nevertheless, in Nixon, Kennedy remains the last best hope for the US, the man that people want to be. Stone's focus also ignores arguably more fundamental abuses of power. As part of its psychological study, Nixon lauds Tricky Dickey's achievements in recognizing China and signing arms agreements with Russia, but sidelines or neglects to mention other foreign policy incidents, such as Nixon's back-channel promises subsequently broken to the Viet Cong, urging them not to sign a peace deal with the Democrats. Nevertheless, Stone's films are amongst the most radical attacks on US power to have been produced in mainstream cinema in the post-Cold War world. Though it made just $78 million at box office, JFK generated a colossal amount of political debate in the mainstream press, something that even giant films like Avatar cannot do. JFK was the decisive factor behind Washington's decision to release millions of pages of previously secret files about the Kennedy assassination. No wonder that the 1992 Assassination Materials Disclosure Act is commonly referred to as the Oliver Stone Act. Furthermore, when we consider Stone's full gamut of work, we see a quite comprehensive interrogation of US exceptionalism. Of note, Platoon from 1986 extensively depicted the horrific rape of a Vietnamese girl by US forces. Heaven and Earth from 1993 was shot entirely from the perspective of Ly Lai, a Vietnamese woman caught between the fighting factions in Vietnam and forced into prostitution and poverty after living an idyllic life in the countryside. Although Tommy Lee Jones's character, a Marine who tortured Viet Cong for special operations, is also a pitiful figure, it is Ly Lai, who eventually becomes the Marine's wife, who is the principal sympathetic victim. Ultimately then, Stone's focus in the presidential films is American-centric, but overall in the 1980s and 1990s, he has produced work that is challenging to the usual Hollywood perspectives about US power. Stone had repeatedly denounced the film industry, hinted at believing the inside job story of 9/11, and had expressed the desire to make a balanced film about terrorism. In a panel discussion in October 2001, he exclaimed, "There's been conglomeration under 6 principal princes," referring to Hollywood's corporations like Fox and Time Warner. "They are the kings, they are the barons, and these 6 companies have control of the world. Michael Eisner decides, I can't make a movie about Martin Luther King Jr. There will be rioting at the gates of Disneyland. That's bullshit, but that's where the New World Order is." Stone was referring to his thwarted attempts to make Memphis, a film about the conspiracy surrounding the murder of Martin Luther King. In 1997, Stone was also reported to be considering scripts about the activist Randall Terry and the Israel-Palestine conflict. Stone also considered making Mission Impossible 2 with Tom Cruise, which he said would be a vehicle to say something about the state of corporate culture and technology and global politics in the 21st century. None of this happened, and Stone also turned down the offer to make The Peacemaker. Surely he would have made a more challenging picture out of it, in favour of making the apolitical U-Turn in 1997, which his co-producer Dan Halstead explained was about making a movie that wasn't going to be reviewed on the op-ed pages. At the 2001 panel discussion, Stone called for a new film along the lines of The Battle of Algiers from 1966, which had sympathised with Algerian terrorists resisting French occupation. And then he elaborated, "You show the Arab side and the American side in a chase film with a French connection urgency, where you track people by satellite, like in Enemy of the State. My movie would have the CIA guys and the FBI guys, but they blow it. They are a bunch of drunks from World War II and haven't recovered from the disasters of the 1960s, the Kennedy assassination and Vietnam. My movie would show the new heroes of security, people who really get the job done, who know where the secrets are." He hasn't made it yet. Instead, we were treated to W from 2008, which was, by Stone's former standards, also politically tame. The tone does darken towards the end, as Dick Cheney gives an audio-visual presentation in which he explains the necessity of deploying force in the Middle East to secure resources. Yet the focus of the film is on Bush as a recovering alcoholic, with personal insecurities to do with his father. As such, Bush comes off as a sympathetic character, and we understand his journey. More important, there is little systemic critique in the narrative. The beast of JFK and Nixon is virtually absent. In 2003, Stone said, "If I had the youthful energy I had when I did JFK, and I could take all the abuse I would take, which I was a little ignorant of then, to do a movie about terrorism would be a great contribution, but I don't know if it could get made or distributed because of the controversy it would arouse." Oliver Stone has continued to present challenging political ideas and secret histories in his low-budget documentary films about figures such as Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez. In terms of feature films, though, he has seemed neither willing nor able to provide a critical perspective on US power for at least the 15-year period since the mid-1990s. Syriana. Which political dramas offer interrogative viewpoints on the US's place in the world? 4 in particular stand out: Syriana from 2005, Lord of War from 2005, The Good Shepherd from 2006, and Steven Soderbergh's Shay from 2008. Syriana perhaps most comprehensively questioned the nature of US elite business interests, victims and heroes in a plotline that echoed real-life US Middle Eastern policy towards, say, Iran during the fluctuating fortunes of the Shah. In the film, the heir to an emirate in a fictional Arab state gives an oil contract to China, cutting out a US company that promptly fires its immigrant workers and merges with a small firm that has landed a Kazakh oil contract. 2 of the laid-off migrant workers are manipulated by Islamic clerics into becoming suicide bombers. The CIA assassinates the emir to ensure the succession of his more dictatorial but US-friendly younger brother. That Syriana was made in the first place was the result of various unusual occurrences. It was based on the 2003 book See No Evil, the true story of a ground soldier in the CIA's war against terrorism, by ex-CIA case officer Bob Baer. In an interview with my colleague, Baer claimed, "Warner Brothers didn't want to make Syriana. They were forced to. I mean, you have Time Warner who asks, who's going to watch a movie about big oil? They didn't think it was marketable because it didn't have a very pleasant image. But then Clooney gave up his salary and Matt Damon and the guy from eBay got involved in the film." He means the billionaire Jeff Skoll. "And all of a sudden, a $120 million movie got knocked down to $60 million, with Warner Brothers just paying a fraction." Its star, George Clooney, commented that Syriana makes Three Kings look like a Frank Capra film. "It is trouble. It's hardcore, serious, and the next time you and me do an interview, it'll probably be from a bunker or under a table."
It should be added, though, that it might have been more trouble if, as Victoria Siegel put it pithily in the New Statesman, it hadn't seemed as if someone had knocked over a government filing cabinet, randomly gathered up a load of suspect dossiers, and decided to bundle the whole lot together as a script. There's no need for Clooney to hunker down just yet. Lord of War. Lord of War depicts an international arms trader, Yuri Orlov, Nicolas Cage, and his plunge into depravity. The film was supported wholeheartedly by Amnesty International and was based on the alleged gun-running activities of the Russian Viktor Bout. In the 90s, Bout was wanted by Interpol, and in 2000, the British Foreign Office Minister responsible for Africa, Peter Hain, called him the chief sanctions buster and a merchant of death who owns air companies that ferry arms. The key political message of Lord of War is articulated by Orlov to federal agent Jack Valentine, played by Ethan Hawke, shortly after his arrest. Orlov is convinced he will not be sentenced. The reason I'll be released is the same reason you think I'll be convicted. I do rub shoulders with some of the most vile, sadistic men calling themselves leaders today. But some of these men are the enemies of your enemies, and while the biggest arms dealer in the world is your boss, the President of the United States, who ships more merchandise in a day than I do in a year, sometimes it's embarrassing to have his fingerprints on the guns. Sometimes he needs a freelancer like me to supply forces he can't be seen supplying. So, you call me evil, but unfortunately for you, I'm a necessary evil. Douglas Farah and Stephen Braun report, despite revelations that his planes had secretly aided Islamic militants in Afghanistan, Bout's organisation not only has survived but also flourished, astonishingly by flying weapons and supplies for the US military and private contractors in Iraq, reaping millions from the nation that once pursued him. The US media was beaten to this story by Le Monde, which reported on the 14th of May 2004 that Bout's planes, flying under the name of the airline company British Gulf, which is likely to disappear as fast as it was created, are assuring transport of materiel for the American army in Iraq. Lord of War was remarkably prescient. Although Bout was not arrested prior to the release of the movie, in 2008 he was detained in Bangkok. On the 11th of August 2009, the court ruled in favour of Mr. Bout. US officials were said to have been surprised by this decision, while a spokesman for Russia's foreign ministry stated that Russia was satisfied by the decision, and we hope that Viktor Bout will return to his homeland in the near future. The Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd also interrogated US power, presenting a vision of the CIA from its beginnings in the Second World War to the debacle at the Bay of Pigs in 1961. Bill Sullivan, played by Robert De Niro, says he wants his CIA to be the US's eyes and ears rather than its heart and soul, but his hopes are dashed. The CIA is shown to be willing and able to intervene covertly in other countries to advance US corporate and political interests, including through the use of the mafia to topple Castro in Cuba and the use of cockroaches against third world crops, an allusion to the godlike status the CIA has acquired for itself. By 1961, the main protagonist, Edward Wilson, is told that he is the CIA's heart and soul, but he barely has a soul himself, having willingly sold out his own son. In contrast, the film hints that the threat from the Soviet Union was mythical. Agents give LSD to a Russian defector in part of their secret and controversial MK-Ultra program. In a trance, the Russian tells them, "Soviet power is a myth, a great joke. There are no spare parts. Nothing is working. Nothing. It's nothing but painted rust. But you need to keep the Russian myth alive to maintain your military-industrial complex. Your system depends on Russia being perceived as a mortal threat. It's not a threat. It was never a threat. It will never be a threat. It's a rotted, bloated cow." When asked if he had been tempted to go further with his criticism of the US government, De Niro reportedly became visibly uncomfortable and made the fair point that being critical means taking a hard position on something, and I prefer to see what something is all about and try and get behind it. Why people do things is more interesting to me. I want to try and understand where they are coming from. He expressed the view that the CIA was a necessary evil. In other words, a critical stance was not of paramount importance to him, although one might be tempted to ask whether perhaps this also had anything to do with his various advisors, which included the CIA's Milt Bearden, who was on set with De Niro, from set decorating to editing. For his part, Bearden clarified, "There was never any intent to do anything except capture an era in both the CIA and America. I certainly wouldn't have been involved with any movie that was blatantly anti-CIA. The old hands criticising it want something that is either a recruiting film for the CIA or a documentary, which this is not." Bearden agreed that the CIA was a necessary evil and added, "I would say all intelligence services are necessary evils if you want to be philosophical about it, but put the stress on necessary." General John Singlaub, chairman of the OSS Society, attacked the film as a collection of all the evil things imagined and fabricated by our enemies and those disaffected employees searching for a scapegoat. CIA historians complain that the film wrongly suggested that the Bay of Pigs operation failed because someone leaked the name of the landing site, and that the Alan Dulles character,
dubbed Philip Allen in the film, is wrongly shown to resign because he is caught embezzling money. The film also suggests that the CIA used armed soldiers to arrest people at the presidential palace in Guatemala, which the historians point out never happened. They complained that the story of Russian defectors was conflated with a story about the MKUltra experiments, and that the main figures within CIA at the time were not members of the secretive Skull and Bones Society. Other CIA statements reveal what really bugged them about the film. The Good Shepherd is a Godfather-type tale told through the imagined lens of the Eastern establishment, and one of the themes you see throughout the film is a proto-Marxist position that economic interests of the capitalist elite are primary. What the CIA had wanted was an equivalent of the Marines' Flags of Our Fathers as part of its desire for a culture of truth that was undermined by the Good Shepherd. What they got was a somewhat sinister historical critique of their organisation. Munich. Steven Spielberg's Munich, 2005, feigned a critical stance on the issue of Western use of force. The film is based on the true-to-life book Vengeance by George Jonas and tells the story of Golda Meir's Israeli government ordering an operation whereby a secret team of soldiers are tasked with killing members of a Palestinian terrorist group, Black September, that had murdered 13 Israeli athletes at the 1972 Olympic Games. The group is led by Avner, Eric Bana, who, following numerous assassinations and extensive collateral damage, goes through a breakdown and decides to quit. Although the film deals with Israel, the parallels with the broader war on terror are drawn explicitly, complete with a final lingering shot of the Twin Towers and Israeli characters played by actors from throughout the West. Some Israeli and conservative groups thought that Spielberg had gone too far, with AIM complaining that the film is typical liberal Hollywood propaganda and a direct assault on the Bush administration. The Zionist Organization of America, the ZOA, called for a boycott of the film, saying that one of the screenwriters, Tony Kushner, was an Israel hater. Mainstream commentators widely saw it as an even-handed cry for peace, with Roger Ebert complaining that it was in fact too impartial. To be sure, Munich was politically exacting by Hollywood standards, and Spielberg presented rather less cartoonish Arab villains than his previous efforts, such as Raiders of the Lost Ark from 1981. There are even some special comments that criticise US foreign policy quite forcefully for fleeting moments. The most reluctant Israeli assassin, Karl, makes the point. How do you think we got control of the land? By being nice? Elsewhere, Mahmoud Hamshari, head of Black September in France, says, "We are for 24 years the world's largest refugee population. Our homes taken from us, living in camps, no future, no food, nothing decent for our children. For 44 years, our civilians have been attacked by the Israelis day after day. You know, Israel just bombed 2 refugee camps in Syria and Lebanon, 200 people killed. Just after Munich they did this." Aside from such sporadic nods towards a balanced argument, however, the film repeatedly reinforces underlying myths and assumptions about Western benevolence. Dennis Ross, former US Middle East envoy, explains that the film creates a context that explains why the Israelis do what they do, and that although the movie doesn't create a caricature of Arabs, it is told through the perspective of Israeli eyes, and the debate that goes on is an entirely internal Israeli one. Spielberg himself comments on the DVD's introductory documentary. When we, the West, have to respond to terror today, what's relevant is the need to go through a careful process, not to paralyze ourselves and not to prevent us from acting, but to try and ensure the results that we produce are the ones that we really intend. I mean, it is the unintended results that are probably some of the worst and are ultimately going to really bedevil us. Spielberg adds that Munich is not an attempt to answer should there be targeted killings or not, but rather to highlight some of the related issues and dilemmas. Though he implies that targeted killings by our side are basically okay, except when they have unintended consequences. Among the unintended consequences, Spielberg articulates through Avner, are that every time we kill a terrorist, 6 more take his place, which can be expensive, $1 million per head, and can provoke retaliatory assassinations against the security services. These unintended results are, of course, tactical and self-serving rather than being genuine expressions of remorse for the damage being done to others. Spielberg spelled out his position more explicitly in an interview for the Sunday Telegraph. "I am as truly pro-Israeli as you could possibly imagine. From the day I became morally and politically conscious of the importance of the State of Israel and its necessity to exist, I have believed that not just Israel but the rest of the world needs Israel to exist. What I believe is every act of terrorism requires a strong response, but we must also pay attention to the causes. Israel had to respond to the Munich massacre, or it would have been perceived as weak. I agree with Golda Meir's response." Munich does this by presenting the Israelis as constantly interrogating their moral stance. Apologist phrases like, "Whatever it takes, we, the Jews, have a place, Israel, on earth," and "every civilization finds it necessary to negotiate compromises with its own values," pepper the script. When Avner's team kill a teenager who is defending Salama, they almost comically shout, "Oh no," as though this is an utterly unthinkable action. By the end of the film, Avner is going through purgatory, presented with disturbing sexual imagery. In contrast, the Arabs are shown as without conscience. "No qualms about rejoicing on their side, eh?" says the Israeli Steve, played by Daniel Craig, observing Arabs celebrating a terror attack against the West. Despite all the Israeli characters' hand-wringing and in direct contradiction to Spielberg's assertion that "I don't think he, Avner, will ever find peace," according to George Jonas, Avner still fully supports the decision that sent him and his partners on their mission, and he absolutely has no qualms about anything they did. Jonas emphasized his view after watching Spielberg's rendering, exclaiming that moral posturing allows you to have it both ways. In Tinseltown terms, after the gunslinger blows everyone away, he has a proper crisis of conscience. Asked whether Avner had a crisis of confidence, Jonas explained, "My Avner may have questioned the utility of his mission towards the end. Targeted assassinations barely slowed down terrorism, let alone stopped it, but he never questioned the morality of what his country had asked him to do. He had no pangs of guilt." Spielberg also claims to have met Avner and was apparently given an impression to the contrary. The characters in Munich are designed as Spielberg's equivocal political mouthpieces. The film also omits the so-called Lillehammer affair, where Israeli assassins murdered a completely innocent Moroccan waiter in Norway, a case of mistaken identity for which Tel Aviv provided compensation 23 years later, though offering no apology. No mention either of the car bomb used to kill Salome, which killed 8 other people, including an English student and a German nun, even though it would have been easy enough to tack on to the closing caption that draws our attention to the subsequent assassination. A scene between Avner and a Palestinian terrorist was touted as the film's strongest claim to fairness. Without this scene, Spielberg told the Washington Post, "I could have been making a Charles Bronson movie, good guys versus bad guys and Jews killing Arabs without any context. And I was never going to make that picture." The Post editorialized, saying that the Palestinian talks powerfully and at length about home and about his people having lost their land. The land to which he refers isn't only Gaza or the West Bank, but what became in 1948 Israel. In truth, the scene in question is a 2.5-minute exchange, which at most points out that Palestinians are motivated by a desire for home, but more saliently suggests that their struggle is futile and immoral. The terrorist begins the discussion imagining a future war after which Israel will cease to exist. Avner replies, "You can't take back a country you never had." Terrorist, "You sound like a Jew." Avner maintains his cover by saying, "Fuck you," and then observes, "I'm the voice inside your head, telling you what you already know. You people have nothing to bargain with. You'll never get the land back. You'll all die old men in refugee camps waiting for Palestine." The terrorist retorts with the threatening comment, "We can make the whole planet unsafe for Jews." Avner points out, "You are Arabs. There are lots of places for Arabs," and points out that the land for which they fight is only arid old vineyards anyway. The not-so-subtle implication being that the Palestinians should just give up and move to another country, which, without the audience bringing in knowledge from elsewhere, is made to sound like not such a bad idea. Munich, in essence, asks the question, should the Israeli Secret Service follow a secret and illegal policy of targeted assassinations throughout the globe without regard to the consequences? We are invited to think that the answer might overall be no, because such killings are counterproductive and upsetting for the Israelis. As Michelle Goldberg puts it, the film's central concern is the effect of retaliatory Jewish violence on the Jewish soul, not on the Palestinian flesh. Or as Golda Meir apocryphally phrased it, "We can never forgive them, the Palestinians, for making us kill their children." The case of Munich would be a little less disturbing if Spielberg also made a film from the Palestinian point of view, perhaps about the 1948 Exodus, as Robert Fisk challenged him to do. Clint Eastwood looked at two sides of the Second World War in Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, so such a pairing has its precedent. There's no sign that such a film will ever be made in the US, let alone by Spielberg, and pro-Israeli government docudramas like The Chosen from 1981, A Woman Called Golda from 1982, The Raid on Entebbe 1977, and cinematic releases like Exodus from 1960 and The Point Men from 2001 have marked a Hollywood history that has systematically omitted the Palestinian perspective. One exception, Costa Gavras' low-budget Hannah K from 1983 showed Palestinians in a sympathetic light, but it was buried by its own distributor. Conclusion. The Pentagon in the modern era has rarely been willing to cooperate with political dramas, which have tended to champion liberal politics and have contained some negative images of military men. Indeed, as one might expect, this genre has been more liable than any other examined in this book to raise questions about US foreign policy, as in Syriana, Lord of War, and The Good Shepherd, which presented US power in thoughtful terms, drawing on mainstream critical literature. Oliver Stone's mid-career films, notably JFK and Nixon, were also strong, though conspiracy-themed, as challenges to established power. The re-edits on Rules of Engagement made it so jingoistic and self-contradictory that even its lead actor, Guy Pearce, went on the record to express his disappointment. However, it is the liberal-leaning films in this category that are the most disturbing. Munich, Crimson Tide, Spy Game, and 13 Days all pay lip service to the possibilities for non-violent solutions to political problems, but all demonstrate how conditions are such that the US use of force, even extensive force, is legitimate. After all, it is standard practice in Hollywood to assume that foreigners don't matter, US enemies are implacably villainous, and US power is by definition selfless and good. Chapter 8. The Low-Budget Battlefield. By now, you may well have in mind a few films that seem more politically judicious with regards to the US role than most of those discussed so far. There are certainly some critical movies made by Hollywood, but real power has focused thus far on those with budgets over $30 million and which therefore tend to be distributed by the majors rather than their subsidiaries. From an industry that produces several hundred films a year with an average budget of $60 million, are there some lower budget offerings that slip through the net and criticise US foreign policy? This chapter examines some of the most disruptive film products from below that $30 million mark across a range of genres, observing how several of them have faced difficult roads on the way to release, even when their political content has been, in the cold light of day, fairly tame. The low-budget Battlefield goes on to examine lower-budget films that appear antagonistic or neutral, but on closer inspection are revealed to be more conservative. Finally, I will examine some of the great many low-budget productions that trot out standard lines about the benevolent US role in world affairs. The ones that got away. Rendition. In Rendition from 2007, Jake Gyllenhaal's CIA analyst increasingly begins to doubt the wisdom of abducting and torturing a terrorist suspect as ordered by the governments of the US and an unspecified North African country, synonymous with Morocco or Egypt. The foreign society is portrayed in human, sympathetic terms, and the rendition itself is based on the true story of Khaled el-Masri, who the CIA mistook for a terrorist and kidnapped. The essential message of the film is articulated by Gyllenhaal when he questions an official about what's being done. In all the years you've been doing this, how often can you say that we produce truly legitimate intelligence? Once, twice, 10 times? Give me a statistic. Give me a number. Give me a pie chart. I love pie charts. Anything that outweighs the fact that if you torture one person, you create 10, 100, 1,000 new enemies. There are also even more films with ultra-low budgets, just $1,000 or a few $100,000, receiving even less cinematic screening. Many of these are documentaries, such as Deadly Deception, General Electric, Nuclear Weapons and Our Environment, 1991, Manufacturing Consent, Noam Chomsky and the Media, 1992, 11-0901, September 11, 2002, Iraq for Sale, The War Profiteers from 2006, Fog of War from 2001, Taxi to the Dark Side, 2007, Standard Operating Procedure, 2008, Why We Fight, 2005, and Oliver Stone's interviews with Latin American leaders Fidel Castro, Comandante from 2003, Looking for Fidel, 2004, and Hugo Chavez, South of the Border, 2009. Similarly, Tim Robbins' Embedded from 2003 assaulted the thinly fictionalized Office of Special Plans, whose members, as neoconservatives, preside over a world in which journalists line up as soldiers and shout, "Sir, I am a maggot journalist, sir." The film, however, was in fact a stage play, later transposed onto DVD. At this ultra-low budget, it is very difficult to make an attractive feature, but not impossible. Infinite Justice from 2007, which was a challenging view of the war on terror, cost just a few $100,000 and received some cinematic screening, albeit very limited. A British comedy, Armando Iannucci's In the Loop from 2009, in which an ineffectual British government minister is used by the US political system as a pawn during the wind-up to a new war in the Middle East, also gained some screen time in both the US and Europe, and was even nominated for an Oscar in 2010. Armando Iannucci's old colleague, Chris Morris, made the formidable comedy Four Lions in 2010, and subsequent to this book's original publication, The Day Will Come. Under the radar, still under fire. Buffalo Soldiers. However, where there is a stronger potential for success, the political system is more likely to close in. Buffalo Soldiers charts the life of Army Clerk Ray Elwood, played by Joaquin Phoenix, on the Theodore Roosevelt U.S. Army base in Stuttgart, West Germany, at the end of the Cold War. Elwood is making money illegally by selling giant plastic tankards of Army-issue mop and glow on the black market, and by his involvement in the base's supply chain of heroin. Although filming for Buffalo Soldiers was completed by January 2001, it was hit perhaps harder than any other production by 9/11 and then the Iraq War, meaning it did not reach cinema screens until the summer of 2003. Although Variety's critic Todd McCarthy claimed Buffalo Soldiers was the wrong film at the wrong time because of public opinion, its dreadful box office showing, just a few $100,000, was largely due to the fact that it was only released in New York and Los Angeles. In other words, Buffalo Soldier was the wrong film for a system closely wedded to elite power. How audience would have responded under more normal conditions is unknown because it was pretty much scrapped by its own cinematic distributors. The question is, why? Eric Weiss, one of the film's writers, accurately pointed out, "I don't see the movie as unpatriotic. It doesn't really comment on what we're doing now in Iraq, Afghanistan, etc." And Miramax's chief operating officer, Rick Sands, said that they want to be sensitive to the current situation in the world. They could have added several other points to make their case. For example, Elwood has no political beef with his civilian or military masters. There is no systematic critique of the US presence in Europe. And although Top Sergeant Lee is a shocking sadist and the men are criminals, this is a regrettable consequence of peace. War is hell, but peace is fucking boring, as Elwood puts it. Moreover, the portrayal of the gentle commander Wallace Berman, played by Ed Harris, suggests that the army is a broad church. Director Gregor Jordan observed, "I've got documents which show things like murder rates on US Army bases here were between 25 and 30 murders a year. And things like accidental deaths, there were between 2 and 3 a day. And suicide rates? There's also statistics about how many weapons went missing during the course of the Cold War. Billions of dollars worth of weapons just disappeared. And drug use, the army in the end had to introduce drug testing to try and stamp it out. If anything, what's depicted in the film is toned down from reality. What really happened was much, much worse." War Inc. Other comedies hit similar distribution problems, though they were actually much more critical than Buffalo Soldiers. The narrative of War Inc. from 2008 unfolds in the fictional Middle Eastern country of Turkestan, which is controlled by a corporation modelled on Halliburton, which is owned by the former US Vice President modelled on Dick Cheney. The film was not even touched by Disney, which had produced the unofficial prequel, Grosse Point Blank, and it was stifled by extremely limited distribution, screening in just 33 theatres nationwide and making $580,000. Fahrenheit 9/11. Michael Moore's documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 from 2004 depicted the US as a corporate monolith headed by an idiotic president, George W. Bush. The enemies of the film are not just Islamic terrorists, but rather elites themselves, who Moore portrays as self-interested warmongers whose willingness to use violence after 9/11 has disturbing consequences. Disney tried to block its subsidiary Miramax from releasing the film, complaining that its distribution would be counterproductive to their interests. Moore's agent, Ari Emanuel, alleged that Disney's CEO, Michael Eisner, had told him he wanted to back out of the deal due to concerns about political fallout from conservative politicians, especially regarding tax breaks given to Disney properties in Florida, like Walt Disney World, where the governor was the then US president's brother, Jeb Bush. Disney also had ties to the Saudi royal family, which was unfavorably represented in the film. A powerful member of the family, Al-Walid bin Talal, worked with the Carlyle Group to buy up a large share of Euro Disney after it had run into financial difficulties. Disney denied any high-stakes political ballgame, explaining they were worried about being dragged into a highly charged partisan political battle, which it said would alienate customers. The right wing was really gunning for Moore. His anti-weapons lobby film, Bowling for Columbine, 2002, had been the highest-grossing documentary of all time, despite it being slapped with an R rating by the MPAA, and his stated aim for Fahrenheit 9/11 was to remove Bush from office. The film provoked a wave of defamatory websites, fulminations from the usual pundits, and amazingly, even several counter-documentaries. Michael Moore Hates America, 2004, Celsius 41.11,
2004, Michael and Me, 2004, Fahrenheit 9/11, 2004, and also from 2004, Manufacturing Dissent. He is also satirized in the $20 million David Zucker comedy An American Carol, aka Big Fat Important Movie from 2008. In truth, although Fahrenheit 9/11 was a powerful anti-Bush polemic, it also had some glaring political limitations, if it was to be considered seriously as a critique of US foreign policy at a systemic level. It avoids any mention of the US's main Middle Eastern ally, Israel, which is surely a key component of even the briefest discussion of the region, given Israel's controversial position. Perhaps any comment would have gone against the likes of Moore's agent, a signatory of the 2006 petition supporting Israel's war on Lebanon and brother to Obama's White House chief of staff. Moore also stymies his views in Fahrenheit 9/11 with regard to the controversial history of 9/11 itself. He said elsewhere that official investigations haven't even told us half the truth, and he called for the release of the Pentagon surveillance footage from the terror attack. Additionally, although in the real world it was certain Muslims and Islamic nations who were the most severely punished by the US government, Fahrenheit 9/11's victims are white Americans, such as Leila Lipscomb, who questions the Iraq war following the death of her son in Iraq, the group of peace activists that were infiltrated by the police, and the American military. The film's fleeting depictions of the world outside the US are an Iraqi mother saying that Americans are murderers, a brief shot of a wedding party, and some boys playing with a kite in Saddam-era Iraq. The film ends with Moore asking, "Will they ever trust us again?" with reference to the government's betrayal of our military, sending them to fight an unjust war in Iraq. Thus, while Fahrenheit 9/11 does draw on a mass of critical literature and the deep well of public hatred for George W. Bush, it remains in the same hermetically sealed American-centric universe that characterizes the rest of mainstream Hollywood. The film functions as a piece of agitprop and pulls back from a more sweeping critique of US power. This was arguably a major strength of the film, as it was able to draw on the American patriotism and the Democrat base, but it also meant that it was a fairly shallow, partial, and transient commentary on the nature of the US in the wider world. The Quiet American. The Quiet American from 2002 was also a victim of the post-9/11 self-censorship culture. The New York Times reported that test audience reaction was okay when Miramax acquired the film on the 10th of September 2001, according to co-chairman Harvey Weinstein. What freaked me out after the 10th was the 11th. I showed the film to some people and staff and they said, "Are you out of your mind? You can't release this now. It's unpatriotic. America has to be cohesive and band together." We were concerned that nobody had the stomach for a movie about bad Americans anymore, explained Weinstein. Miramax released the film in 2 cities for 2 weeks, reportedly because its star, Michael Caine, mobilised his star appeal to argue that the film could make Miramax a lot of money if he won the award for Best Actor, which requires a 1-week commercial run in LA to qualify for the Academy Awards. The Quiet American revolves around the relationship between Thomas Fowler, played by Michael Caine, an ageing English reporter, and Alden Pyle, Brendan Fraser, a young American CIA agent masquerading as a relief worker. They compete for the affections of Fong. Fowler discovers that Pyle is providing support, including plastic explosives, to General Tai, a military leader of what Pyle calls the Third Force, which is neither allied to the communists nor the old colonialists. Although Fowler likes Pyle personally, he disagrees with his tactics and is ambivalent about his goals. The film was certainly critical of US foreign policy, depicting Pyle as a wrong-headed and criminal ideologue, albeit affable. Still, as we might expect from the director of Clear and Present Danger, the film perpetuates the idea that the war was a regrettable tragedy, which resulted from the US blundering idealistically into a situation it did not fully understand and was unable to control. Director Philip Noyce explained, "I thought at the time it's weird how Graham Greene's portrait of the American political evangelist of the early 50s contained the same zeal that has guided American foreign policy through to the present zeal born out of the best intentions." The fact that the movie, which discussed US foreign policy from the 1950s in critical but hardly radical terms, was given restricted screening by its own distributor, was an indication of the remarkably low level of criticism of US power that the film industry was willing to countenance screening and believed its audiences could tolerate at the time. Operation Whitewash. Hotel Rwanda. Other low-budget films give the impression of neutrality or critical perspectives on US foreign policy, but they actually obfuscate reality in ways that are arguably more insidious than out-and-out fantasy.
Consider United Artists' Hotel Rwanda from 2004, which even Salon magazine, usually well versed in challenging establishment narratives, compared favourably to the muckraking films that Warner Brothers turned out in the early 30s that aimed to shake up audiences' sense of justice and moral outrage. Hotel Rwanda in fact followed the state line on Rwanda and was based on a government-funded book written by Philip Gorovich, who worked closely with his brother-in-law, Secretary of State James Rubin. It may be nothing more than coincidence, but military contractor United Technologies has major commercial interests in the region, and one of its board members, Alexander Red Dawn Haig, also sat on the board of United Artists' senior partner, MGM. Hotel Rwanda is the true story of hotelier Paul Rusesabagina, played by Don Cheadle, during the 1994 Rwanda genocide, who saved his family and more than 1,000 other refugees by granting them shelter in the besieged Hotel de Mille Collines. The standard story about Rwanda, replicated in the film, is that the US turned a blind eye to the 100-day frenzy of genocide pre-planned by the Hutu government against the Tutsi minority and some moderate Hutus. Supposedly, the US was concerned about putting its troops in harm's way, especially given the debacle in Somalia the previous year. Thus, it ignored what Gorovich called the Jews of Africa, the Tutsis, and became bystanders to genocide, as Samantha Power famously put it. In short, the US is tortured by its own temporary soullessness. Africa suffers, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, the RPF, are disciplined and heroic. America should deploy troops next time. The problem is that consensus over the Rwandan tragedy is far from established, as the official narrative has come under sustained attack. Phil Taylor, former investigator for the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, the ICTR, claimed that for anyone who followed closely the 1994 crisis in Rwanda, the highly touted film Hotel Rwanda is merely propaganda statements interrupted by bouts of acting. Some critics argue that not only did the US fail to intervene to prevent genocide, it intervened both before and after the massacres to ensure its side, the RPF, won. So, for instance, according to a French judge, it was Paul Kagame and his Tutsi associates who shot down the Hutu president's plane, killing all on board, including President Habyarimana himself and President Ntaryamana of Burundi, commonly accepted as the trigger for the genocide. This act was part of the Kagame-Tutsi final assault to seize power after a 4-year war, with the assistance of the US-sponsored Ugandan military. A third Hutu leader, Melchior Ndadaye, an earlier president of Burundi, had been assassinated by his Tutsi military in October 1993, which was followed by an anti-Hutu pogrom that killed tens of thousands and drove hundreds of thousands of Burundian Hutu refugees into Rwanda. After the genocide, the RPF gained power, and their preferred status in the West cleared the ground for Kagame and Yoweri Museveni, Kagame's ally and fellow US client and dictator of Uganda, periodically to invade and occupy eastern Congo without international community opposition to clear out the genocide heirs. This led to the killing of hundreds of thousands of civilian Hutu refugees in a series of mass slaughters, and also provided cover for a wider Kagame-Museveni assault in the Congo that has led to millions of deaths in what has commonly been described as Africa's World War. This was again compatible with narrow Western interests and policy, as it contributed to the replacement of Mobutu with the more amenable Kabila and opened up the Congo to a new surge of mineral exploitation by Western companies. The subject of the film, Paul Rusesabagina, wrote in his autobiography that Rwanda is today a nation governed by and for the benefit of a small group of elite Tutsis. Those few Hutus who have been elevated to high-ranking posts are usually empty suits without any real authority of their own. They are known locally as Hutu de service, or Hutus for hire. In December 2006, he wrote to the Queen of England to say that Kagame was a war criminal. There's no doubt that Hutus were culpable in genocide, and Hotel Rwanda remains, like United 93, discussed below, a sensitive, humane and powerful piece of filmmaking. Still, it's striking how the history of the bloodshed has been spun in line with Western interests. Hotel Rwanda certainly condemned elements of US policy towards Rwanda during the 1994 genocide, but it did so within ideological boundaries which ensured the film reflected the interests of US state and private power. Salon concluded, "We know how little attention the West paid to the Rwandan genocide as it was occurring. The question is, how much attention will be paid to this movie?" Hotel Rwanda generated a huge amount of news coverage and made $34 million on its $17 million investment. People are paying attention. The question is, should they?
United 93. Paul Greengrass's United 93 was generally received as a neutral piece of work, with emphasis placed on its avoidance of a sensationalist style through the use of unknown actors, its decentralization of the famous "let's roll" line, and its use of handheld cameras. It's a literal depiction of what happened to Flight 93 on the 11th of September 2001, namely the terrorist takeover, the passengers rebelling and then crash landing the plane in rural Pennsylvania. In other words, it was not a jingoistic piece of Hollywood trash, but rather a sensitively made piece of work that dealt respectfully with the human beings who all lost their lives on that day. Still, a closer look at this film suggests it was not as neutral as it appeared. 9/11 had occurred when Paul Greengrass was making Bloody Sunday, which came out in 2002, which recreated the 1972 massacre in Northern Ireland. Greengrass commented, "9/11 made what I was doing seem a bit irrelevant. But then as we carried on working, it became for me oddly relevant, because Bloody Sunday was really about how we overreacted, how we militarised the early stages of the conflict and made it much worse." United 93 raised no such issues, so it's hard to see how Greengrass saw it as oddly relevant. The film's Bible, as Greengrass put it on the DVD commentary, was the Bush administration's official 9/11 Commission report, which simply presented the events as described on the day. The film was embellished with a few artistic flourishes which further added to the film's Bush-friendly ethos. First, Greengrass characterises a German passenger, Christian Adams, as the only character counselling appeasement, which led to his real-life widow refusing to cooperate with the film, in contradiction to the White House press release that Greengrass had the blessings of survivors of all 40 individuals killed aboard the plane. Second, as Dennis Lim pointed out, Greengrass made sure to dangle some red state red meat, as in the blurry finale, the passengers appear to kill 2 of the terrorists. The Pentagon received Greengrass's special thanks on the credits. He explained that the military brass were incredibly creative in helping us, and they were apparently motivated by the idea that if we can do this, make the film, then perhaps we can raise our game for the next time there's an attack. A pretty strange reason to make a film, surely. The Bush administration also welcomed the release of United 93 with open arms. Soon after the film's nationwide release date, tears flowed at a very emotional night when President Bush invited relatives of some of the 40 passengers and crew members for a private screening at the White House. Attendance figures were not offered. The families had already had a private screening, and the White House cinema only has 44 seats anyway, so we might surmise that providing a cathartic experience for some of those affected was rather less important to the incumbents than continuing to associate themselves with what they called the heroes of Flight 93, who had struck what Bush called the first counterattack to World War III. Reflecting on the Bourne films, Greengrass says, "We have to search for our own answers rather than rely on untrustworthy power systems. This is not an approach he applies to United 93. Greengrass doesn't seem to care about the calls for a fresh inquiry into 9/11 or the concerns raised by serious commentators that Flight 93 might have been shot down by the military. He seems to be as ignorant as Condoleezza Rice about the pre-9/11 warnings of just such an attack using aeroplanes, as he says more than once that this thing was literally unimagined and unimaginable." Instead, Greengrass felt that it was more important for him to create a believable truth as a good place to start a discussion. Another strange reason to make a film. He commented, "A lot of people believe that Flight 93 was shot down by the military. I'm not knocking people who believe in conspiracy theories. What I'm pointing out is that conspiracy theories are comforting. The truth is much more disturbing if you look at it for real and say, on that morning a small group of people hijacked a religion, hijacked 4 aeroplanes, and had an entire civilian and military system break down inside an hour, and if those passengers had not got up out of their seats, the plane without a doubt would have hit the Capitol and flattened it." It's hard to see what could be more comforting in the dire circumstances of 9/11 than focusing on the day's one small victory based on a government-approved history in which al-Qaeda terrorists are clubbed to death by Americans. Discussing the decision to shut down US borders in the immediate aftermath of the Twin Tower attacks, Greengrass points out that in the aftermath of a terrorist attack, civilian life begins to close down. Military response becomes predominant. The delicate systems of a democracy become compromised. Greengrass is no fool. He recognises the dangerous trends within the US system. He just doesn't seem to appreciate that here he supported them. Home of the Brave. Similarly, Home of the Brave from 2006 was promoted as a thoughtful anti-war statement, turned down for assistance by the Pentagon and refused screening on army bases. In reality, it was a subtle endorsement of staying the course in Iraq, which the Pentagon wanted to sanitize still further by removing references to soldiers smoking cannabis. Samuel L. Jackson plays Colonel William Marsh, dealing with civilian life after returning from Iraq. Marsh argues with his teenage son. Marsh: "So you're against the war? You don't know a damn thing about it."
Billy, it's not a war, it's an occupation. They hate us. Marsh, we're trying to build a country. We did the same thing here a couple 100 years ago. It's not easy. Billy, yeah, right, and we're doing a good job of it. Maybe if we flushed a couple more Korans down the toilet at Guantanamo to help speed things up. Marsh, so you think we should just leave, huh? Let them rip each other to pieces? It's not an easy decision, is it? There are some bad guys over there. Billy, ha! What bad guys? What is this, a Schwarzenegger movie? Why don't you just admit it? We went over there for oil and everything else is bullshit. Shortly afterwards, Billy asked rhetorically, since when did our country decide it was our job to just piss everybody else off? Marsh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You should read a history book. Billy, I will when you go and read a newspaper. Marsh, I don't have to. I was there. The exchange is thus rendered as a battle for truth between father and son, history books and newspapers, the mature and the adolescent, primary knowledge and second-hand opinions. There is some room for interpretation, but ultimately, for all these reasons, Jackson's view is more convincing. A similar discussion occurs earlier in the film, where a petulant female character is silenced and then brought to tears after her army friend expresses his genuine belief in his mission in Iraq. Homer the Brave ends with one soldier returning to Iraq, narrating a letter he had written to his parents, which deftly makes the case for ignoring the politics of the war. Maybe the leaders of our country don't know what they were getting into. Maybe the Iraqi people don't want us there. And maybe this whole thing is just making it worse. But even after all that, I can't stay behind knowing there are soldiers over there getting attacked every day and dying every day. I don't feel like it's wrong for me to want to go back over there and help. It's a hard job being a soldier, not just for me, but for the people we leave behind. We all carry scars of war, but I know that if I do my part, then maybe we'll all get out of there and get home to the ones who love us just a little bit quicker. Ugh. In other words, the experienced soldier, as a final thought in the movie, dismisses the anti-war stance, characterizes the Bush administration as blunderers at worst, and suggests that applying further force is the solution to the Iraq crisis. Makes perfect sense to me, he concludes. A similar argument was promoted by The Hurt Locker in 2009, endorsed by Obama's Defense Secretary Robert M. Gates, but at least it did away with Homer the Brave's hand-wringing and essentially conformist politics in favour of telling a story with an engaging lead character. Let's roll. Air Marshal. A considerable body of lower-budget products trot out standard political lines, often beefed up with some all-American machismo, particularly in the action-adventure genre. In Flight of the Intruder from 1991, a Navy pilot, frustrated with the pace of the war, takes an unsanctioned bombing mission to North Vietnam. In Sniper from 1993, the US government sends Special Forces operative Tom Berenger to take out rebel Panamanians. In The Point Men from 2001, made in Israel, heroic Israeli Secret Service agents neutralize Palestinian bad guys trying to destroy the successful peace agreement. In Stealth Fighter from 1999, the war on drugs is explicitly discussed as being a fig leaf to allow US pilots to destroy weapons factories in enemy territory, rather than the apparently pointless aim of stopping, quote, a couple of addicts from killing themselves, close quote. There is even a lucrative industry in Christian fundamentalist films, such as the apocalyptic Left Behind series from 2000 to 2005, in which American Christians are whisked off to heaven and the UN Secretary General is revealed to be the Antichrist. In Air Marshal from 2003, Islamic terrorists hijack a passenger plane and an air marshal saves the day. Unlike in Executive Decision, to which Air Marshal bears many similarities, even the US Senator on board the plane is heroic. When trying to take control of the plane, the Senator actually pilfers the "let's roll" line from the real-world 9/11 hero Todd Beamer. A little all-American boy helps fly the plane to safety at the end. The film exudes a particular hatred for the bad guys. All the Muslims are villains, young, old, male, female. It comments favourably on racial profiling and pointedly highlights that lots of passengers are called Mohammed. Jamal wants to smash the plane into a US aircraft carrier. He threatens the terrified passengers. You think we were playing by the old rules? Western rules? Human life on this earth is sacred? No. But for Mohammed to die a martyr is the most holy of acts. For you to die an infidel is our sacred duty. An exchange between Jamal and the Senator exposes the heart of the movie. Senator: the United States of America does not negotiate with terrorists. Jamal: terrorists? Who are the terrorists? The ones that bomb from 10 miles up, killing women and children? The ones who have no remorse whatsoever? Senator: why do you hate us so? You obviously live in America. You know us. Jamal: exactly.
I know your arrogance, your contempt for the rest of the world, your moral corruption, and your so-called freedom. Senator, yes, freedom that the rest of the world envies us for. Jamal, your freedom is a joke. The rich control everything. Control you, Senator. Senator, you're fanatics. That's not religion. Jamal, you Americans are fanatics about money. Money! Money! Senator, I stand for family values, spiritual values. You people have no respect for human life. You treat women like cattle. This debate is interrupted by the older terrorist, Elijah, who rubs his hands and discusses the bottom line, namely blackmailing the US government for $30 million. If the government doesn't pay up, he insists, he will start to deduct passengers. In other words, it is not capitalist America which is obsessed with dollars, but rather other factions of the Islamist movement. But we only need to sit through a few seconds of Air Marshal to find a good indicator of its politics, since the film actually begins with US Special Forces assaulting Libya. The fact that the country, Libya, is spelt incorrectly is not so much an indication of the filmmaker's level of literacy as it is of the casual contempt with which Hollywood feels it can depict countries that have already been so thoroughly debased by the media. In the army now. It is not just formulaic action adventures that endorse state violence either. The comedy Spy Mate from 2006 begins with Minky the Chimp blowing up an Arab terrorist compound and beating up the Arabs just as they are about to detonate a missile at a peace summit held by world leaders. A similarly convenient nutcase Arab dictator with a missile appears in Ernest in the Army from 1998. In the political drama Deterrence from 1999, the US president nukes Iraq when Saddam Hussein's son invades Kuwait and threatens to attack the world with black market atomic bombs, though the narrative is rendered more sophisticated by the suggestion that the Weasley president may have gone too far. Another case was In the Army Now from 1994, which received a stunning but thoroughly deserved 0% rating based on 15 reviews processed by Rotten Tomatoes. A sequel had been announced. In the Army Now tells the story of Bones Conway, played by Paulie Shaw, and his friend Jack Kaufman, played by Andy Dick, who lose their jobs and join the US Army Reserves, believing that if they assign themselves to the water purifying unit, they will make enough money to set up their dream business without putting themselves in danger. However, the water boys are called up to operate in desert conditions as Libya threatens to invade Chad, and on a routine mission to resupply a forward base, their convoy is ambushed. In a Libyan POW camp, they meet with Sergeant Stern, played by S.A. Morales, who tells them his mission is to destroy mobile Scud missile launchers carrying missiles armed with chemical warheads aimed at American bases in the region. The US military is depicted in reflexively idealised terms. For example, whereas films such as Full Metal Jacket from 1987 have famously depicted military trainers as cruel, for all her gusto, the attractive black female drill sergeant Ladd, played by Lynn Whitfield, tolerates Bones's subversive flirting and explains that she shouts so that everyone can hear and learn from mistakes. Lower down the power scale, Bones's unit is a quaint little metaphorical family that explicitly invokes the Waltons, the 1972-81 TV series. Bones is the wisecracking father figure. Christine Jones, played by Laurie Petty, is the wife, who offers her sexually to Bones when he leads them well. Jack is the petulant but ultimately obedient older child. And Fred Ostroff is the scared and gullible little boy, literally playing a quote-unquote retarded black man in a horrendous stereotype. In the Army Now gives every indication that the US is following an appropriately benign and diplomatic foreign policy, defending the UN, acquiring support of the regional people, including children, and deterring a Libyan invasion of Chad. Furthermore, the film is careful to say that the US military and civilian authorities assume that the water boys are dead, or else the bombing campaign against Libya would be rather more controversial purely on the narrow grounds that the water boys would be put in danger. Each member of Bones's terrified unit overcomes their fears, maintains and or recovers their dignity, and becomes a hero through their contact with the US military. The water boys have to take the place of the incapacitated special forces and destroy the chemical weapons launch facility. Their experience also allows them to be better civilians when they leave. Christine fights in a war as she had always wanted. Bones becomes a real leader who gets together with Christine and who runs a shop with Jack right next to the army recruitment store. Libyans have attacked UN forces, are prepared to launch chemical weapons at US installations, and of course all look the same, filthy, ugly Arabs. By the end, even their own animals turn against them. As an Arab sneaks up on Bones, the camel he had been petting earlier jumps on the Arab and pins him down. Side-splitting family fun from Disney.
The Pentagon saw in the Army now as an important propaganda and recruiting tool, especially for 13 to 18-year-olds. Its technical advisor, Major Thomas McCollum, explained that it shows the military has the capability of teaching a responsible individual, the Pauly Shore character, responsibility for his actions and the ability to help others. This responsibility involved applying force without any indication of future consequences against aggressive Libyans who, implausibly, have the means and desire both to invade their neighbour and launch preemptive chemical weapon strikes against US bases. Conclusion. There is a great potential amongst lower budget productions to push the ideological boundaries and challenge the common self-serving assumptions about US benevolence. Numerous films like War Inc., The Quiet American and In the Loop have done so, and particularly documentaries by the likes of Michael Moore, Mark Akbar and Oliver Stone. Other films have had critical tones, but a closer look suggests that they seriously pulled their punches, as in Home of the Brave, which dissented from the government position on such narrow grounds that it wound up supporting it in the key debate on maintaining troops in Iraq. However, low-budget films are actually subject to similar pressures as their more expensive siblings. They typically still emerge ultimately from the majors, who have sometimes seemed all too willing to ditch any remotely critical product on their books, as occurred with The Quiet American, Buffalo Soldiers and Fahrenheit 9/11. They still need to be commercially viable, are still made in a society that perpetuates reflexive ideas about us and them, and films like In the Army now even have extensive production input from the Department of Defense. Nor should we forget that despite the potential for broader minds within this range, the vast majority of products eschew this possibility entirely in favour of churning out bargain basement dross like Air Marshal. And perhaps most disturbing of all are pictures like Hotel Rwanda and United 93, since their apparent humanity obscures and shuts down the shocking historical debates from which they are drawn.
Part 3. Real Violence. I play Terminator, but you guys are the true Terminators. Arnold Schwarzenegger to US troops in Iraq, 4th of July 2003. Chapter 9. Conclusions. The liberal magazine American Prospect alleged in 2000 that Hollywood is manifestly leftist, and that it loves to warble the plaintive song of lefty idealism. Similarly, the Washington Post recently bought into the right-wing perspective that for 30 years, Hollywood has been telling lies loudly, constantly, and almost always in support of a left-wing point of view. Calling for regime change in Los Angeles, producer and screenwriter Andrew Klavan wrote in the celebrated newspaper that the Hollywood left-wing establishment was responsible for grinding out this propaganda, which, he explained elsewhere, should be replaced with gung-ho patriotic war movies that celebrate our fight. Of course, there are prominent liberals in Hollywood, but is there a left-wing establishment? Not unless we are to ignore numerous right-wing stars, censors and industry professionals, the presence of the national security services and, most importantly, the industry's business leaders working within a rigid corporate system. Nor can Hollywood output be described as left-wing unless we ignore the fact that mainstream productions repeatedly endorse US force and do not criticise the fundamental assumptions of US benevolence on the world stage. Amongst the most extreme cases of regressive productions are Stargate, Stealth, Transformers, Iron Man, in science fiction, We Were Soldiers, Windtalkers, Black Hawk Down, as war films, True Lies, You Don't Mess with the Zohan, comedy, Executive Decision, Air Force One, Collateral Damage, Rambo, The Peacemaker, in action-adventure, and Rules of Engagement, in political drama. But almost all films either ignore, marginalise or denigrate critical viewpoints on US power. So the issue is more pervasive than a simple worst list or what we might call a body of national security cinema. Where films do seem to be more critical, as in 13 Days, for example, they are only doing so on very narrow grounds, typically in support of another faction of the state and with force necessarily remaining high on the table of options. Our audience is able to resist these messages. Certainly not all of us join the armed forces or mug a foreigner as soon as we leave the movie theatre, but the cumulative effects on citizens are surely significant, and established power systems have assumed so since the early days of cinema, when two entrepreneurs made a one-shot film of a Spanish flag being replaced by the Stars and Stripes at the very start of the 1898 US-Spanish War. Organisations and individuals from the CIA to the FBI, from Vladimir Lenin to Joseph Goebbels, have all expressed the view that cinema is the most important medium for transmitting political ideas. If I could control the medium of the American motion picture,
Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin said, "I would need nothing else to convert the entire world to communism." Or as 20th Century Fox founder Darryl Zanuck put it, "If you have something worthwhile to say, dress it up in the glittering robes of entertainment and you will find a ready market. Without entertainment, no propaganda film is worth a dime." Sometimes such movies even have very direct, specific and disturbing effects. In the post-9/11 world, according to former Army specialist Tony Lagoranis, the US military turned to television and movies like 24 to look for new ways of interrogating suspects because they didn't have training in the more extreme tactics such as mock executions, mock electrocutions, stress positions, isolation, hypothermia, and threatening to execute family members or rape detainees' wives. In the mid-1990s, the New York Times reported that Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber, responsible for 168 deaths in 1995, watched the right-wing fantasy Red Dawn over and over because it was the film he loved the most. Following the release of Top Gun, according to retired Rear Admiral Alan Boot Hill, young aviators at Miramar Naval Air Station began strutting around believing that they were actually Tom Cruise. Carloads of women began showing up and widespread allegations of sexual abuse ensued at the station's closely related Tailhook convention in 1991. Previously, Tailhook had been an opportunity for junior officers to come and meet senior officers on an informal basis and talk about tactics, flying and tradition. For a moment, let's consider a thought experiment. Based on what we know about the industry and its output, what would Hollywood be like as a news studio? Such a media organization, let's call it Hollywood News Inc., would relentlessly pump out stories, ratcheting up the threats to the United States, particularly to its government, military, and major cities. It would editorialize for the use of military force, unilateral and illegal where necessary, to solve these problems. Force would be portrayed as a panacea, which has been successful throughout history. In the dead of night, barely watched and with limited distribution, a ragtag body of actors would read a short dissenting bulletin, which would then be derided or more often ignored by the anchors for the rest of the day. Hollywood News Inc. would, in short, be just as reactionary as Fox News, though bulletins would be announced on the hour to the theme from the A-Team. There is a handful of exceptionally critical movies at the cinema. Among these low-budget productions there is Redacted, as well as War Inc. and The Quiet American, which typically had difficulties during the distribution phase. There are even some rare, relatively critical films that emerged from the major studios with generous budgets, such as V for Vendetta, The Good Shepherd, Lord of War, Total Recall, Starship Troopers, and Nixon. As Michael Medved observes, though, media messages are invariably more likely to have an impact on audiences when they are taken together and repeated with a mind-numbing insistence year after year. The notions that the US is essentially good and that US force is an effective means of solving political problems have been hammered home as hard as any, so it seems unlikely that a few exceptional pictures are sufficient to offset that tradition. Furthermore, only very rarely do films have some noticeable impact in terms of actually galvanizing a movement for oppositional political change. Of the documentaries, Deadly Deception had an impact on General Electric's involvement in the arms trade, and Bowling for Columbine prompted Kmart to phase out selling ammunition for handguns. But Michael Moore failed in his more ambitious attempt to oust Bush with Fahrenheit 9/11. The category for fiction films that enact political change is even slimmer, though Oliver Stone's JFK at least forced the release of government files about the Kennedy assassination. Otherwise, Hollywood has helped ensure that the populace remain observers rather than participants in the political process. In 1941, a Senate investigation called the movie studios gigantic engines of propaganda. The world has thankfully been able to move on from the total war philosophy that characterized the 1940s, and Hollywood has moved with it. Nor are we in an age, as predominated in the 1950s, when a government committee can ask industry figures the accusatory question, "Are you a member of the Communist Party and the Screen Actors Guild?" as though both were crimes, and comparable crimes at that. However, this is still an era of conformity in Hollywood over the essential elements of US power. In some ways, this is more serious than ever, as corporate and financial pressures on films to support the status quo and to cleanse critical content have increased. There are clear cases of scripts being toned down to take account of left-wing concerns and pressure groups, as in Collateral Damage and Sum of All Fears. But with few exceptions, Bourne being one, they remained fundamentally reactionary products nonetheless. More frequent are the film products that began as intelligent or even progressive books, scripts or concepts, but demonstrably became reactionary during the development and production phases, As with The Peacemaker, Black Hawk Down, Jarhead, Behind Enemy Lines, Rules of Engagement, Charlie Wilson's War, Munich, the Terminator franchise, and arguably with Tears of the Sun. The other pressures are harder to demonstrate on each and every film product, because decision-making processes on scripts are not usually subject to much scrutiny. But who can doubt that the desire to provide placement deals and commercial gimmicks did not contribute to the lightweight tone of films like Transformers? Mostly, though, films were designed to operate within predefined conventional lines right from their inception, since the culture in which they began life is very hostile to challenging political narratives. As Jack Valenti put it, Hollywood and Washington are sprung from the same DNA. It wouldn't take a gifted scriptwriter to make films more favourable to many commentators on the right. In the New York Sun, Michael Fomento asked, just how many Hollywood movies post 9/11 have been made in which the bad guys are Islamist terrorists? If you have to guess none. To win this argument, which he made in 2005, Fomento excluded films about 9/11 itself, such as DC 9/11 Time of Crisis, 2003, and documentaries such as 9/11 from 2002 and The Flight That Fought Back from 2005. Our guess of none would also neglect Team America, as well as made-for-TV or straight-to-DVD movies such as Air Marshal from 2003 and made in June 2001 but distributed in 2002 after the attacks, Chuck Norris's The President's Man, A Line in the Sand from 2002. Fomento also sidelined several TV series such as 24 and Jag, which depicted Islamist terrorists, and the docudrama Saving Jessica Lynch from 2003, which smeared specific Iraqis who had behaved impeccably in real life. Still, in 2009, another conservative commentator, Andrew Breitbart, made the flimsy claim that you cannot get a film produced now that has Islamist terrorists, ignoring recent cinematic releases such as United 93 from 2006, American Dreams from 2006, The Kingdom from 2007, Vantage Point from 2008, Iron Man from 2008, and An American Carol from 2008, plus numerous films about Iraqi terrorists and insurgents. Hollywood can be vindicated for such depictions of Islam because verisimilitude is the all-important consideration, opined Daniel Mandel in the pages of Middle East Quarterly. There are simply no Jewish versions of Osama bin Laden or black versions of Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, he explained, so substituting Muslims for blacks or Jews would be inappropriate. Mandel is right in the sense that some narratives do make more sense with Islamic villains, but should such villains be presented as identikit bad guys? Should Hollywood keep churning out so many pictures involving hijackings and insurgency against American targets? Wouldn't it be better for Hollywood to present Arabs and Muslims more frequently in other roles too? And is it really true that no other groups, militias, Nazis, cults, threaten the kind of terrorism that Mandel is talking about? The call for more depictions of Islamist terrorists also misses the fact that Hollywood has been awash with offensive images of Arabs and Muslims for a century, as Jack Shaheen observed from a lifetime of research. While Shaheen's Real Bad Arabs only endorsed 65 of 950 films from 1914 to 2001, his research indicates that there truly has been relative restraint on the demonization of Islam post 9/11. In his 2008 book, Guilty, which looked at the 100 or so relevant films made since the attacks, Shaheen actually recommended 23 and only placed 18 on his worst list. The likes of Fomento want to reverse and stamp out this trend, which is very much in its infancy, even while the portrayal of Arabs and Muslims remains extremely negative across all media right up to the present day. Would it really have been preferable for the filmmakers behind Sum of All Fears to have stayed faithful to Tom Clancy's book and depicted an Iranian government-sponsored Palestinian nuclear attack on US soil? Furthermore, is the West really so infested with dumb pacifists in positions of power that we need to produce propaganda films to stiffen its resolve? Are Islamists the only real-world enemies the West has? Is the vilification of North Korea in just a handful of modern movies, Tomorrow Never Dies from 1997, Team America from 2004, Behind Enemy Lines Axis of Evil from 2005, sufficient for people like Fomento, Clavin, and Mark Stein? The Chinese dictatorship has barely been used as a villain at all. Should Hollywood have some productions in the pipeline to demonize the rival superpower in case it decides to attack Taiwan? Should Hollywood knock off some abusive narratives indicting Venezuela, since Washington disagrees with the current elected government? But the right should not be misconstrued as a monolithic bogeyman. There's certainly room for dark, disturbing, challenging material, explained the staunchly right-wing film critic Michael Medved, but the movie industry isn't responding to the public. Medved's point is well made. A mix of political ideas in cinema is most welcome. His proposed solution is for corporate responsibility, which is also a great idea, although it would require active citizens to compel such an oxymoron to function. Medved is concerned that the result of this unaccountable corporate power is that the pendulum has swung too far against traditional conservative and Christian values. This is a reasonable stance on issues such as the heavy use of swear words on screen, but of much greater concern should be that US power remains routinely represented in hopelessly blinkered and self-congratulatory terms. In response to the allegation that Americans are widely perceived to be selfish and self-indulgent, Jeff Zucker, director of NBC Entertainment, said, "Listen, we are not culpable for the images we portray on television. News informs the American public and keeps our politicians honest. Entertainment entertains the American public. The point is we do this freely." This is quite a remarkable statement. Zucker is claiming he has no responsibility for his own work and further rationalizes this by saying that another system, which is owned by the same people, successfully holds the government to account. Zucker's comment is also generally illuminating, though, because it typifies how people working within power systems are unable to recognize the ideological boundaries set by state and corporate forces within which they work. This is hardly surprising. How can such people advance up the ladder if they are considered politically troublesome? And if they do have challenging views about the dangers of unaccountable power, won't they have long since internalized them and or learned to bite their tongues? Although the focus of Real Power has been on how the US is portrayed as almost universally benevolent, this is not to suggest that a lunge in the opposite direction would necessarily be more desirable. Was it progress to present the US as a Christian demagogue in the Turkish film Valley of the Wolves, Iraq from 2006, or as killers and rapists in the Egyptian farce The Night That Baghdad Fell from 2005, in which a Condoleezza Rice lookalike belly dancer performs a striptease? Or to suggest that the corporate classes of America and the rest of the world are so perverted that they bid huge sums of money to participate in grotesque torture murders, as in the Hostel franchise. A freer system would allow the production of more thoughtful, varied, and imaginative narratives about US power across all genres. With less merchandising and less concentrated ownership, filmmakers would be less afraid to interrogate the corporate roots of US power. With less script interference by national security organizations, films would be less prone to the rampant militarism prevalent in current productions and less liable to make products that are, in some cases, little more than military recruitment films. If the media were to question state apparatchiks over their peddling of divisive and dubious theories like the clash of civilizations, the prevalent paradigm of us versus them would hold less sway on screen. In short, a film industry less inured with political, economic and military elites would be better disposed to produce celebrated work like Apocalypse Now, JFK, Planet of the Apes, the Bourne series, Dr. Strangelove, and the Gulf War allegory, The Big Lebowski from 1998. Such small but significant changes are hardly beyond the pale. In spite of the forces raging against it, Hollywood has made some inspiring and incendiary films. Until the 1970s, studios did not have such giant parent companies and filmmaking costs were much lower. Before the advent of sound in cinema, product placement was virtually absent. Even the Pentagon has not been able to sustain its media campaign without hiccups. For example, when the Hollywood Liaison Office almost fell victim to budget cuts in the 1990s, or when Josh Rushing, the Pentagon's press officer who became famous in the documentary Control Room from 2004, had an attack of conscience and went to work for Al Jazeera. Indeed, when a Republican congresswoman raised the fact that Homeland Security was spending $130,000 per year trying to burnish its on-screen image in Hollywood, the department's liaison was shut down entirely. The director of The Kingdom from 2007, Peter Berg, commented, "I don't go to movies to be lectured about politics. There's been so few films that have been financially successful at pounding home messages. It's hard to make genocide fun." Is it? Should Steven Spielberg not have bothered to make the blockbusting Schindler's List from 1995? What about the huge range of other Holocaust movies? Are they not fun enough? Wasn't Berg's own film about a massacre of Americans? Berg's position becomes clearer when we hear his corollary. American audiences are much more interested in Paris Hilton and her drinking than they are about genocide in Sudan. In other words, he thinks cinema isn't fun when we are led to sympathize with foreign people. It is better to treat audiences as shallow fools. Sympathetic portrayals must be reserved for Americans, especially the authorities, and foreign cultures are to be simplified as the swamplands of despicable villainy. How can such a reductive, solipsistic attitude prevail in the modern motion picture industry? It isn't just that audiences are resistant to message films. The decisive factor is that political and corporate forces drive a wedge through the relationship between artist and audience, being concerned with neither art nor entertainment nor democracy.